Blind dates accompanied by resumes? This individual appears to be quite professional. Xiaotian, what on earth is going on with you? This marks the 10th time you've changed employers in 3 years. Considering that as a male nanny, finding a family willing to hire you is already quite challenging. You have no idea how tirelessly I have worked to arrange jobs for you over these past 3 years. Yet, you are exceedingly disappointing every time I find you an employer. You leave after a mere 3 months. Do you think I have nothing better to do than to wait around for your job searches? Listening to the complaints from Sister Fat on the phone, Xiaotian could only offer a helpless smile. Sister Fat, this time it truly isn't my fault. The child in this household and I simply did not get along. Could you perhaps introduce me to another family? I assure you, I will work diligently this time. Sister Fat scoffed. What good is your assurance? Haven't you made similar promises before? Xiaotian replied, Sister Fat, rest assured, I will keep my word this time. If I cannot last a year, I shall change careers and no longer work as a nanny. Fine. This is what you say if you do not commit yourself this time. Then change careers promptly. Wait for my news, and I will call you once I find a suitable employer. Although Sister Fat was quite displeased with Xiaotian's lack of commitment, she decided to assist him once more, given his resolute attitude this time. I hope the child I encounter this time has a compatibility rate of over 60, or else I shall once again disappoint Sister Fat in 3 months. Despite the inevitable nagging each time he sought out Sister Fat, Xiaotian felt a deep sense of gratitude towards her. She was the only person who had genuinely cared for him during his 3 years in this world. His persistence in the role of a male nanny, along with frequent changes in employers, was born out of necessity. After all, upon his arrival in this world, he had unwittingly awakened the most powerful daddy system. For someone like Xiaotian, who had never experienced romance in his past life, navigating the complexities of quickly marrying and having children in this unfamiliar realm was indeed a daunting task. In desperation, he devised a plan to leverage other people's children to fulfill his own tasks. Unfortunately, over the past 3 years, he had yet to encounter a child who met the system's requirements. At the Bai Shui Villa, the most luxurious residential area in Jiangcheng, within an exquisitely decorated mansion. Xinya, what did you say? You want to find a father for Tang Tang? Have you perhaps discovered news about that man from 3 years ago? Where is he? What is his name? What does he do? Chu Wei inquired with palpable excitement, her tone brimming with curiosity. Xiao Qingya, however, remained unfazed by Chu Wei's enthusiasm, her expression indifferent as she replied, Wei, you misunderstand. I have not uncovered any information about that man. I merely expressed a desire to find a father for Tang Tang, but this father is not limited to a specific individual. Chu Wei pouted. You could simply say you wish to date and marry. Why make it so convoluted? Xiao Qingya shook her head. No, I only desire to marry. I do not wish to engage in a romantic relationship. Tang Tang is growing up quickly and will be starting kindergarten in just 2 months. The absence of a father figure in her life may adversely affect her development. I have summoned you here to assist me in finding a trustworthy individual to assume the role of Tang Tang's father. Chu Wei, puzzled, responded, with your status as the most beautiful CEO in Jiangcheng, there must be countless suitors vying for your affection. Why then do you seek my help? Xiao Qingya replied, those suitors are either attracted to my wealth and status or my beauty. I doubt their genuine intentions towards Tang Tang. I wish to find an ordinary person of modest background is acceptable, as long as they truly care for the child. Moreover, aside from obtaining a marriage certificate, I do not wish for any further involvement. Thus, a common individual would be easier to manage. Chu Wei suddenly understood. I see. You are essentially looking for a male nanny to help care for Tang Tang. Xiao Qingya shook her head. It is not merely that he must, at least in name, be recognized as Tang Tang's father. Chu Wei inquired further. Beyond being an ordinary and dependable person, do you have any additional requirements? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Qingya earnestly stated, one more criterion. He must possess at least an above-average appearance. If he is too unattractive, Tang Tang may not take to him. Chu Wei chuckled. Rest assured, I am renowned for my standards and aesthetics. Those who do not meet the mark will be swiftly dismissed. Leave this matter to me. Within 3 days, I will undoubtedly present you with a suitable candidate. 3 days later, on the weekend, Xiaotian finally received a call from Fat Sister. Fat Sister, at 9 a.m. today, Meet at table 06 in the Shinshin Coffee House on Shisha Road. Do not forget your promise if this does not work out. It may be time to consider a different path. Xiaotan, filled with excitement, replied, "Worry not. I have a strong feeling that this time will be different." After hanging up, he glanced at the clock. It was already 8 a.m. He quickly tidied up his room and set out. "Hello, Qingya. I have found the person you need. He will be waiting for you at the Shinshin Coffee House near your home at 10 a.m. You could discuss the details in person." Xiao Qingya, perplexed, asked, "Aren't you coming along?" Chu Weiwei responded apologetically, "I'm sorry, Qingya, but I truly cannot make it. My parents are pressuring me to go on blind dates, so I'm escaping for a few days. Let's keep in touch by phone. Enough of this, I must board now." As soon as she finished speaking, the phone line went dead with a busy signal. Xiao Qingya shook her head. It matters not whether she joins as long as we have found a suitable candidate. Xia Tian hailed a taxi on the roadside. "Driver, to Shinshin Coffee House, please." "Which Shinshin Coffee House?" the taxi driver inquired, puzzled. Xia Tian replied, "The one and only Shinshin Coffee House. Surely you have heard of it? If you do not know the way, I shall get out." Upon hearing Xia Tian's response, the driver's face immediately displayed a look of realization. With a beaming smile, he reassured, No, I am well aware of the route. Rest assured, I shall certainly take you to the Shin USAF." Without waiting for Xia Tian to react, he promptly shifted gears and accelerated away. In the back seat, Xia Tian was earnestly reviewing his resume and various qualifications, oblivious to the fact that the driver had already navigated onto the elevated ring road. 40 minutes later, after settling the fare, Xia Tian walked eagerly into the Shin USAF that lay before him. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and he soon noticed that table 06 was indeed occupied. Hastily approaching, he expressed with a look of apology, "I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. It was unintentional. Here is my resume, along with several certificates attesting to my professional skills. Although I am a male, I assure you that I am highly competent in childcare, and I kindly ask you to consider granting me an opportunity." Upon receiving Xia Tian's resume, Xiao Qingya was momentarily taken aback. Bringing a resume to a blind date? How remarkably professional. Chapter 2. Is it merely a matter of applying for a nanny position, or must one also obtain a marriage certificate? As Xiao Qingya received the resume handed to her by Xia Tian, she cast a cursory glance over it. Name, Xia Tian. Age, 28 years. Work experience, educational training experience. Upon finishing her perusal, she couldn't help but commend Chu Weiwei in her heart. This girl, who often appeared rather brash, had surprisingly managed such a reliable arrangement, actually securing a male nanny for herself. Setting the resume aside, she picked up the stack of credentials beside her and began to examine them. Certificates of a master chef, professional caregiver, infant care specialist, early childhood educator, intermediate child psychologist, senior nutritionist, and senior medicinal cuisine specialist. After reviewing the qualifications Xia Tian had brought, Xiao Qingya was utterly astonished. Good heavens, had Chu Weiwei outdone herself this time? The man she had found was nothing short of the ideal supportive partner every ambitious woman dreams of. Just look at this work experience and these credentials, all perfectly tailored for managing a household and caring for children. If this man were genuinely devoted to her beloved Tang Tang, she could wholeheartedly focus on her financial pursuits without any concerns. Noticing Xiao Qingya's silence as she remained with her head bowed after reviewing her information, Xia Tian initially assumed that the other party was displeased with her being a few minutes late. She spoke up again to clarify, "Madam, I understand that my tardiness was inappropriate, but I sincerely hope you might grant me another opportunity." Xiao Qingya lifted her gaze, scrutinizing Xia Tian for the first time. Standing at an impressive height of 185 centimeters, his physique was remarkably well-proportioned. The muscles subtly outlined beneath his pristine white sweatshirt were evident. Particularly striking was his chiseled, handsome visage, which inexplicably evoked a sense of familiarity within her. She couldn't help but inwardly muse, Chu Weiwei's taste for aesthetics is indeed commendable. As she appraised Xia Tian, he too was meticulously observing her. Clad in a deep blue professional suit that accentuated her curvaceous figure, she exuded a unique allure at first glance. Her lustrous black hair was neatly tied into a simple ponytail, imparting an impression of cleanliness and efficiency. Her exquisitely perfect features, complemented by a pair of silver-framed glasses, were both striking and disconcerting, prompting an instinctive desire to maintain a respectful distance. Xia Tian internally lamented, "This is it. With such attire and expression, she embodies the quintessential ice queen of the workplace." Under normal circumstances, such a person places great importance on punctuality. This does not bode well. In fact, one could argue that she was not technically late. "Please, do not stand. Take a seat, and let us converse." Xiao Qingya gestured toward the chair opposite her, inviting Xia Tian to sit. Observing her demeanor, Xia Tian quickly grasped that there might still be hope for today's meeting, and he settled into the chair, barely seated. The rhythm-oriented Xiao Qingya took the initiative to inquire, "I have reviewed your resume and credentials, yet there is one aspect that perplexes me, and I hope you can provide an honest answer." Xia Tian responded, "Please, go ahead." Xiao Qingya continued, "With your capabilities, there are numerous career paths available to you. Whether one aspires to be a head chef at a five-star hotel or a nutritionist, both options certainly surpass the role of a nanny. Yet, why have you chosen the rather unfavorable title of a male nanny?" For such inquiries, Xia Tian had encountered many times before, and he was naturally well prepared. With a smile, he replied, "It's quite simple. Really, I have a fondness for children." Xiao Qingya nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further probing into why Xia Tian, who cherished children so dearly, had not pursued a romantic relationship or marriage to have a child of his own. Perhaps there were unspoken reasons behind his choice, and given the current nature of their relationship, it would be inappropriate to pose such intimate questions. Xiao Qingya smiled lightly, "Mr. Xia, I am quite satisfied with your situation. I wonder if you have any inquiries of your own?" Xia Tian shook his head. "No, I do not." Xiao Qingya nodded. "Very well, since there are no further questions, let us discuss the division of responsibilities moving forward. You will move into my home promptly. I shall take on the role of the breadwinner while you care for my daughter, Tang Tang. In addition to ensuring her daily needs are met, you will also be responsible for her transportation to and from school once she begins attending. Of course, I shall not expect you to work without compensation. I will provide you with a monthly allowance of 20,000 yuan. However, I must clarify one point in advance. Your sole responsibility is to care for Tang Tang, and you must not harbor any inappropriate intentions towards me. Are these conditions acceptable to you? If you find anything amiss, we can negotiate further." Xia Tian beamed with delight. "I have no objections. As for your stipulation regarding personal boundaries, you need not worry. This is a fundamental professional principle in our field, and I would never contravene it." He found no fault with Xiao Qingya as proposed terms. Caring for a child, including their daily needs and school transport, was inherently his job. Maintaining a respectful distance from her was only natural, as he was a former nanny, not a prospective son-in-law. He perceived Xiao Qingya as exceedingly generous, offering him the highest salary he had encountered in his career. Seeing that Xia Tian had no qualms, Xiao Qingya stated directly, "In that case, since we both have no objections, let us arrange a time to obtain our marriage certificate swiftly. How does tomorrow sound? Is that convenient for you?" Xia Tian, taken aback, asked, "Huh? Marriage? I thought I was merely applying for a nanny position, not that I needed to secure a marriage certificate first." Observing the bewilderment on Xia Tian's face, Xiao Qingya frowned. "Did Wei Wei not mention anything about marriage before your arrival?" Xia Tian, in a daze, shook his head. She didn't mention anything. He did not inquire further about who Wei Wei was, assuming she was just a friend of Fat Sister. Xiao Qingya could not help but express her frustration. "What is wrong with this Wei Wei? I just praised her for being reliable. Yet she failed to communicate the most critical information to you. Nevertheless, it is not too late to inform you now. My name is Xiao Qingya, and I am here to find a father for my daughter. It is merely to find a father, not to engage in a genuine marital relationship. The conditions I just outlined are quite clear. Now you simply need to express your willingness." Xia Tian hesitated. This is rather sudden, huh? May I first spend some time getting to know your daughter? How about I first move into your home as a nanny, spending 3 months with your daughter? If we get along well, I could then marry you. Would that be acceptable?" Xiao Qingya resolutely declined. "That won't work. In 3 months, my daughter will be starting kindergarten. If you decide against it then, I would have to hastily find someone else, which would be quite troublesome. Since you are unwilling, I shall simply seek another candidate," he replied, slightly disheartened by her unequivocal rejection. "Mom, Is this handsome uncle the daddy you found for Tang Tang? Just as he prepared to plead his case further, a sweet, childlike voice reached Xia Tian's ears. He turned to see a charming little girl clad in a pink princess dress, her delicate features resembling those of a porcelain doll, having unexpectedly approached Xiao Qingya for reasons he could not fathom. Seeing this unfamiliar little girl filled Xia Tian with an inexplicable sense of warmth. Ding! The compatibility of this girl with the system is an astonishing 99.99. Would the host like to bind the growth task with this adorable child? Simultaneously, a mechanical notification echoed within Xia Tian's mind. Chapter 3. Tang Tang likes this handsome uncle. I want him to be my daddy. Upon hearing the familiar system prompt, Xia Tian felt an overwhelming surge of joy, nearly leaping with excitement as he unhesitatingly selected yes. Goodness! A compatibility of 99.99 was something he had never dared to dream of. To activate a system task and earn rewards, the primary requirement was that the compatibility with the task subject must be over 60. Even a score of 60 was merely a baseline for qualification, yielding only a tenth of the rewards upon task completion. Each subsequent 10% increase in compatibility would correspondingly elevate the rewards by another 10%. A score of 90 would result in a 40 reward. However, 99.99 was an exception, granting access to the entire reward. Though 60 may not sound high. Over the past 3 years, he had changed employers numerous times and cared for several children. Yet, the highest compatibility he had ever encountered was barely above 50. The most frustrating aspect was that to assess a child's compatibility with the system, he must care for them for 3 months first. Only after developing a certain level of intimacy with the employer's child could the system perform the assessment. This was the reason behind his frequent changes of employers over the past 3 years. It seemed that this time, the system had inexplicably shown him kindness by proactively assessing the compatibility of this little girl named Tang Tang upon their very first meeting. Gazing into Tang Tang's eager little eyes, Xiao Qingya smiled and gently patted her head. Tang Tang misunderstood, believing that her mother was merely discussing matters with this uncle and that he was not the daddy her mother had found for her. Upon hearing Xiao Qingya's words, little Tang Tang's face fell in disappointment as she asked, "Really? But I like this handsome uncle, and I want him to be my daddy." Seeing her forlorn expression, Xiao Qingya felt an unexpected pang in her heart. In an instant, she resolved to give Summer another chance for the sake of her daughter. After all, it would merely mean increasing her monthly allowance. "Miss Xiao, may I inquire if you are free tomorrow morning? If so, we could go and obtain the marriage certificate together." Before Xiao Qingya could utter a word, Summer took the initiative to ask. To him, Tang Tang was no ordinary adorable child. She represented the bridge to his ascent in life. He had made up his mind that, whether it entailed marrying her or even moving in with her, he could not afford to miss out on this little girl. Strangely enough, despite it being their first encounter, the sight of Tang Tang's aggrieved expression stirred an inexplicable sense of discomfort and sorrow within him. "You have agreed?" Xiao Qingya looked at Summer in astonishment, seemingly taken aback by the dramatic shift in his attitude. Fearing that she might reconsider, Summer quickly interrupted her. "Miss Xiao, I did not outright refuse you earlier. I merely wished to become acquainted with your daughter first. However, having met her now, I feel that such an introduction is no longer necessary. Your daughter is delightful, and I am quite fond of such well-behaved children. I wish to remain by her side, caring for her and accompanying her as she grows." Xiao Qingya, still apprehensive, asked, "Mr. Xia, you did hear the conditions I mentioned, did you not? Our marriage would only establish you as Tang Tang's legal father. We would not be true spouses." Summer nodded vigorously in agreement, assuring her, "Rest assured, I can fully accept your terms. If it alleviates your concerns, I can rent a place of my own. All I ask is that I may see Tang Tang during the day." Seeing his prompt acceptance, Xiao Qingya began to doubt herself. What was happening? Had her appearance and allure diminished significantly since giving birth to Tang Tang? Otherwise, how could a young man be so indifferent to her charm? She did not believe that Summer was deliberately putting on a facade to engage in a game of seduction. She had encountered such individuals before, although some were convincing. Their eyes and subtle expressions betrayed them. She was certain that Summer was not one of those, as his gaze had not strayed from her since Tang Tang entered the room. Even while conversing with her, The majority of his attention remained on her daughter. It seemed he genuinely cared for Tang Tang, much like the daughter slaves described online. This was reassuring. It meant she need not worry that he was interested in her, or that he would neglect Tang Tang after their marriage. Mama, please agree to let this handsome uncle be my dad. He is just like the father I imagined. And I want him to be my daddy. Tang Tang, unable to contain herself as Xiao Qingya hesitated, tugged at her arm and sweetly pleaded in her childish voice. Meeting her daughter's pleading gaze, Xiao Qingya smiled and replied, "All right, since Tang Tang likes it, I will agree to let this uncle be your father." Oh, yay. Tang Tang has a daddy now. I am finally not the wild child without a father anymore. Hearing Xiao Qingya's affirmation, Tang Tang joyfully danced in place. Xiao Qingya affectionately patted her daughter's head, her tone gentle as she said, "All right, Tang Tang, this is a public place. We must be civil and polite, and not disturb the other uncles and aunties." Tang Tang obediently nodded, Tang Tang understands. I'm just so happy to have found a daddy. I won't be noisy anymore. Observing Tang Tang's well-behaved demeanor, Xia Tian sincerely praised, Tang Tang is truly good. There aren't many children her age who are so understanding. However, upon hearing Xia Tian's compliment, Xiao Qingya's eyes dimmed slightly. She sighed and spoke in a subdued tone, "Alas, I truly wish Tang Tang could be like other children, mischievous and carefree every day. I don't know if it's because I am too busy with work and spend too little time with her, or if it's because of our single-parent family and the absence of a father in her life, but Tang Tang is much more mature than other children her age." Xia Tian smiled reassuringly, "Don't worry, I have ample experience in caring for children. With my companionship, Tang Tang will surely grow up happy and joyful." Xiao Qingya looked at him coolly and said, "I hope you keep your word. If I find out that you treat Tang Tang poorly, or if you have ulterior motives in approaching her, I will not let you off easily." Xia Tian, slightly uneasy, replied, "How could that be? I even gave up a high-paying and respectable job just to spend time with the child. As a person who simply loves children, how could I harbor any ill intentions?" Xiao Qingya nodded, "Let us hope so." Meanwhile, the familiar system notification echoed once again in Xia Tian's mind. Ding. Child growth task successfully bound. Target, Xiaozihan, Tang Tang. Ding. Newbie task has been issued. Please complete it in a timely manner. Newbie task, as a qualified caregiver, you must prepare a satisfactory gift for your child. Task deadline, 48 hours. Task reward, a newbie caregiver gift package. Chapter 4. Who has upset you, Sister Fat? Why are you so angry? Xia Tian stood up and suggested, "How about we go out for a stroll? Although we are just a day away from obtaining the marriage certificate, it is always good to get to know each other a bit first." Xiao Qingya turned to Tang Tang and asked, "Tang Tang, would you prefer to go home now? Or would you like to accompany Mommy and this Uncle Xia Tian for a walk?" Tang Tang replied in a sweet voice, "Tang Tang, doesn't he want to go home? Tang Tang wants to play with Daddy and Mommy." Xiao Qingya patted Tang Tang's head. "All right, since our Tang Tang wants to go out to play, Mommy will take you for a stroll. However, Mommy and Uncle Xia Tian are not married yet, so you cannot call him Daddy." Hearing her mother's restriction, Tang Tang pouted in dissatisfaction and said, "I don't want to. I shall call you handsome Uncle Father." Tang Tang likes handsome uncle and wishes for him to be her father. Summer chuckled and advised, "Oh, let it be. After all, we are to register tomorrow. Since Tang Tang has taken a liking to him, let her call him that. It will help her adjust." Xiao Qingya nodded in agreement, tacitly accepting the situation. Upon exiting the CAF, Xiao Qingya opened her arms and said, "Come here, Tang Tang. There are many cars outside. Let Mama hold you." However, Tang Tang evaded Xiao Qingya's embrace and walked directly to Summer, tugging at his pant leg, declaring, "I don't want Mama to hold me. I want Daddy to hold me." Seeing her precious daughter so readily affectionate towards a man she had barely known, Xiao Qingya felt a pang of displeasure. "Tang Tang, don't be silly. Have you forgotten what Mama told you? You can't let strangers hold you." Undeterred by Xiao Qingya's reprimand, Tang Tang tilted her head defiantly, retorting, "But he is Daddy, not a stranger." Observing the standoff between the mother and daughter, Summer stepped in with a smile. "Since Tang Tang wishes for me to hold her, why not let me do so? I believe this is her first time seeing me, and she finds it novel," prompting her to ask for my embrace. "Rest assured, I am quite experienced in holding children and will certainly not let her fall. Furthermore, I won't leave your sight. So you needn't worry about me running off with her." Seeing the anticipation in her daughter's eyes, Xiao Qingya reluctantly nodded in agreement. Though she was quite surprised at how quickly Tang Tang had accepted Summer and grown so close to him. It was worth noting that despite being only 2 years old, Tang Tang had a strong sense of caution. Typically, apart from her dear friend Chu Weiwei, she did not allow even unfamiliar women to touch her, let alone strange men. Previously, when she had taken Tang Tang to her office, even knowing her colleagues were kind-hearted, Tang Tang had remained distant and aloof. This was the first time Xiao Qingya witnessed Tang Tang being so affectionate towards a stranger. With Xiao Qingya's approval, Summer crouched down and lifted Tang Tang into his arms. Once in his embrace, Tang Tang naturally wrapped her arms around his neck, displaying an intimacy akin to that of a true father and daughter. Witnessing such closeness between Tang Tang and Summer stirred a twinge of jealousy within Xiao Qingya. She shot Tang Tang a playful glare. "Little ingrate. You've just found a father and are already planning to forsake your own mother?" Sensing her mother's discontent, Tang Tang reached out to gently touch Xiao Qingya's cheek, soothingly saying in her tender voice, "Mama, don't cry. Tang Tang will never abandon you." Seeing Tang Tang's earnest expression as she attempted to comfort her, Xiao Qingya's jealousy dissipated entirely. She smiled and reassured, "Mama is not crying. She was just teasing you." Summer glanced around the unfamiliar street and awkwardly inquired, I am not very familiar with this area. I wonder if there are any shopping malls nearby. I'd like to take Tang Tang for a little outing." Xiao Qingya pointed towards a nearby building, saying, "There is a large shopping mall over there, which not only features a variety of shops but also has numerous play areas for children. Shall we take a stroll there?" Xia Tian nodded in agreement. "All right. I'll follow your lead." Once the destination was confirmed, Xiao Qingya pressed a button on her car key, unlocking the vehicle parked at the entrance. Xia Tian took the initiative to offer, "Shall I drive?" However, Xiao Qingya glanced at the contented Tang Tang nestled in his arms and shook her head, declining, "No. I'll drive. Otherwise, this little one will surely cause a ruckus." Not long after the trio departed, a bespectacled young man, exuding an air of refinement, entered the Xinyu SCAF and took a seat at table 06. Meanwhile, at the Xinyu SCAF on Qixia Road, a middle-aged woman in her 40s glanced at the time on her phone and left in a huff. "Daddy, I need to go to the restroom." As soon as they entered the shopping mall, Tang Tang exclaimed her urgency. Xia Tian had no choice but to hand Tang Tang over to Xiao Qingya. "Please take her to the restroom. I'll wait for you here." Xiao Qingya nodded and carried Tang Tang away. Xia Tian did not take Xiao Qingya's demeanor to heart. After all, they had only just met, and it was entirely natural for her to exhibit a somewhat distant attitude towards him. Even if she maintained this demeanor in the future, it mattered little to him, as long as Tang Tang, the little girl, did not distance herself from him. As for Xiao Qingya, she was merely a task to him. As long as she did not hinder him from caring for Tang Tang, it sufficed. During the interval while Xiao Qingya took Tang Tang to the restroom, Xia Tian busied himself. He approached a jewelry counter nearby and began to select items with great seriousness. His choice to visit the mall was not arbitrary. He intended to find a gift for Tang Tang as a token of their first meeting. This was, after all, his inaugural task after activating the system, and he could not afford to treat it lightly. "Hello, please wrap this tiger head safety amulet for me." After a thorough selection process, Xia Tian ultimately settled on a pure gold tiger head safety amulet. It was not his top preference, but rather a reflection of the balance in his account, which could only accommodate such a price range. "Good day, sir. That will be 68,888 yuan. Would you prefer to scan or swipe your card?" Xia Tian produced his salary card and handed it to the smiling sales clerk before him. "I'll swipe my card. Also, please wrap up those rings beside it." "Sir, the rings total 6,888 yuan. Altogether, that amounts to 75,776 yuan. After applying a discount, you only need to pay 75,000 yuan." Xia Tian nodded and entered his bank password to complete the transaction. Sighing, he mused to himself, "This is nearly all of my wealth in this world. I wonder if Tang Tang will like it, and what sort of reward the system will provide. It surely won't let me incur a loss, will it?" While awaiting Xiao Qingya and Tang Tang's return, Xia Tian could not suppress a quiet murmur to himself. However, before Xiao Qingya could return with Tang Tang, he received a phone call from Sister Fat. Xia Tian, what is your game? If you want to switch careers, just say so. Is it amusing to toy with me like this? As soon as the call connected, he was met with a barrage of complaints from Sister Fat on the other end. Summer was utterly bewildered by the sudden outburst directed at him. He inquired with genuine confusion, Sister Fat, what seems to be the issue? Who has upset you to evoke such fury? Chapter 5. The incorrigible man who fails to appreciate your efforts on the other end of the line. Sister Fat retorted angrily, Humph. How dare you ask me what's wrong? Are you truly unaware of your own actions? After a moment of contemplation, Summer was still unable to recall the incident. He responded with a rueful smile, Sister Fat, please, spare me the suspense. I genuinely do not comprehend what you are referring to. Noticing Summer's feigned ignorance, Sister Fat pressed on, tell me, where are you right now? Summer replied, I'm at the mall. Why? Sister Fat snapped, why? How can you even ask that? You insisted I help you find a job as a male nanny, and after much effort, I finally made some connections for you. What happened? When the appointed time arrived, you chose to wander the mall instead of meeting with your prospective employer. Are you trying to drive me mad? Summer, taken aback, exclaimed, Sister Fat. What are you talking about? You must be mistaken. I have indeed met with the employer, and our conversation went quite well. I am set to officially start work tomorrow. Right now, I'm simply accompanying the employer and her little baby at the mall. How could there be any misunderstanding as you described? What? You met with the employer, and you've already come to an agreement? Sister Fat was momentarily stunned by Summer's words. Yes, this employer is quite agreeable. She has offered me double the salary. Additionally, her baby is adorable, and we have a wonderful rapport. I believe I can work there for a long while, at least for a few years without issue. Summer refrained from mentioning his agreement to marry Xiao Qingya in exchange for care of Tang Tang, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the sacrifice involved. Hearing Summer's earnest declarations, Sister Fat skeptically asked, Xiao Tian, are you certain that everything you just said is true? You're not just saying this to ease my worries, are you? Summer chuckled. How could I deceive you? If I had not found a suitable employer, I would have certainly asked you to help me find another one. Why would I hide such matters from you? Sister Fat conceded, that's a fair point. You have no reason to deceive me. However, I just received a call from the employer stating she waited for you for half an hour without seeing you. Summer was too pressed for time to clarify matters for her. Sister Fat, my boss has arrived. I must end this conversation for now. I'll visit you when I have the time, and we can discuss this further. Without waiting for her response, he hung up. Daddy, hug. Upon returning from the restroom, Tang Tang immediately squirmed to escape Xiao Qingya's embrace, seeking to be held by Summer instead. Summer glanced at Xiao Qingya and, upon seeing her willingly pass the child to him, beamed as he reached out to take Tang Tang in his arms. It appears that Tang Tang is indeed quite considerate of her mother, fearing that her mother might tire from carrying her while shopping, prompting her to request my assistance in holding her. Tang Tang, appearing to grasp the sentiment, nodded, yes. I care for Mama the most. After saying this, perhaps sensing it was a bit inappropriate, she turned to look at her father, who was holding her. Daddy, please do not feel jealous. Apart from loving Mama, I also love you. Observing the adorable and understanding little darling in his arms, Xia Tian chuckled joyfully. Haha. Tang Tang, your words are truly sweet. Daddy loves you too. Here, this is a gift I just selected for you, Tang Tang. Let's see if you like it. With one arm cradling Tang Tang, he retrieved the carefully chosen peace charm from a bag. Upon hearing about the gift, Tang Tang's face lit up with surprise as she eagerly snatched the box from Xia Tian's hands. Impatiently, she opened it and took out the peace charm. Wow, it's a little tiger. Tang Tang was born in the year of the tiger. This is so cute. I absolutely love the gift from Daddy. Although their home was not lacking in similar items, Tang Tang cherished it as if it were a treasure, cradling it delicately in her hands. Seeing Tang Tang's reaction, Xia Tian smiled with relief. I'm glad you like it. I was worried you might not. Tang Tang wrapped her arms around Xia Tian's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. Afterward, with a beaming smile, she said, of course not. As long as it's a gift from Daddy, I love it. Xia Tian gently patted Tang Tang's head. Since you love it, how about I buy you gifts more often? Tang Tang nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Daddy, let us make a pinky promise. All right. Pinky promise. Xia Tian extended his little pinky, seriously making the promise with Tang Tang. Seeing that such a simple gift could bring Tang Tang so much joy left Xiaoqingya utterly astonished. She knew that whenever she brought gifts home, Tang Tang's reactions were often lukewarm, with some gifts still unopened to this day. She had thought it was due to her daughter's maturity surpassing that of typical children, but it seemed that was not the case. Though puzzled by Tang Tang's affection for Xia Tian's gift, Xiaoqingya maintained a favorable impression of him. With her discerning eye, she immediately recognized that the peace charm around Tang Tang's neck was worth at least 50 to 60,000 yuan. For her, such an amount was trivial. And for Tang Tang, this price could only be considered ordinary. However, this gift revealed Xia Tian's genuine feelings towards Tang Tang. It seemed he truly chose to remain and marry her not merely to play the role of a father, but out of genuine affection. Reflecting on the fact that this gift represented a significant portion of Xia Tian's savings accumulated over half a year, Xiaoqingya felt a pang of embarrassment. After all, she had yet to formalize their relationship, and the promised monthly living allowance of 20,000 yuan had yet to be fulfilled. Yet, it was summer that had cost so much for Tang Tang, and he even promised to frequently buy her gifts in order to cheer her up. After a moment of silence, Xiaoqingya spoke in a cold tone. Mr. Xia, such matters need not concern you in the future. You only need to take care of Tang Tang's daily life and play the role of a father in front of others. The once cheerful Summer's expression darkened upon hearing her words. What did this woman mean? Was she implying that he was meddling? Did she intend for him to assume the identity of Tang Tang's father while merely fulfilling the duties of a caretaker? This was unacceptable. She could disregard him as a husband, treating him as a mere caretaker or guardian, but he would not allow her to impede his role as a devoted father. Turning to her, Summer stated earnestly, Ms. Xiao, I understand that you merely wish to provide Tang Tang with a nominal father. However, regardless of whether she is my biological daughter, as long as she calls me daddy, I will love her as my own. Moreover, my concern and affection for Tang Tang do not violate the agreement you previously mentioned. I hope that similar matters will not be interfered with in the future. Seeing Summer suppress his anger, Xiaoqingya chose not to refute him on the spot. After all, this was not a matter of principle for her. At worst, she could simply provide him with a bit more living expenses and discreetly compensate him for the gifts he wished to buy. There was no need to quarrel over such trivialities. Though not genuinely angry, Xiaoqingya couldn't help but internally scoff. Humph. Unappreciative man, here I am saving you money. And you fail to see my good intentions. Truly, a dog-biting El Dombin, unable to recognize a good person's heart. Chapter 6. The Unappreciative Man. I knew you were after me. Observing the grim expressions on both Summer's and Xiaoqingya's faces, Tang Tang anxiously asked, Daddy, are you arguing with Mommy? Meeting Tang Tang's bewildered and helpless gaze, Summer's anger dissipated in an instant. He smiled and replied, No, we are not arguing. Daddy is just discussing matters with Mommy. However, despite her young age, Tang Tang was perceptive enough to sense the emotional shift between them. Furrowing her brow, she pitifully remarked, Daddy is lying. You were clearly arguing. Mommy looked angry just now. She always has that cold face when she is upset, and it's quite frightening. Seeing the tears welling in Tang Tang's large eyes, Xiaoqingya could no longer afford to be angry with Summer. She gently took Tang Tang from his hands and softly reassured her. What you said is true, Tang Tang. Mommy indeed had a disagreement with him just now. However, it was a minor issue, and we have resolved it now. Tang Tang wrapped her arms around Xiaoqingya's neck and pleaded, Mommy, please don't argue with Daddy anymore. Okay. Tang Tang doesn't he want to continue being a child without a father? Listening to Tang Tang's innocent words, Xiaoqingya felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She lowered her head and gently kissed Tang Tang's cheek, then smiled as she promised. All right, Mommy promises you that she will not argue with him anymore. They will never allow our Tang Tang to become a child without a father. Upon hearing her agreement, Tang Tang lifted her head, blinking her sparkling eyes and inquiring, Really? Xiaoqingya nodded. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you, dear? Then let's make a pinky promise. All right, pinky promise. Mommy, I want to play with that. Go ahead and play. Indeed, Children are easily appeased. After Xiao Qingya's assurance, Tang Tang quickly lost interest in arguing with Xia Tian and became captivated by the nearby slide. Tang Tang ventured off to play on the slide, while the two adults, Xia Tian and Xiao Qingya, settled down to rest not far away. Xia Tian retrieved a ring from his bag, one he had bought earlier as a gift for Tang Tang, and placed it on the table before Xiao Qingya. Here, this is for you. Seeing the small red box before her, Xiao Qingya asked in surprise, "What is this?" Xia Tian casually replied, "Just a little gift. I bought it while getting something for Tang Tang." Hearing it was merely a small gift, Xiao Qingya didn't think much of it and casually opened the box. However, upon seeing the ring inside, her expression instantly changed. She swiftly closed the box and pushed the ring back towards Xia Tian. "What do you mean by this? Why are you giving me a ring? Don't you know what it signifies between men and women?" Xia Tian shrugged. "Of course I know. It's just for proposals or weddings, right?" Xiao Qingya retorted coldly. "Then why would you give me a ring? I clearly stated in the CAF that I am marrying you merely to provide Tang Tang with a father. Our relationship will only exist in name, not in reality." Xia Tian scoffed. "Even if the marriage is a sham, the marriage certificate is real, isn't it? Since we are legally married, what's wrong with me giving you a ring?" Xiao Qingya replied, "I advise you to refrain from investing too much thought into me. Otherwise, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment." Xia Tian shot her a glance and said, "Come on, are you out of your mind? Just because someone gives you something doesn't mean they have ulterior motives. How self-absorbed can you be?" Xiao Qingya retorted with a cold smile. "Isn't it true?" Xia Tian explained. "The reason I gave you the ring is simply that I will soon be Tang Tang's father. We will inevitably attend parent-teacher meetings and similar occasions together. Having a ring can prevent others from suspecting that we are not a genuine couple, ensuring Tang Tang isn't teased or bullied by other children because of it. That's all there is to it." However, Xiao Qingya remained unconvinced. "Do you really think I would believe what you just said?" Xia Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Whether you believe it or not is your concern. I bought the ring, and you can take it or leave it." After saying this, Xia Tian stood up and walked toward the area where Tang Tang was playing. Seeing him leave so abruptly, Xiao Qingya huffed in frustration. "Humph, you dog of a man. I always knew you were after me. Now that you've been exposed, you won't admit it, yet you dare to use Tang Tang as an excuse. I'm curious how long you can keep up this charade." In the eyes of Xiao Qingya, it was evident that Xia Tian's actions were directed towards her. Previously, he had spent an extravagant amount on gifts for Tang Tang, seemingly attempting to win her favor through such gestures. It appeared that he possessed a modicum of cleverness. Recognizing that lavish gifts worth tens of thousands were inconsequential to her, only by lavishing this money on Tang Tang could he possibly leave a favorable impression on her. However, he had miscalculated this time. Xiao Qingya was no naive girl, inexperienced in the ways of the world. Over the years, she had encountered numerous wealthy young men and talented individuals. Since Tang Tang's arrival, there had been no shortage of suitors attempting to win her heart by ingratiating themselves with the child. She conceded that, of all these individuals, Xia Tian had donned the mask most convincingly. Had it not been for the ring he had just presented to her, she might have almost believed that his desire to marry her stemmed solely from affection for the child. "Tang Tang, are you thirsty? Would you like some water or a moment's rest?" After observing Tang Tang for a while, Xia Tian noticed the beads of sweat forming on her forehead. He immediately approached her with concern. Upon seeing him, Tang Tang joyfully embraced him. "Daddy, I'm hungry. Will you take me to eat something delicious?" Xia Tian lifted her into his arms, indulging her. "Of course. What does our little treasure wish to eat?" "Daddy will take you right away. I want ice cream. I want ice cream." After much deliberation, Tang Tang finally expressed her true desire. Following her declaration, she looked up at Xia Tian with eager anticipation. "Can we, Daddy? Can you take Tang Tang for ice cream? Mommy usually doesn't let me have it." Meeting her pitiful gaze, Xia Tian, without a moment's hesitation, readily agreed. "No problem. It's just ice cream. I'll take you to get some right away." "Oh, I can finally have ice cream. Daddy, you're the best. I love you so much." Hearing that she would soon enjoy the ice cream she had longed for, Tang Tang excitedly pressed a kiss to Xia Tian's cheek. As Xia Tian approached with Tang Tang in his arms, Xiao Qingya stood up to greet them, curiosity evident in her expression. "What did you say to Tang Tang?" Why is she suddenly so happy, even kissing you? Xia Tian chuckled. Oh, it's nothing much. I simply promised to take her for ice cream. Upon hearing the word ice cream, Xiao Qingya's expression immediately soured. Chapter 7. Scientific Parenting? I believe scientific pig farming is far more reliable. Xiao Qingya forcibly took Tang Tang from Xia Tian's arms, her displeasure palpable. Who told you to promise her ice cream? Don't you know that if you make promises to children and fail to keep them, it can easily lead to tantrums? Xia Tian shrugged nonchalantly. It's just ice cream. I'll buy her one shortly. Seeing Xia Tian's indifferent attitude only fueled Xiao Qingya's anger. She retorted coldly, Humph. It's easy for you to say, just buy one. Don't you realize that Tang Tang is still quite young? Her digestive system is delicate. And consuming overly cold treats can easily lead to an upset stomach. Moreover, the excessive sugar content in ice cream can lead to dental decay if consumed in excess. Xia Tian retorted, Who have you been listening to for such misguided notions? Tang Tang is nearly 3 years old, at her age. As long as she does not indulge excessively, having an occasional ice cream poses no issue whatsoever. However, Xiao Qingya remained unconvinced. Your words are comforting. But when she ends up with a stomach ache or diarrhea, it will be Tang Tang suffering. You don't seem to care since she is not your child. Do you? Upon hearing this, Xia Tian's temper flared. He replied coldly, If you do not understand, refrain from speaking out of turn. A child of her age consuming ice cream is fundamentally harmless. I have cared for more children than you have encountered. Surely I possess this basic knowledge. Xiao Qingya countered defiantly. So what if you have cared for more children than I? Can you truly claim to know more than the experts? The parenting specialists on television advise against children consuming cold or sweet foods. Xia Tian could not help but laugh at Xiao Qingya's statement. I initially thought your vehement opposition to giving her ice cream stemmed from a significant reason, but it turns out to be merely this? Confused, Xiao Qingya inquired. What do you mean? Is there a problem with following the experts' advice? Their statements are grounded in scientific evidence, far more reliable than your so-called experience. With disdain, Xia Tian scoffed, PSH. Nonsense experts. If you truly adhere to their so-called scientific parenting methods, you would end up ruining this child. Look at the exemplary children. None were raised solely by following these so-called scientific guidelines. Xiao Qingya retorted, just because it was the case in the past does not mean it will remain so. The reason we do not see it now is simply that scientific parenting methods have yet to become widespread. Xia Tian asked, this so-called scientific parenting method. The first to learn of it should be your so-called experts, correct? Xiao Qingya nodded. Yes, what is the issue? Xia Tian pressed further. Let me ask you. Do those experts who preach scientific parenting have children of their own? Xiao Qingya replied uncertainly. They should. After all, they are not exactly young. Xia Tian continued. When they expound on these so-called scientific parenting methods, do they use their own children as examples? Have they shared how their children have thrived thanks to these methods? Xiao Qingya shook her head. Not that I know of. Xia Tian chuckled. Why do you think that is? Is it because their children are not as exemplary as they claim? Or are their children so exceptional that they fear inciting jealousy among you? This line of questioning left Xiao Qingya speechless. She realized that she had indeed overlooked this aspect previously. Instinctively believing that the experts who appeared on television must be extraordinarily capable, certainly more so than she, an inexperienced new mother. Observing Xiao Qingya lost in thought. Xia Tian chose not to continue his teasing. With a gentle smile, she reassured, this isn't entirely your fault. After all, it is your first experience as a mother. It's entirely normal to lack experience. My fondness for children, coupled with my ongoing pursuit of knowledge in this area, has enabled me to discern which information is genuinely beneficial and which is merely misleading. Moreover, not all experts are incorrect, at least. The principles of scientific pig rearing are quite reliable. Xiao Qingya shook her head earnestly. No, this is indeed my fault. My own laziness and negligence have led me to mistakenly trust the scientific parenting methods advocated by those experts. Xia Tian chuckled. No worries, you have me now. You can focus on your work, and I will take care of Tang Tang without any issues. Tang Tang, who had been silent until now, mustered the courage to ask. Mom, have you and Dad finished arguing? Xiao Qingya affectionately patted her head and replied, Tang Tang has misunderstood. We weren't arguing. We were merely discussing how to raise you better. Tang Tang, not fully grasping her mother's words, was solely concerned about whether she would still get ice cream. She timidly inquired, "Mom, does that mean Dad's promise of ice cream still count?" Xiao Qingya laughed. "Of course it counts. We will always keep our promises to you, Tang Tang, and never deceive you." "Oh, that's wonderful. So, Mom agrees I can have ice cream." Hearing her mother's promise, Tang Tang clapped her little hands in delight. Seeing how a simple ice cream could bring such joy to her daughter, Xiao Qingya felt a pang of guilt. It seemed that over the past 2 years, she had indeed been misled by the so-called scientific parenting methods. In her pursuit of what was deemed nutritionally healthy, she had overlooked her daughter's feelings. Looking at the beaming Tang Tang, she earnestly asked, "Do you like ice cream, Tang Tang?" Tang Tang nodded eagerly, "I do." Then, seemingly afraid of upsetting her mother, she added quickly, "But I love you more, Mom. If you don't like me eating ice cream, then I want to have it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingya felt warmth fill her heart. She smiled and said, "Since you love it, how about I let you have ice cream every day?" Tang Tang was utterly astonished by this news. "Really?" she asked in disbelief. Xiao Qingya nodded affirmatively. "Of course. How could I ever lie to you? When we get home, I'll buy a box of ice cream and keep it in the freezer, taking one out for you each day." "Wow, that's amazing. Mom, I love you." After receiving her mother's assurance, Tang Tang excitedly hugged Xiao Qingya and planted a kiss on her cheek. Observing the warm scene between mother and daughter, Xia Tian smiled and praised, "This is just perfect. Look at how harmonious you both are." Feeling her cheeks flush at Xia Tian's cheerful expression, Xiao Qingya couldn't help but remember that Tang Tang had just kissed Xia Tian moments ago. Now she kissed herself again, which implies that she has had an indirect intimate contact with Xia Tian. Although she felt a twinge of embarrassment and discomfort, she earnestly looked at Xia Tian and said, "Thank you. If it weren't for your reminder, I might have continued to be engrossed in that so-called scientific parenting, neglecting what Tang Tang truly needs." Xia Tian shook his head. "There's no need for such politeness or gratitude. My actions are not intended to assist you. I am merely concerned that your ignorance might deprive Tang Tang of a joyful childhood." Chapter 8. It seems this fellow possesses a higher caliber than the men I have encountered before. Xiao Qingya was infuriated by Xia Tian, nearly resorting to foul language. Yet, upon seeing the adorable and innocent Tang Tang in her arms, she restrained herself, fearing that such uncivil behavior might influence the child negatively. "Humph. If Tang Tang enjoys being held by you, then you can hold her," she huffed, shoving Tang Tang into Xia Tian's embrace before sulking away alone. Xia Tian was eager to bond with little Tang Tang, seizing the opportunity to foster a connection, joyfully accepting the child. He was oblivious to the grimace on Xiao Qingya's face. Originally, Xiao Qingya thought Xia Tian would offer her some comforting words, as he had before. But after waiting for a considerable time without a word from him, she looked up to find that he had wandered off with Tang Tang, both of them laughing and enjoying themselves, seemingly forgetting her existence. Biting her lip in frustration, Xiao Qingya muttered, "Humph. That scoundrel. How could he abandon me and run off on his own, displaying such a lack of decorum?" Despite her complaints, her feet moved swiftly as she hurried to catch up with him. Meanwhile, her heart began to waver regarding Xia Tian's true intentions for marrying her. Was he truly drawn to her beauty or wealth? Yet, why did it appear that he seemed to prioritize Tang Tang's thoughts and feelings over hers? Could it be that she had misjudged him? Perhaps he agreed to this sham marriage solely out of affection for Tang Tang, intending to stay and care for her? Unthinkable. How could that be? Tang Tang was not even his biological child. Even if he liked children, he had no reason to invest so much in someone else's child. This must be a case of playing hard to get. He is intentionally sidelining her to win Tang Tang's favor, seeking to capture her attention through this method. It must be so. He is undoubtedly after her as well, albeit at a higher level than those she encountered previously. Having reached this conclusion about Xia Tian in her mind, Xiao Qingya's gaze towards him grew colder, though she remained silent. Countless schemes to test Xia Tian and compel him to reveal his true self flashed through her mind. After exiting the mall, Xia Tian first sought out a convenience store to buy Tang Tang the ice cream she had been longing for. After exiting the convenience store, Xia Tian and Tang Tang each held an ice cream, their faces radiant with joy. Xiao Qingya glanced at her empty hands and could not help but inquire, "Did you only buy 2 inside?" Xia Tian nodded affirmatively. Is this store really down to just 2 ice creams? She asked. Xia Tian replied, how could that be? Such a large convenience store must have more than just 2 ice creams. There are plenty inside. Were you hoping to purchase a whole box? However, I believe it would be wiser to wait until after dinner to buy them. Otherwise, if they sit out too long, they will melt. Xiao Qingye rolled her eyes and retorted, did you not notice that I am missing something? Xia Tian earnestly surveyed her from head to toe and, puzzled, asked, but you're not missing anything. Are you referring to your bag? I recall you left it in the car when we got out. Irritated, Xiao Qingye snapped. Who mentioned anything about my bag? I'm talking about ice cream. You both are enjoying ice cream. Did it not cross your minds to buy one for me as well? Xia Tian expressed surprise. Huh? You still eat this stuff? I thought you were so averse to ice cream before that you wouldn't enjoy it, so I didn't buy you any. Even Tang Tang looked confused and asked, Mom, weren't you the one who disliked ice cream the most? Have you developed a liking for it now? Or do you want the ice cream that Dad bought for you? Xiao Qingye replied, I don't care for the ice cream he buys. I merely thought it was odd that you two are eating while I am left out. Xia Tian countered, not at all. I don't think it matters whether or not you eat ice cream. Huh? If you say it doesn't matter, then it really doesn't. As if anyone is particularly longing for it. Xiao Qingye scoffed at this and continued walking ahead. Seeing her sudden anger, Xia Tian felt utterly bewildered. Hadn't they just agreed that they would no longer restrict Tang Tang from eating ice cream? Why was she upset now that he had bought one for himself? Calling out to Xiao Qingye's retreating figure, Xia Tian asked, hey, do you want some ice cream? If you do, I can buy you one too. There is no need to be angry over such a trivial matter. Not necessary, came Xiao Qingye's frosty response. Xia Tian, holding Tang Tang, followed behind her and quietly asked, Tang Tang, why is your mom upset? Tang Tang shook her head in confusion. I don't know. Adults' thoughts are the hardest to decipher. Xia Tian chuckled. Since we can't figure it out, let us not bother. Let us enjoy our ice cream. Tang Tang nodded happily. Yes, we don't need to worry about her. Mom is an adult, and she will soothe herself soon enough. After a short while, Xiao Qingye led Xia Tian and Tang Tang into a fast food chain. Perhaps due to having just enjoyed ice cream, Tang Tang was particularly well behaved during lunch, managing to eat from her bowl without needing any feeding. During a brief interlude at mealtime, Xia Tian, filled with curiosity, inquired, by the way, where do you work? I am still unaware of what you do. Xiao Qingye stared at him in astonishment. You do not recognize me? Xia Tian replied, I do know you. You are Xiao Qingye, Tang Tang's mother. Xiao Qingye rolled her eyes. That is not the point. I was asking if you were unaware of who I am or what my profession entails. Xia Tian shook his head. I do not know. Is it something noteworthy? Should I be familiar with it? Xiao Qingye refrained from elaborating further, merely responding dismissively, not particularly. I just assumed Wei Wei had briefed you about me. Xia Tian honestly responded, I only know you are looking for a male nanny. Beyond that, I am entirely uninformed. Xiao Qingye chuckled. Oh, that makes sense. Perhaps Wei Wei was concerned that I might not find you suitable and did not wish to waste time. Xia Tian shot her a glance but did not engage further. Xiao Qingye continued, since you are not well acquainted with my background, allow me to introduce myself briefly. My name is Xiao Qingye. I am 26 years old, and I currently hold a position at Xingyun Group, where I serve as an executive. Xia Tian praised her, impressive. Achieving an executive role at such a young age at Xingyun Group explains the generous monthly salary of 20,000 you offered me. Xiao Qingye queried. Are you familiar with Xingyun Group? Xia Tian replied, not really. Is this group particularly renowned? Xiao Qingye, slightly irritated, remarked, if you're unaware. How could you have just praised my accomplishments? Xia Tian laughed, while I may not have heard of Xingyun Group. I am aware of the caliber of individuals who occupy executive positions. If you have reached such a level, you must indeed be remarkable. Xiao Qingye smirked inwardly, such pretense. Continue your act. If you truly had not heard of Xingyun Group, you would not have seemed so surprised upon learning of my executive status. After a moment, Xia Tian asked, executives must earn a substantial salary. How much do you make in a month? Xiao Qingye, with a wary expression, queried, why do you ask? Xia Tian earnestly responded, of course I must inquire. Although our connection began with Tang Tang, we are destined to become family. As the sole economic provider, I believe I should understand your monthly earnings. This way, I can appropriately allocate the 2,000 you provide me each month. If you only earn a little over 20,000 and I allocate all of it to household expenses, what would happen in case of an urgent situation? Observing Xia Tian's earnest demeanor, Xiao Qingya skeptically asked, "Is that truly how you feel?" Xia Tian nodded, "Absolutely. Otherwise, why would I concern myself with your salary?" Noticing Xiao Qingya fall into silence, Xia Tian queried in surprise, what is the matter? Is my question difficult to answer? Or does it encroach upon your privacy? If it is too sensitive to discuss, that is perfectly fine. I am capable of supporting our household even without your salary. Xiao Qingya shook her head, denying. That is not the case. I am simply contemplating how to convey this to you. What do you mean? Xia Tian asked, perplexed. Before Xiao Qingya could explain, Tang Tang, in her innocent voice, interjected, "Daddy, you misunderstood Mommy. Actually, Mommy doesn't get paid for her job." What? You can't be serious. Are you being deceived? You, a so-called corporate executive, must have taken out a loan to work there, right? Let me tell you, we absolutely cannot engage in such a practice. Even if it means finding a more ordinary job, you must sever ties with such a company at once, lest you transform from a victim into a suspect. Hearing Tang Tang's words that Xiao Qingya had no salary, Xia Tian's first thought was that this foolish woman had been duped. Xiao Qingya couldn't help but laugh at Xia Tian's words. As the president of Xingyun Group, she found it amusing that he was concerned about her falling victim to a loan scheme. Did she truly appear to be one of those naive newcomers to the workforce? Seeing that she did not take his words to heart, Xia Tian assumed she was reluctant to part with her respectable job. He then earnestly advised her, "I must warn you, do not fall for the sweet words of those outside. The so-called lucrative investments and undisclosed blue ocean projects are all deceptions. Think about it. If it were truly that easy to earn money, how could such opportunities possibly come your way? If you still refuse to listen, consider Tang Tang. You surely wouldn't want her to have a mother in prison at such a young age, would you? Daddy, you're mistaken. Mommy just doesn't take a salary. But she earns quite a lot." Originally, Xiao Qingya had hoped to see Xia Tian continue his performance, but Tang Tang interrupted, leaving her no opportunity. Meeting Xia Tian's puzzled gaze, Xiao Qingya felt compelled to explain, "You see, the reason Tang Tang says I don't take a salary is that executive salaries are calculated annually. I hesitated to share my monthly salary because I was unsure whether to convert it from the annual figure." Upon hearing her explanation, Xia Tian realized, "I see now. I must have misunderstood." After saying this, he lowered his head, focusing intently on the food before him. His sudden silence left Xiao Qingya feeling a tad disgruntled. What did this man mean by suddenly losing interest in her earnings? Did he doubt her capabilities, believing that a woman could not earn much? Or did he think she was boasting, fearing that continuing the conversation would reveal her exaggeration? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she proactively asked, "Why are you no longer curious? Aren't you interested in how much I earn in a month?" Xia Tian replied with a smile, "If you're willing to share, I will find out sooner or later." His response made Xiao Qingya feel as though she had struck a pillow. It was quite frustrating. Nevertheless, she extended her hand, stating, "I didn't intentionally hide it from you. I earn roughly this much in a month." Afterward, Xiao Qingya secretly mused, "Humph, I certainly did not deceive you. Based on our group's revenue last year, the monthly net profit is around 50 million. So, extending my hand is not an issue. If he made a mistake, then I cannot be held accountable." Xia Tian glanced at her, then nodded and remarked, "Oh, earning 50,000 a month is indeed quite substantial. Even if I allocate 20,000 for household expenses, that still leaves me with 30,000 each month to save for unforeseen circumstances, which seems quite reasonable." Xiao Qingya, taken aback, responded, "Who told you that my monthly income is only 50,000? Before she could finish her thought, Xia Tian interrupted, "All right, no need to elaborate. I understand. You executives, in addition to your salaries, also receive project bonuses and profit sharing, correct? Furthermore, during holidays, you likely receive some shopping vouchers as small perks. Even the car you drive must be provided by the company, am I right? No need to report every detail to me. After all, we are merely partners in creating a complete and healthy environment for Tang Tang to grow up in. We are not actually a married couple." Xiao Qingya was at a loss for words. utterly bewildered by his thoughts. Did he genuinely believe she was trying to curry favor with him? Chapter 10. So, you mean I jumped the queue and took someone else's place? For the remainder of the meal, silence enveloped the table. Tang Tang and Xia Tian focused intently on their food, while Xiao Qingya simmered in her own frustration. Daddy, I'm full. Where shall we go to play next? After finishing her meal, Tang Tang wiped her mouth with a napkin and turned to Xia Tian, her expression adorably innocent. Before Xia Tian could respond, Xiao Qingya, sitting beside Tang Tang, interjected, No, Tang Tang, after eating, it's time for a nap. You must return with mommy to sleep. If you want to play, you'll have to wait until after your nap. Tang Tang, clearly reluctant and feeling unsatisfied, protested, But I'm not sleepy. How about you go back and take a nap? Mommy, I want to keep playing with Daddy. To prevent a dispute between the mother and daughter, Xia Tian took the initiative to speak. Tang Tang is a well-behaved child. You must listen to your mother and take a good nap. If you don't follow her instructions, you won't be seen as a good child. Not only will your parents be displeased, but your teachers and classmates will be too. Tang Tang, feeling wronged, replied, No, I am a good child. Mommy and Daddy, please don't dislike me. I'm just so happy to see Daddy and want to play a little longer before sleeping. Xia Tian gently patted Tang Tang's head. All right. Tang Tang, be a good girl and go back to sleep. Even if you stay, Daddy won't have time to play with you, as I need to pack for tomorrow's move so I can live with you. Upon hearing Xia Tian's words, Tang Tang eagerly asked, So, after you move tomorrow, I can live with you every day and see you all the time? Xia Tian nodded, Exactly. Once I move over, I can take care of our little Tang Tang every day and play with you. Are you still planning to stay and delay Dad's move? Tang Tang quickly shook her head and replied, No, I want to go home with Mommy. I'll be good and listen to Mommy, sleep well, and then wait for Dad to move in. Observing her daughter, who had previously enjoyed contradicting her, being easily coaxed by Xia Tian, Xiao Qingya remarked in surprise, I didn't expect you to be quite adept at soothing children. Xia Tian chuckled, Miss Xiao, are you questioning my professional capabilities? Have you forgotten that I am, in fact, a professional at comforting children? It was only after Xia Tian's reminder that Xiao Qingya remembered that this man before her was a male nanny, setting aside other considerations. When it came to caring for and comforting children, she realized she might not be his equal. She nodded, Where do you live? Do you need me to drive you home? Xia Tian shook his head. It's all right. No need. We just finished eating. And this is the time when children tend to get sleepy. If you drive me, Tang Tang might become more alert on the way. I'll just take a taxi back. We can connect again tomorrow. Xiao Qingya nodded. All right. Once you have your things packed, remember to send me your address. Tomorrow morning, I will bring the household registration book to pick you up. After we register, I'll take you straight to my home. Goodbye, little Tang Tang. See you tomorrow. It was only after watching Xiao Qingya and Tang Tang leave that Xia Tian hailed a taxi to his rental apartment. On the way home, Tang Tang, feeling a bit uneasy, asked, Mommy, will I get to see Daddy tomorrow? Xiao Qingya nodded reassuringly, Of course. We just made plans to pick him up tomorrow morning to live with us. Oh, that's wonderful. Now Tang Tang has a daddy too. With Xiao Qingya's affirmation, Tang Tang erupted into joyful cheers. Seeing her daughter so happy, Xiao Qingya couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. It seemed she had underestimated Tang Tang's anticipation for her father. Had she known this, she would have asked Chu Weiwei to send over detailed information about this man. Now, all she could do was wait for Chu Weiwei to return, hoping he would not disappoint Tang Tang and was not someone with ulterior motives. Otherwise, she would ensure he regretted appearing before her and Tang Tang. Upon returning to his rental, Xia Tian swiftly gathered his belongings. After packing some items he no longer needed, he headed out to the grocery store owned by Sister Pang. Sister Pang, I'm back. Thank you for today's help. Without you, I would have known when I could find such a suitable employer. Xia Tian set down his things and greeted the jovial Sister Pang, who was seated behind the counter. Noticing the uncontainable smile on Xia Tian's face, Pang Yueru was convinced that he must have found a truly satisfactory employer. After all, this was not the first time she had introduced him to potential employers, and he had never appeared this elated after a successful introduction. Oh, you've brought all your things. It seems you're about to move. Peng Yuuru inquired with a smile. Summer did not conceal her thoughts, nodding affirmatively. Yes. I have already discussed it with the employer's family. I will move in with them tomorrow. It seems that I will be staying there for the foreseeable future, so these items will no longer be of use. Xia Yuru, puzzled, inquired, Xiao Tian, please be honest with me. Who introduced you to this client? I have never seen you so happy before. Taken aback, Summer replied. Huh? Sister Fat, what do you mean by that? Isn't this customer someone you referred to me? Xia Yuru chuckled softly. Do not try to make me happy. I have confirmed that the client I arranged for you today didn't wait for you at all. Did you look at the other party's information and decide it was unsuitable? So you just sneaked away? Summer shook his head in confusion. No? I met my current employer at table 06 in the Heart's Delight CAF. Are you sure? Upon hearing Summer's words, Xia Yuru was momentarily stunned. Summer nodded with certainty. Of course, I am sure. After I took a taxi, I went directly to table 06. How long did it take you to get there by taxi? Xia Yuru seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly pressed for more details. Without hesitation, Summer responded. About 40 minutes. I almost arrived late, but fortunately, the other party didn't mind. Xia Yuru, with a peculiar expression, asked, Are you certain it took over 40 minutes in the taxi? Summer nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. I spent over 30 minutes on the elevated road. Upon hearing that Summer had spent over 30 minutes on the elevated road, Xia Yuru finally confirmed her suspicions. Seeing Xia Yuru gazing at him in silence, Summer, puzzled, asked, Sister Fat, why do you keep looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? After a brief pause, Xia Yuru slowly spoke. I am perplexed about the sheer luck you've encountered. You went to the wrong place yet somehow managed to snatch someone else's client. Surprised, Summer queried, Sister Fat. What do you mean by that? Xia Yuru replied coldly, Humph. How can you even ask? You clearly weren't paying attention when I spoke. I told you about the Heart's Delight CAF on Shixia Road, which is only a little over 1,000 meters from my shop. Yet, you took a taxi for over 40 minutes and ended up who knows where. Tell me, if you weren't in the wrong place looking for the wrong person, what were you doing? Upon hearing Sister Fat's words, Summer was completely stunned. So, are you saying that the person my current employer was supposed to meet was not me at all? I just happened to arrive early and inadvertently took someone else's place? Chapter 11. Generous System Rewards, or perhaps just run away with Tang Tang. Well, if you took someone else's spot, so be it. After all, your employer is looking for a nanny, and you are looking for a job. It's a perfect match. Xia Yuru was unaware that Summer was not merely seeking employment, but was also required to marry his new employer. Therefore, she did not give this matter much thought, believing these details were inconsequential. However, Summer could not remain as calm as she was. He muttered in a panicked tone, This is a disaster, a complete disaster. This situation borders on deception. If discovered, I could be promptly cast out. No, I have finally found such a fitting little treasure. I absolutely cannot be driven away. I must devise a way to remain here. What shall I do? Observing Xia Tian anxiously pacing within the room, Xia Yuru offered some words of comfort. Xiao Tian, there's no need to worry so much. Although you did indeed mistake the place in the employer, the fact that they are willing to hire you indicates they recognize your competence. Ultimately, in any job, isn't the key factor your ability? Moreover, even if you had not misidentified the employer, there is no guarantee the original candidate would have succeeded in the interview. This could actually be a fortuitous turn of events. Not only have you found a suitable job, but they have also found an appropriate caregiver. It's a win-win situation. Xia Tian shook her head with a bitter smile. It's not that simple, fat sister. This matter is far more complex than you realize. It is not merely a straightforward job. Xia Yuru chuckled dismissively. Oh, it's just a nanny position. It's not as if you mistakenly chose the wrong partner for marriage. How troublesome could it possibly be? At that moment, Xia Tian lacked the energy to explain the intricacies of the situation to Fat Sister and sighed, Forget it, Fat Sister, you need not concern yourself with this. Whether I can stay or not ultimately depends on my own fate. Upon seeing Xia Tian's dejected demeanor, Fat Sister reassured her. Xiao Tian, you needn't fret so. It's merely a job. If this employer decides to dismiss you over such a trivial matter, I can certainly help you find another. Xia Tian shook her head. This is not merely a matter of changing jobs. This is the most suitable employer I have encountered in recent years. If I mess this up, I may truly have to consider whether to seek another position. Fat sister, please keep these matters here. I wish to be alone for a while. I will return home now. Observing Xia Tian's lackluster appearance, Xia Yuru nodded. Very well. Go home and get some restful sleep. Perhaps when you awaken, all these issues will have resolved themselves. Furthermore, you need not worry so much. Since the employer did not recognize you at that moment, it indicates they are also unfamiliar with the individual who was supposed to interview. As long as you do not bring it up, perhaps they may never find out. Xia Yuru's final remark rekindled a flicker of hope in Xia Tian's heart, which had nearly succumbed to despair. Upon returning home, Xia Tian repeatedly reassured herself. Indeed, Xiaoqing Yu clearly does not recognize the person I was meant to meet. Since I have already erred, I might as well embrace this mistake and pretend to be unaware of it. Who knows, before long, she may completely forget this incident. If I spend some time with Tang Tang and demonstrate my care for her, even if she eventually realizes I am not the person she intended to find, perhaps for Tang Tang's sake, she may grant me the opportunity to stay. Even if it is merely to remain as a nanny, that would suffice. Having come to this resolution, Xia Tian firmly resolved within her heart. One must remain tight-lipped about the matter of substituting for another and marrying her to become Tang Tang's father. This must never be disclosed. Furthermore, it is imperative to maintain a considerable distance from Xiaoqing Yu. This is to prevent her from discovering that one is an impostor, and subsequently suspecting ulterior motives regarding her beauty or wealth, which could lead to her reluctance to keep one around. Additionally, it is crucial to cultivate a closer relationship with Tang Tang. Only by being exceedingly good to her and fostering her attachment can one hope to have a sliver of hope when Xiaoqing Yu decides to cast him away. After aligning his thoughts, Xia Tian finally felt at ease enough to order takeout. As for why didn't he prepare a meal himself? All the rice, flour, and cooking utensils had been given to Sister Pang. What could he possibly use to cook? Once he had satisfied his hunger, Xia Tian recalled that he still had a system reward awaiting collection. System, submit task. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. The system rewards have been issued to the personal backpack. Please check at your convenience. As Xia Tian silently summoned the system in his mind, the mechanical notification soon echoed in his head. Upon using his thoughts to open his personal backpack, he discovered a beautifully packaged gift box resting quietly within. After selecting to use the gift box, the crisp sound of the system notification rang out once more. Ding. Newbie Daddy gift pack successfully utilized. Rewards obtained. Level sleep-inducing skill Angelic Whisper, special title Story King, level item Daddy's grocery card, and a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Angelic Whisper, while the host narrates stories or sings gentle songs, it can soothe listeners, allowing them to swiftly enter a deep state of slumber. Story King, with this title conferred, the host will master all types of stories from past and present across the globe, becoming a living story machine. Daddy's grocery card, an essential vehicle for a professional daddy to shop for groceries and transport students. It employs top-tier solar batteries, requiring only 5 minutes of sunlight to maintain a range of 5,000 kilometers. In turbo mode, it can reach a peak speed of 500 hours, accelerating from 0 in just 3 seconds, and is equipped with bulletproof and explosion-proof casing to keep dangers at bay. For detailed specifications, please refer to the manual. Upon seeing these generous system rewards, Xia Tian became even more resolute. He must cling to Tang Tang, come what may. This compatibility of 9,999 is simply remarkable. Having completed a mere beginner task, he was rewarded so lavishly. It is worth noting that prior to meeting Tang Tang, he had spent 3 years acquiring only 7 skills from the system. Apart from the exceptional culinary skill granted at the system's activation, the rest were of lower levels. He even suspected that had the system not feared he might abandon his tasks, it would have been reluctant to bestow even those ordinary skills upon him. Now, observing the rewards issued by the system, he was astonished to receive a level skill right off the bat, along with a level vehicle that boasted impressive specifications. Even the title of Story King was far more practical than the previous nursing and medicinal cooking skills. As for the 100,000 yuan cash reward, He considered it a delightful bonus. Reflecting upon the efforts of the past 3 years, it struck Xia Tian as disheartening that they paled in comparison to a mere novice task accomplished after meeting Tang Tang. An insidious thought flickered through his mind. Should he surreptitiously whisk Tang Tang away, perhaps to raise her abroad, thereby ensuring he would never be forced to part from her? Chapter 12. What is the matter with this man? Why does he suddenly exude such a cool demeanor? This notion flashed briefly in Xia Tian's mind before he promptly dismissed it. Indeed, it was his affinity with Tang Tang that compelled him to agree to marry Xiao Qingya and assume the role of her stepfather. Yet, the affection he displayed towards Tang Tang was genuine. He could not articulate why her presence evoked such warmth within him, as if she were truly his daughter. Someone he could never bear to see in sorrow, even if his true identity were to be revealed. He would find every conceivable means to remain by Tang Tang's side under a different guise, rather than resorting to actions that might cause her harm. After claiming the rewards from the system, Xia Tian felt a significant alleviation of his earlier vexation. Following a refreshing shower, he drifted off to sleep, blissfully content. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingya was in her opulent residence, bathing little Tang Tang. Observing her daughter, who lay in the bathtub, obedient and sensible, Xiao Qingya inquired with curiosity, Tang Tang, I recall you have never been fond of baths. What prompts this newfound compliance today? I barely called out before you came running over. Have you realized that resistance is futile and decided to be a good little darling? Tang Tang lifted her small head with a hint of pride. That's not it. Mother, your tactics are merely for scaring children. I am not afraid. I only worry that if I don't bathe tonight, when I go to greet Daddy tomorrow, he might find me unpleasant and refuse to hold me. Upon hearing Tang Tang's response, Xiao Qingya couldn't help but roll her eyes. What an ungrateful little creature. I have toiled to raise you, and you have never shown any sympathy for my efforts. The first time you heed my words, it is for a stranger you have known for but a day. Alas, it seems I have raised you in vain, which is truly disheartening. With a gentle peck on Xiao Qingya's cheek, Tang Tang leaned in closer, her big, adorable eyes sparkling with sincerity. Mother, do not be sad. The person I love most will always be you. When I grow up, I will earn lots and lots of money and buy you endless ice cream, ensuring I am a dutiful daughter. Listening to Tang Tang's innocent declarations, a tender smile grazed Xiao Qingya's face. All right. With your kiss, Mother is no longer sad. Just stay away from those yellow-haired boys when you grow up, and that will ease my worries. As for making money, I can manage that myself. Mother, what is a yellow-haired boy? Tang Tang asked curiously, having never encountered the term before. Xiao Qingya pondered for a moment before explaining. A yellow-haired boy is a rather fearsome creature. They possess other humans, specifically luring charming little girls like you. They incite rebellion against their parents, coaxing them to abandon their families and elope. Once these innocent girls are deceived into leaving their parents, they begin to suffer from abuse and maltreatment. Upon hearing Xiao Qingya's account, Tang Tang expressed her sympathy, exclaiming, Wow, those poor little girls deceived by the blonde-haired ones. Xiao Qingya earnestly cautioned, Therefore, Tang Tang, when you grow up, you must steer clear of those blonde boys. Do you understand? Tang Tang nodded, assuring, Don't worry, Mama. I will definitely not be tricked by them when I grow up. After finishing her bath and returning to the bedroom, Tang Tang hugged Xiao Qingya's neck, saying, Mama, I can't sleep. Can you tell me a story? Xiao Qingya awkwardly replied, Mama isn't good at telling stories. How about I sing you a song instead? Tang Tang retorted, I don't want to hear a song. You sing the same one every day, and I've grown tired of it. Other children have their parents tell them stories when they can't sleep. I want to hear a story too. Xiao Qingya, feeling helpless, explained, but other parents can tell stories, and Mama cannot. How about this? You go to sleep tonight, and tomorrow I'll buy a storybook. With a storybook, I can read you stories in the future. Tang Tang pouted, I don't want that. I want to hear one now. Xiao Qingya insisted, Be good. Without a storybook, Mama can't tell a story. Tang Tang protested, No, I want to hear a story now. Mama, do you not love me anymore? Why won't you even tell me a story? Initially on the verge of anger, Xiao Qingya took a deep breath and suppressed her rising frustration. She softly replied, How could that be? Mama loves Tang Tang the most and will never stop loving you. Tang Tang retorted, I don't believe you unless you tell me a story right now. Xiao Qingya warned, if you don't sleep. We won't be able to wake up on time tomorrow. If your new daddy gets impatient and leaves without you, don't blame me. Reluctantly, Xiao Qingya invoked the name of Xia Tian, the yet-to-become father, to see if it would work. No, Tang Tang doesn't want daddy to wait anxiously. I'll go to sleep right away. Upon hearing Xiao Qingya's words, Tang Tang immediately forgot about the story. Within moments of closing her eyes, her breathing became steady, clearly indicating she had fallen asleep. Xiao Qingya was astonished. It seemed that Xia Tian, the nominal father, was surprisingly effective. It appeared her choice was indeed right. Tang Tang truly needed a father. If that fellow could treat Tang Tang as well as he did today, she might consider giving him a raise and being a little kinder to him. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Xia Tian had already packed his belongings and was waiting at the community gate. Xiao Qingya arrived punctually, just as the clock struck 8. It was not that she placed great importance on Xia Tian. Rather, her little ancestor had been urging her to hurry along. Have you had breakfast yet? Do you need me to take you somewhere to eat? Perhaps it was the knowledge that she was about to register her marriage with the man before her. Or perhaps it was witnessing Tang Tang's demeanor towards Summer. The usually aloof Xiao Qingya unexpectedly expressed concern for Summer. Upon hearing her words, Summer momentarily fell into a daze. What is happening? Has this woman taken the wrong medicine? Why is she speaking so politely today? Is this the same cold woman from yesterday, capable of uttering such words? Ah, I see. She must be mistaking me for the person she was originally intended to marry, though they were strangers. The fact that they were to marry after a mere meeting suggested some undisclosed connection. This goodwill does not belong to me. I must not accept it, lest I be accused of deceiving her feelings. Given the current situation, the wisest course of action is to maintain distance from the woman before me. Having come to this realization, Summer shook his head indifferently and said, "No need for that. Let us hurry to the Civil Affairs Bureau to handle the formalities." After speaking, he did not wait for Xiao Qingya's response and directly opened the back door, taking a seat beside Tang Tang. Xiao Qingya looked bewilderedly at the empty space next to her. What is this man doing? Has her uncle come? I am trying to be nice to him for Tang Tang's sake, and yet he remains so aloof? Chapter 13. Is it not permissible to call you wife? Must I call you darling? Mom, why aren't you getting in the car? Aren't you going to get the marriage certificate with Dad? Tang Tang's words jolted Xiao Qingya back to reality. I'm coming. I was just checking the navigation route. Moreover, I haven't registered with him yet. He is not your father. Xiao Qingya shot Tang Tang a glare, responding irritably. Humph. I don't care. I want to call him Dad. For he will soon be my true father. Unfazed by Xiao Qingya's sour mood, Tang Tang retorted defiantly. Xiao Qingya chose not to engage with Tang Tang any further and started the car, driving towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. However, her sudden change in demeanor caused Summer, sitting beside Tang Tang, to break into a cold sweat. Indeed, this woman remained the same as yesterday, cold and unapproachable. The scene just before getting into the car must have been an illusion. Otherwise, her actions were a deliberate test to see if I harbored any interest in her. Fortunately, I was sufficiently astute and composed, avoiding the snare of her beauty. Otherwise, I might have already been cast aside by now. It appears I have underestimated her danger. I must exercise greater caution when dealing with her in the future. Tang Tang glanced at the troubled Summer beside her and then at the driving Xiao Qingya, her own expression mirroring their discontent. She curiously asked, Mom and Dad, did you have a fight? No, not at all. They both answered in unison. Tang Tang inquired. Then why aren't you two speaking? Xiao Qingya, Mom is driving, and speaking may distract her, which is unsafe. Tang Tang turned to Xia Tian and asked, Dad, what about you? Why aren't you speaking? Do you not like Tang Yang and wish to ignore her? Xia Tian smiled and gently patted Tong Tong's head. How could that be? Tang Tang is so adorable. How could I not like her? My favorite little one is certainly Tang Yang. The reason I am quiet is that your mother is driving, and I fear that chatting with you might distract her. Kiki, I knew Dad must like me. Upon hearing the answer she desired, Tang Yang beamed with joy. Perhaps influenced by the earlier admonition from both Xia Tian and Xiao Qingya regarding the dangers of speaking while driving, Tang Yang remained remarkably quiet for the remainder of the journey. The marriage procedures were rather straightforward. The couple quickly obtained their marriage certificate after taking photographs. Holding the red booklet in hand, Xia Tian's emotions became somewhat conflicted. Having spent 2 lifetimes single, now, for the first time, he was marrying a woman he had only just met a day prior. Although the woman before him was undeniably striking in both figure and appearance, embodying a goddess-like presence, her icy demeanor and temperament made it difficult for him to develop any fondness. Nevertheless, given that she had a wonderful daughter, he felt compelled to make this sacrifice for Tong Tong's sake. At that moment, Xiao Qingya's heart was also a tumult of emotions. As the most beautiful CEO in Jiangcheng and the daughter of the Xiao family in the capital, she had been pursued by countless talented young men over the years. Yet none had captured her interest. In fact, to reject a family-arranged marriage, she had fled the capital alone to establish her own career in Jiangcheng. During moments of boredom, she had occasionally fantasized about what her future partner might be like. According to her ideal, a man worthy of Xiao Qingya must at least be handsome, ambitious, exceptionally talented, and utterly devoted to her alone. Regrettably, everything changed after that fateful night 3 years ago. Since Tong Tong's birth, she had lost the inclination to contemplate her own romantic prospects. Now, she was marrying a male nanny she had known for merely a day, all for Tong Tong's sake. Though she felt a sense of reluctance, she had never regretted or harbored resentment toward anyone. After all, she bore the primary responsibility for the events of that night, while the other party had remained passive throughout. Moreover, had it not been for that unforeseen incident, she would not have been blessed with her delightful daughter, Tang Tang. For her, as long as Tang Tang was by her side, that was sufficient. Tang Tang was the finest gift bestowed upon her by fate. Yes, as long as her daughter was happy, what did it matter whom she married? Ultimately, it was a contractual marriage. Whether the partner was a male nanny or a male CEO, what difference did it make? With this understanding, a relieved smile finally graced Xiao Qingya's face. Mom, your smile is so bright. Is it because you married Dad? Seeing Xiao Qingya smile, Tang Tang curiously inquired. Xiao Qingya playfully tapped Tong Tong's little nose and replied with a smile, not at all. My happiness comes from seeing Tang Tang joyful, which naturally brings me joy. Tang Tang scratched her head and asked with confusion, but how does Mommy know that I am very happy today? I haven't even smiled. Xiao Qingya chuckled. It's written all over your face, my dear. How could Mommy not notice? Tang Tang replied, but I washed my face this morning. How could there be words? Xiao Qingya said, washing your face isn't cure-all, silly girl. Humph. I don't believe it. I want to see for myself. Suspecting that Xiao Qingya was teasing her, Tang Tang swiftly retrieved her phone from Xiao Qingya's pocket. Skillfully, she activated the camera and began to take a serious look at her reflection. Mommy is lying. My face is clearly clean. There is nothing at all. After confirming, Tang Tang pouted and complained. At that moment, Xia Tian stepped forward and gently patted Tang Tang's head, saying, Mommy isn't lying. Your face is indeed filled with happiness. Really? Dad? Then why can't I see it? Tang Tang was puzzled by Xia Tian's affirmation. That's because you are still young. Once you eat more and grow a bit, you will naturally see it, Xia Tian replied, steering the conversation toward food instead of delving into a complicated explanation. Okay, for lunch, I want to eat 2 bowls of rice so I can grow quickly, Tang Tang stated earnestly. Let us go. Now that we've completed the paperwork, we're officially a family. I'll take you around to get acquainted, Xiao Qingya said, placing the marriage certificate into her bag. Xia Tian naturally took Tang Tang from her arms and nodded in agreement. All right, I will follow Miss Xiao's arrangements. Once in the car, Xiao Qingya did not start the engine immediately, but calmly said, You shouldn't call me Miss Xiao anymore. After all, we are married. And you are now Tang Tang's father. If you continue to refer to me as Miss Xiao, it might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Xia Tian tentatively inquired. Then what should I call you? Xiao Qingya replied, Aren't you clear on our relationship? Do I need to teach you how to address me? Cautiously, Xia Tian uttered. Wife? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingya immediately turned her head, glaring at him with an icy expression. Under her fierce gaze, Xia Tian felt a surge of anxiety. Without thinking, he blurted out, Is calling you wife not acceptable? Should I call you baby instead? Chapter 14. Daddy didn't slap. I was swatting a mosquito. No. Baby is Tang Tang's exclusive nickname. Daddy. You can't call Mommy that. Before Xiao Qingya could respond, Tang Tang expressed her discontent. Xia Tian, did you leave your brain at the marriage registry? Do you want to hear what you just said? Xiao Qingya gritted her teeth. Observing her barely restrained fury, Xia Tian felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and his mind swiftly cleared. He hurriedly explained, "Wait, don't misunderstand. Feeling stifled in the car, I merely sought to lighten the atmosphere with a jest." Xiao Qingya coldly retorted, Refrain from such jokes in the future. I do not appreciate them. Moreover, if you find it dull, I can provide you with directions to walk back yourself." Xia Tian awkwardly chuckled. "No, thank you, Miss Xiao. I believe it is much better now." Xiao Qingya replied, "I have already mentioned that you should not address me as Miss Xiao henceforth." This left Xia Tian in a quandary, gazing at her with a perplexed expression. "Then, how should I address you?" he inquired. Xiao Qingya frowned slightly and softly said, "You may simply call me Qingya from now on. This title will neither arouse suspicion from outsiders nor be overly intimate, which could cause me discomfort." "Very well, Miss Xiao." Xia Tian promptly agreed. Xiao Qingya remained silent, casting him a fleeting glance. Xia Tian quickly realized that he had erred once more and hastily corrected himself. "Understood, Qingya. I will be mindful of that in the future." Xiao Qingya nodded in satisfaction. "I hope you do not forget that our marriage is solely for the sake of Tang Tang needing a father. Besides being Tang Tang's parents, we share no other relationship." "Nor will we." Xia Tian eagerly nodded. "Rest assured, I am fully aware of my purpose here, and I will not lose sight of it." Seeing Xia Tian's earnest demeanor, Xiao Qingya chose not to linger on the matter any longer and drove towards the residence she had arranged the previous day. That insufferable man. Unable to maintain his facade for long. They had only just obtained their marriage certificate, yet he was already hastily calling her wife and sweetheart. Though his apology appeared sincere, it could very well be part of a premeditated plan to gauge her limits through his reactions. Clearly, her earlier concerns were valid. This man marrying her likely did not stem from genuine affection for Tang Tang. Perhaps he was merely using Tang Tang as a pretext to engage in a game of emotional manipulation with her. I am eager to see how long he can maintain this charade. After silently mocking him, Xiao Qingya instinctively lowered her trust in Xia Tian further. Little did she know. Xia Tian was even more troubled at that moment. He deeply regretted his impulsive decision to call that woman wife and sweetheart. What had possessed him to entertain such thoughts? Surely, he must have been out of his mind to suddenly feel the urge to tease her. No, it wasn't madness, it was hunger. An insatiable hunger, at that. Years of solitude had led him to forget himself so easily after just obtaining the marriage certificate, attempting to flirt with that icy woman. The fact that he had escaped unscathed this time was undoubtedly due to Tang Tang's presence. He resolved to control his tongue in the future, otherwise he might inadvertently find himself cast out one day. With increasing dread and self-reproach, Xia Tian absent-mindedly raised his hand and slapped his own cheek. The resounding sound echoed painfully in the stillness of the car. Tang Tang turned her head, looking at Xia Tian with curiosity. "Daddy, what are you doing? Why did you slap yourself?" Even Xiao Qingya, who was driving ahead, couldn't help but steal glances at Xia Tian through the rearview mirror, observing his condition. This slap completely jolted Xia Tian awake, banishing the chaotic thoughts that had plagued his mind. He noticed Tang Tang, with her big eyes blinking in curiosity, gazing at him intently. Xia Tian could only awkwardly explain, "It's nothing. Daddy didn't hit himself. Just now, Daddy was swatting a mosquito that had flown onto his face." "Where's the mosquito? Did you get it, Daddy?" "Let me see." Tang Tang tugged at Xia Tian's hand, eager to inspect the mosquito he had just swatted. It escaped. "Daddy was too slow, and it got away," Xia Tian replied. Tang Tang sighed with disappointment. "Oh, what a pity that it got away. Daddy, the next time it bites you, you must hit it faster, so it won't escape." Xia Tian couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Indeed, this little cotton-padded jacket is quite shrewd. It's not that she's worried about me missing the mosquito. She's clearly concerned that my face isn't swollen enough. All right. Next time there's a mosquito, Daddy will do his best. Though he had started to grumble internally, he maintained a smiling facade. Seeing the clear 5-finger marks on Xia Tian's face, Xiao Qingya couldn't suppress a smile. Although Xia Tian explained to Tang Tang that he was swatting a mosquito, She could roughly guess why he had suddenly slapped himself. Haha, I didn't expect this guy to have such a silly side. Observing his adorably foolish demeanor, Xiao Qingya even began to question whether she had been overly cautious. Could this silly fellow really have so many schemes and thoughts? The car soon entered a mid-range residential community. Noticing the unfamiliar surroundings outside the car, Tang Tang asked curiously, "Mommy, aren't we going home? Why are we here?" Xiao Qingya quickly reminded her, "Sweetheart, this is our community. Have you forgotten? We usually enter through another gate. But today Mommy came a different way, so you didn't recognize it." After Xiao Qingya's reminder, Tang Tang recalled her mother's instructions about their recent move to a smaller house and the necessity of keeping the existence of their larger house a secret from Xia Tian. Although young Tang Tang did not understand why they would choose to live in a smaller house instead of a beautiful big one, she remembered her mother saying that if she did not cooperate, this new daddy would be sent away. Tang Tang quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, this is Tang Tang's home. We don't have a big house." Tang Tang must have remembered wrong. Hearing her daughter ask somewhat suspicious response, Xiao Qingya awkwardly tapped her head. At the same time, she discreetly observed Xia Tian's reaction through the rearview mirror. Chapter 15. Then Daddy, you must work hard. Tang Tang wants to move to the big house soon. Xia Tian, however, remained unsuspecting. To him, it was entirely normal for a 2-year-old child like Tang Tang not to remember the name of their community. As for the grand house that Tang Tang mentioned, he merely regarded it as a whimsical fancy of a little girl. After all, which young girl would be enamored by a beautiful, spacious home? Moreover, Xiao Qingya, having recently ascended to a corporate executive position, could scarcely afford a property in such an upscale neighborhood without depleting her savings. The notion of acquiring an even larger residence seemed implausible. He gently caressed Tang Tang's head and smiled, saying, "So, you adore splendid houses, do you? Well, Daddy will strive to earn more money, aiming to move you into a grand house as soon as possible, all right?" Tang Tang eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "Yes, but Daddy, you must work hard. I wish to move into a big house soon." With unwavering confidence, Xia Tian replied, "Rest assured, with Tang Tang by my side, I shall surely acquire that grand house swiftly." He was not merely trying to placate the little girl. As long as Tang Tang was with him, he could continually earn system rewards through various tasks. With sufficient diligence, obtaining a villa would indeed not pose a significant challenge for someone like him, who possessed such a system. Observing that Xia Tian did not seem to question the matter of the house, Xiao Qingya's anxious heart finally found solace. However, upon hearing Xia Tian's promise to swiftly procure a larger home for Tang Tang, she couldn't help but knit her brows. Although she understood that Xia Tian's words were intended solely to cheer Tang Tang, she was still reluctant. She often witnessed Xia Tian making promises in front of the child that he could not fulfill, fearing that it might lead Tang Tang to perceive her father as untrustworthy. "Xia Tian, I believe it is imperative I remind you. Tang Tang is still quite young, and her worldview and values have yet to be established. Now that you have become her father, it is crucial to cultivate a positive image before her." After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Qingya decided to gently advise Xia Tian to prevent him from repeating such errors. Xia Tian, however, completely missed the underlying meaning of her words and casually replied, "Don't worry, I am quite adept at parenting and will surely guide her well." Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, Xiao Qingya realized he had not comprehended the reason behind her sudden remarks. Reluctantly, she articulated her thoughts more clearly. "Xia Tian, this is your first experience as a father, and you may not fully grasp it yet. As parents, our influence on our children is profound. They subconsciously mimic our every word and action. Therefore, it would be prudent to refrain from making promises about unattainable things like purchasing a grand house in her presence. We wouldn't want her to think her father is unreliable, or worse, to mistakenly believe such behavior is acceptable." It was only at that moment that Xia Tian understood the implication of her earlier words. He defensively replied, "I am not boasting. I genuinely intend to work hard to buy that grand house soon." Upon hearing his explanation, Xiao Qingya's expression grew colder. To her, it was evident that Xia Tian was clinging to his pride, unwilling to admit his mistake. He was fully aware of his error yet persisted in his stance. "Mr. Xia, I sincerely hope you will take my advice to heart. for it is not easy to find a father who can earn Tang Tang's affection. I do not wish to disappoint her. Upon hearing Xiao Qingya's words, Xia Tian's lingering discontent evaporated instantly, and even his gaze transformed into one of newfound clarity. All right, I understand. From now on, I shall refrain from discussing uncertain matters with Tang Tang. It is not that Xia Tian is timid, rather. The implications of Xiao Qingya's previous remarks were laden with veiled threats. What does it mean to not want to let Tang Tang down? The underlying message is unmistakable. Do not compel me to seek someone else. While losing a captivating beauty like Xiao Qingya might not trouble Xia Tian greatly, the thought of losing Tang Tang, his precious daughter who could assist him with the system, was utterly unacceptable. Noticing Xia Tian's demeanor had settled, Xiao Qingya chose not to press further. Meanwhile, Tang Tang, sensing her father's slight discontent, leaned in to whisper comforting words. Daddy, you needn't worry about what Mommy says. Tang Tang believes in you. I am certain you can buy a big house for us to live together with Mommy. Hearing Tang Tang's words filled with trust warmed Xia Tian's heart. He embraced her, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. Kiki, Tang Tang is so well behaved. She truly is Daddy's little darling. Their tender exchange did not escape Xiao Qingya's notice, yet this time she refrained from commenting. Wishing to avoid any awkwardness on their first day of being officially recognized as a couple. All right, let us get out of the car. After parking, Xiao Qingya called out to the cheerful father and daughter in the back seat. Upon exiting the elevator, Xia Tian gazed in astonishment at the spacious flat before him. Is your home this large? This place must have cost quite a fortune. Xiao Qingya clarified. Do not misunderstand. This apartment is provided by my company. Xia Tian remarked. I see. Your company certainly offers impressive benefits. Xiao Qingya smiled and said, if you are interested, once Tang Tang starts kindergarten, I could recommend you for a position at our company. Xia Tian hastily declined. I think I will pass on that for now. I prefer to focus my energy on Tang Tang and nurture our bond. Very well, then it would be best for you to take care of her at home. With my salary, I can certainly support both of you, replied Xiao Qingya, unfazed by Xia Tian's refusal. She had merely mentioned it casually. Knowing she could not truly bring Xia Tian into her workplace without risking her own identity. After setting down his luggage, Xia Tian began to tidy up his room. Given that it had been unoccupied for an extended period, he was busy until noon, finally finishing everything by 11 o'clock. Mommy, what are we having for lunch? Tang Tang is hungry, he heard Tang Tang inquiring, chasing after Xiao Qingya. Would you like to eat? Tang Tang. Tell Mommy, and I will take you. Xiao Qingya replied. As Tang Tang pondered over what to eat, she noticed Xia Tian approaching her. She immediately dashed to his side and hugged his thigh. Daddy, what do you want to eat? Whatever you choose, I will have too. Just as Xia Tian was about to respond, the familiar sound of the system prompt echoed in his mind once more. Ding. Growth task triggered. Daddy's special meal. Daddy's special meal. As a professional father, one must navigate both the living room and the kitchen. Please showcase your culinary skills and prepare a nutritious and delicious lunch for the little treasure. Task rewards, 500. 000 cash, 100 father points, and 1 random item. Upon receiving the system task, Xia Tian swiftly retracted the casual suggestion that had nearly escaped his lips, replacing it with, how about we eat at home? Chapter 16. A man who cooks earnestly is truly handsome. Upon hearing Xia Tian's suggestion to dine at home, Xiao Qingya's expression became somewhat uneasy. It had been a while since she last visited this house, as she had only arranged for a quick cleaning after meeting Xia Tian yesterday. If her memory served her right, although the house was fully equipped with appliances, the refrigerator and kitchen were likely devoid of any food. If Xia Tian were to discover this, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. After all, under normal circumstances, if she truly resided here, there would at least be some fruits or yogurt, even if she rarely cooked due to work. It was implausible for the place to be as empty as it currently was. She awkwardly explained, I just returned from a business trip, so I haven't bought groceries for several days. She continued, how about we go out for lunch first, and after that, we can visit the supermarket to buy some vegetables and fresh meat? We can cook dinner later. Xia Tian, however, was unlikely to agree to dine out. For him, It was not merely a meal, but a matter linked to the system task he had just received. He shook his head with a smile. It's already noon. Going out seems too troublesome. Let's just have something simple at home. Don't worry, my cooking skills are quite good, as long as we have the basic ingredients. You need not fret over the rest. Xiao Qingya intended to say more, but before she could, Tang Tang chimed in. Yes, yes. Let's eat at home. I've never tasted Daddy's cooking, and I want to try his skills. All right, since our little Tang Tang wishes to eat, Daddy will prepare a meal for you. Without seeking Xiao Qingya's further opinion, Xia Tian made his way to the kitchen. Seeing that the decision was made, Xiao Qingya, feeling a twinge of frustration, lightly tapped her forehead. Had she known that Xia Tian would be so eager to showcase his culinary talents, she should have arranged for someone to buy groceries that morning. With no other choice, she followed Xia Tian into the kitchen, preparing to find an excuse once he discovered the refrigerator was empty. Upon opening the refrigerator, Xia Tian was taken aback. It was indeed barren. There was not even a grain of rice, let alone vegetables or meat. Standing behind him, Xiao Qingya naturally noticed the dismal state of the refrigerator and awkwardly explained, I recently mentioned that I had been on a business trip, leaving my home quite empty. Xia Tian lamented, Your refrigerator is astonishingly bare. While I can understand the absence of vegetables, how is it that there is not even a grain of rice? He quipped, Given the state of your kitchen, even a rat would leave in tears. Xiao Qingya replied, I had placed the rice on the table outside. But when Tang Tang was playing, she accidentally spilled it, so I discarded it all. After speaking, she furtively glanced towards the living room, spotting Tang Tang engrossed in her toys, blissfully unaware of their conversation. Relieved, she silently apologized. I'm so sorry, my dear. To smooth over this situation, you will have to bear the blame. Xia Tian remained silent, opening the freezer drawer below. Fortunately, he discovered a block of frozen, hard beef in the first compartment. Soon after, he was delighted to find a small, unopened bag of flour in the corner of the cabinet. With these two items, Xia Tian's spirits lifted. At least he had the essentials for a meal. Seeing Xia Tian gazing silently at the refrigerator, Xiao Qingya continued to persuade him. If you truly do not wish to dine out, perhaps we could order takeout? I know a place that serves delicious food at reasonable prices. Xia Tian shook his head. No, takeout is not healthy. Rest assured, although our supplies are limited, I can make a bowl of beef noodles with what we have. Just relax with Tang Tang in the living room and leave the rest to me. Xiao Qingya hesitantly inquired, Are you certain that these few items will suffice? Xia Tian confidently nodded. You must trust my culinary skills. After all, I possess a certificate as a top chef. With his assurance, Xiao Qingya felt it unnecessary to press further and exited the kitchen. After she left, Xia Tian surveyed the kitchen once more. He was relieved to find that, although there was a scarcity of vegetables and meats, the array of condiments was impressive. Not only were essential seasonings such as soy sauce, oyster sauce, chicken essence, and salt readily available, but ginger, garlic, and spices were also in abundance. The only downside was that, due to Xiao Qingya's extended absence, the ginger and garlic had become slightly wilted. Yet, Xia Tian did not mind. Finding these was a pleasant surprise compared to the emptiness of the refrigerator. After washing his hands, he donned an apron and began kneading the dough. He combined the flour with a measured amount of salt water, forming a dough, which he placed in a bowl and covered to rest. Next, he took the frozen beef and began slicing it. As Xia Tian skillfully added various spices to the pot, the kitchen soon filled with an enticing aroma that was sure to whet the appetite. With a well-stocked array of seasonings, he prepared braised beef noodles. Experienced friends often recognize that the aroma of braised meat frequently tantalizes the senses even more than its taste. As the fragrance wafted through the air, Tang Tang, playing in the living room, couldn't resist the urge to sniff the air. Curiously, she inquired, Mom, what is that delightful scent? Xiao Qingya, having also detected the enticing aroma from the kitchen, gestured toward its source, saying, Look, it is the fragrance of your father's cooking. Instinctively licking her lips, Tang Tang exclaimed, What delicious dish is Dad preparing? It smells so wonderful. Without hesitation, she set her toy aside and dashed toward the kitchen. Xiao Qingya, concerned that Tang Tang might touch something dangerous in the kitchen, hurriedly followed her. However, upon reaching the kitchen door, Tang Tang halted. captivated by the sight of Xia Tian skillfully making hand-pulled noodles. He expertly tossed the elastic dough into the air, and after several repetitions, he forcefully slammed the increasingly thin and lengthy strands onto the countertop. In an instant, the dough transformed into perfectly uniform noodles. With wide eyes filled with admiration, Tang Tang exclaimed, "Wow, Dad, you are amazing. You can turn dough into noodles." Xiao Qingya, who had been trailing behind her, was equally mesmerized. In that moment, she truly comprehended the sentiment. A man who cooks with dedication is undeniably attractive. Chapter 17. Is this all I get to eat at my age? Hearing Tang Tang's voice, Xia Tian turned with a smile after finishing the noodles. Tang Tang, what brings you here? Are you hungry? Just wait a few more minutes. Dinner will be ready shortly. Tang Tang eagerly nodded. Don't worry, Dad, I can hold on. As Xia Tian turned back, Xiao Qingya quickly snapped out of her reverie. Her voice was cool as she remarked, Tang Tang mentioned that the aroma of your braised meat was too enticing for her to resist coming to take a look. I hope we aren't disturbing you. Xia Tian waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. I'm just preparing a meal, not embarking on some high-tech research project. There's no disturbance here. Xiao Qingya nodded in agreement. All right then. I'll take Tang Tang back to the living room so you can concentrate on your cooking. With that, she scooped up Tang Tang and made her way back to the sofa. Xia Tian, left alone in the kitchen, indulged in a moment of leisure on his phone. Once the pressure cooker for the meat began to release steam, he proceeded to boil water for the noodles. Before long, the noodles were ready. He ladled a small bowl of noodles, topped it with a generous scoop of beef, and added a spoonful of broth before carrying the freshly prepared beef noodles to the dining area. Tang Tang, dinner is ready. Aren't you hungry? Come wash your hands and join me, he called out, noticing that Tang Tang was still engrossed in her toys. Oh, dinner's ready. Finally, it's time to eat. Tang Tang exclaimed joyfully as she raced towards the washroom. By the time Xia Tian returned with 2 large bowls of beef noodles, Tang Tang was already seated at the table, eagerly devouring her meal, while Xiao Qingya sat beside her, gently urging her to slow down. Summer pushed a bowl of beef noodles toward Xiao Qingya, smiling as he said, given the limited conditions, this is the best I could manage. Please make do with it. Xiao Qingya nodded slightly, responding with a soft hum, as she had been enticed by the fragrant aroma wafting from the kitchen. Grasping her chopsticks, she eagerly picked up a piece of beef and began to savor it. As the beef entered her mouth, a rich, savory flavor surged through her palate and nostrils, invigorating her senses. With each chew, the myriad of complex spices absorbed by the meat began to tantalize her tongue and taste buds. For a fleeting moment, Xiao Qingya even pondered whether Summer had secretly added some illicit ingredient to the broth, for it was simply too delicious. However, recalling that this meal was prepared by Summer in her own kitchen, under her and Tang Tang's watchful eyes, she shook her head, dismissing the absurd notion. Since Xiao Qingya had picked up her chopsticks, Summer had been discreetly observing her reactions. Noticing that she had barely finished a piece of beef, he gently shook his head in concern. What's wrong? Is it not tasty? Is it too salty or bland? Or perhaps I overcooked the beef? Upon seeing the anxious look in Summer's eyes, Xiao Qingya realized he had misunderstood her earlier gesture. She quickly chewed a few more bites and swallowed before replying leisurely. No, the seasoning is just right, and the texture is quite pleasant. Given that this was made at home, it's quite satisfactory. Hearing her words, Summer finally felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness, as long as it wasn't a poor review from her. If he were to persist in cooking at home, only for the results to disappoint Xiao Qingya, he feared he would earn a reputation for being overly ambitious. Mom, you're lying. Dad's cooking is undeniably delicious. How can you say it's just satisfactory? While Summer accepted Xiao Qingya's assessment, it did not imply that the others in the room shared her sentiment. Tang Tang, while chewing on her noodles, mumbled a critique of Xiao Qingya's honesty. Feeling embarrassed by Tang Tang's comment, Xiao Qingya realized that her words had inadvertently suggested she was trying to undermine Summer. Tang Tang, I'm not lying. It's just that everyone has different expectations for food, and taste vary. So what you find particularly delicious may not resonate the same way with me. In an effort to maintain her image as a good mother in front of her daughter, Xiao Qingya felt compelled to feign that Summer's beef noodles did not suit her palate. Humph, I don't care. I think Dad's cooking is the best in the world. Little Tang Tang was not swayed by her mother's reasoning, stubbornly insisting that Summer's meal was the finest. Observing the dispute between Xiao Qingya and Tang Tang over his culinary skills, Summer hastily set down his bowl and utensils to mediate the situation. Sugar. Your mother just made a valid point. When it comes to food, each individual possesses their own distinct tastes and preferences, which cannot be generalized. It is akin to the notion that you believe your mother is the best in the world. However, for other children, their own mothers undoubtedly hold that title. There is no right or wrong in this situation. It simply varies with the subject, hence the differing conclusions. Do you understand? Little Sugar nodded, somewhat perplexed, and said, "Oh, I see. Dad, you mean that Mom doesn't like to eat beef noodles, right?" In order to avoid delaying her meal, Xia Tian nodded affirmatively. Yes. That is about the essence of it. Mom, here. Upon hearing Xia Tian's response, Sugar pushed her bowl of beef noodles towards Xiao Qingya. Xiao Qingya looked up, astonished at her daughter. Sugar, what are you doing? Weren't you just saying you were hungry? How come you've only had a couple of bites and now you don't want any? Sugar smiled and clarified. Mom, you're misunderstanding. I'm not refusing to eat. I noticed you don't like beef noodles, so I'm giving you this small bowl to eat. And I will help you with that big bowl. After saying this, regardless of whether Xiao Qingya agreed, she reached out and pulled the large bowl of beef noodles towards herself. Looking into her daughter's eyes that sparkled with pride, Xiao Qingya felt an indescribable frustration. What is this situation? Didn't I already say that given the conditions, the flavor produced was quite satisfactory? How did it transform into me not liking beef noodles in their eyes? Moreover, even if I dislike them, I shouldn't be served such a meager portion, right? You go ahead and eat. There are more noodles over there. Once you finish this, I can prepare more for you. Xia Tian, concerned that this small bowl would not suffice for Xiao Qingya, spoke with great thoughtfulness. Xiao Qingya, however, shook her head expressionlessly. No need. This is sufficient for me. Chapter 18. Truly my good daughter, worried that her mother doesn't have a full meal. Xia Tian was initially prepared to persuade further, wondering if Xiao Qingya was hesitant to eat in front of him, an outsider. To his surprise, Sugar could no longer hold her tongue. Dad, please don't persuade her anymore. Didn't Mom just say she doesn't like beef noodles? Upon hearing Sugar's remarks, Xia Tian assumed that Xiao Qingya simply disliked noodles altogether. Nodding, he said, very well, if you genuinely do not enjoy noodles, you can order takeout. And rest assured, when you are home, I will endeavor to make fewer noodle dishes. After saying this, Xia Tian lowered his head and began to focus on his own meal. For him, whether Xiao Qingya liked to eat or how much she consumed was of no concern. After all, the task was directed towards Sugar, as long as she enjoyed his cooking. That was sufficient. Hearing their conversation, Xiao Qingya remained silent, continuing to eat her noodles, though her expression grew colder. Internally, she had already scolded Xia Tian countless times. Ugh! What nonsense! How can an adult be so indecisive? Tang Tang remarked that her dislike for food was evident, yet it seemed futile to persuade her further. Surprisingly, she opted to order takeout, having savored the exquisite beef noodles. How could she possibly stomach the mundane takeout after such a delightful experience? As for the meals from upscale restaurants, the wait time was excessively lengthy. By the time they arrived, she would likely be satiated merely by the aroma. Furthermore, during the summer, she had fervently declared that takeout was unhealthy. Now, after a mere span of minutes, was it truly transformed into a healthy option? I've had my fill. You may take your time. I shall retire to my room for a moment, said Xiao Qingya, having finished her bowl of beef noodles. With that, she left, not wishing to linger and watch the two eat. Once she departed, Xia Tian quietly inquired, Tang Tang, does your mother generally dislike noodles? She appeared rather displeased. Tang Tang shook her head. I'm not sure. We never had noodles at home before. Upon hearing her response, Xia Tian nodded in understanding. It seems so. If she was particularly averse to noodles, she wouldn't have gone without tasting them entirely. Father, do not be disheartened. Even if mother doesn't appreciate your cooking, Tang Tang does, she reassured him softly, seemingly concerned that Xia Tian might feel discouraged and cease cooking altogether. Xia Tian, pleased, affectionately patted Tang Tang's head. All right. Since our Tang Tang enjoys it, how about I cook for you every day? Tang Tang nodded vigorously, yes. I love my father's cooking the most. The two exchanged smiles and continued their meal with focus. Meanwhile, back in her room, Xiao Qingya had intended to rest on her bed. However, that meager bowl of beef noodles had left her unsatisfied. Had the noodles been unappetizing, she could have accepted a lighter meal. Yet, Xia Tian had prepared them so deliciously that she was only half satiated, her craving left unfulfilled. This left her feeling restless, as if a cat were scratching at her heart. It was clear she could not sleep on an empty stomach. She must find something to nibble on. After some rummaging, she finally unearthed a few small packets of snacks intended for Tang Tang. In that moment, she disregarded any concerns about calories or her figure, tearing open the packages and indulging. As she munched, she grumbled about Xia Tian. That oblivious man. He knows full well that one small bowl is insufficient for me, and doesn't he suggest making another? After finishing one bag of snacks, she found herself unable to continue. It was that she was no longer hungry. Rather, after tasting Xia Tian's beef noodles, these ordinary snacks held no appeal. Ugh! Why must he make such delectable dishes? It ruins my appetite for anything else. Mother, what are you doing? Sneaking snacks because you weren't full earlier? Upon returning home after dinner, Tang Tang noticed Xiao Qingya sitting alone, lost in thought while holding some snacks. Curiously, she inquired, "Are you sneaking a bite?" Caught red-handed. Xiao Qingya awkwardly replied, No. How could a mother steal snacks? I merely took these out to check if they were still good. After all, they are meant for you, Tang Tang, and it would be unfortunate if they had expired. Tang Tang easily believed her words, exclaiming, Oh, I see. I thought you must be full. Dad didn't believe me and insisted I come ask if you wanted more. With that, she bounced away, saying she would tell Dad to wash the dishes. It was only after Tang Tang had skipped off that Xiao Qingya realized she had once again missed out on the delicious beef noodles. Sigh. Truly. My dear daughter is concerned about ensuring I, as her mother, have a full meal. After confirming that Xiao Qingya would not be eating anymore, Xia Tian promptly began to clear the table. He didn't mind the task of cooking and washing dishes, as most of his thoughts were immersed in the system space, examining the freshly acquired rewards. Ding. Growth task. Daddy's heartfelt meal has been completed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the task reward. Cash 500, 000, Daddy points 100. And a random item, parent-child bracelet. Daddy points can be utilized in the system mall for lotteries or to enhance the host skill levels. 10 points for beginner to intermediate, 100 points for intermediate to advanced, and thereafter, the points required for each level increase tenfold. The parent-child bracelet 2 large. 1 small is a special binding item that can only be used by the host, the adorable child, and the host partner. Once worn, regardless of where the other 2 bracelet owners are, their locations can be tracked in real time. Additionally, it possesses functions for calling, taking photos, recording videos, and audio. Xia Tian was quite satisfied with this task reward. The cash reward had quintupled compared to the last task, amounting to a generous 500, 000. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before he could save enough to buy a large house for himself and Tang Tang. The 100 daddy points had even broader applications, whether for lotteries or skill enhancements, proving to be immensely beneficial. As for the parent-child bracelet, it was relatively practical, although its functionality resembled that of a children's smartwatch. Its capabilities were far superior. Firstly, this device did not require any consideration for battery life, nor did it need to worry about dust or water resistance. Furthermore, there were no costs for calls, allowing for unrestricted use. Most importantly, it could transform into any shape, hairpin, bracelet, necklace, ensuring that it would never go out of style, making it suitable for both adults and children alike. Chapter 19. Whether it is real or not, you will know once you wear it. After tidying up the kitchen and dining area, Xia Tian returned to his room for a midday rest. Dad, don't sleep. Hurry up and get up. In the midst of a tranquil slumber, Summer felt a gentle shake, soon accompanied by Tang Tang's innocent voice calling out to him. Startled, Summer quickly rose from his bed, his brow furrowed with concern. What is it, Tang Tang? Is something the matter? Tang Tang shook her little head, her expression earnest. No, I just want Daddy to play with me. A bemused smile crept across Summer's face. Oh, all right then. Would you like to play? Tang Tang pointed towards the door. I want to go outside. It's no fun here. There are no toys. Want to go outside, do you? That can be arranged. But we must first seek your mother's approval. Otherwise, she will worry if she can't find you. Taking Tang Tang's small hand, Summer led her towards the master bedroom where Xiao Qingya was. Do you think Mommy will agree? She's busy working in her study, Tang Tang whispered. Shrugging, Summer replied. I don't know, but we can always give it a try. There's no harm in asking. Guided by Tang Tang, Summer arrived at the door of the study. He hesitated before knocking gently. Come in. A cool voice soon resonated from within. Upon entering, Summer felt a touch of shyness as he addressed Xiao Qingya. Qingya? Tang Tang just came to me saying she wants to go outside to play. Do you have time now? If so, we could take her for a little stroll. Xiao Qingya closed her laptop, glancing at Summer before nodding. Sure. You and Tang Tang can wait in the living room. I'll change my clothes and join you shortly. Summer had initially assumed that, given Xiao Qingya's strong-willed nature, she would be reluctant to abandon her work to accompany him and their child. Thus, he was pleasantly surprised by her swift agreement. Really? You're okay with this? What about your work? With a serene smile, Xiao Qingya replied, I had taken the day off. Work isn't mandatory today. Besides, we're out of groceries at home. It's a perfect opportunity to go out together and stock up on some fruits and vegetables. Understanding dawned on Summer. No wonder she had agreed so readily. It had evidently been planned all along. Once Summer re-emerged, Tang Tang eagerly inquired, Daddy, what did Mommy say? Did she agree? Summer nodded confidently. Of course. When your father steps in, there's no way to fail. Wow. Daddy, you're so amazing. It used to be such a struggle to get Mommy to take me shopping. Tang Tang exclaimed with excitement upon hearing that Xiao Qingya had agreed to accompany them. Taking Tang Tang's small hand, Summer said, Let us go. Your mother just needs to change, and then we can head to the living room to wait for her. While they waited for Xiao Qingya, Summer suddenly recalled that the system had just rewarded him with a parent-child bracelet. He produced the smaller bracelet and offered it to Tang Tang. Here, this is a gift from Daddy. Do you like it? Tang Tang examined the bracelet with delight, her face lighting up. I love it. As long as it's from Daddy, I like everything. Summer chuckled. I'm glad you like it. From now on, you must wear this bracelet at all times. Do not take it off. As long as you have it on, Daddy will always be able to find you, no matter where you go. Furthermore, this bracelet possesses the remarkable ability to facilitate communication. Should you wish to contact your father, you simply need to silently invoke his name in your mind. Moreover, by merely thinking of taking a photograph, recording audio, or capturing video, this bracelet can seamlessly fulfill your requests. Upon hearing this introduction from Xia Tian, Tang Tang was astounded. Is that truly the case? How extraordinary. It resembles the futuristic technology depicted in animated films. Xia Tian replied with pride, Of course. How could your father possibly deceive you? If you doubt it, you may test it right now. Obediently, Tang Tang silently concentrated on calling for her father. And soon she realized that Xia Tian's words not only resonated in her ears, but also manifested directly in her mind. When she thought of initiating a video call, even with her eyes closed, Xia Tian's figure vividly appeared in her thoughts. Wow, it's genuinely real. Father, you are simply amazing. I admire you so much. After experimenting with the bracelet, Tang Tang's admiration for Xia Tian, her newly appointed father, intensified. Excitedly, she dashed to the sofa, wrapped her arms around Xia Tian's neck, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Xiao Qingya, who had just changed her clothes, felt a surge of warmth upon seeing the affectionate interaction between Tang Tang and Xia Tian. Truly, a professional caregiver possesses an undeniable charm. Within less than a day of their acquaintance, the little one had already grown so close to him. She approached Xia Tian from behind, gently ruffling Tang Tang's hair, and inquired with a smile, What has brought our little princess such joy? Upon noticing Xiao Qingya's arrival, Tang Tang eagerly raised her wrist to showcase, Look, Mama, this is the new gift from Daddy. Seeing merely an ordinary bracelet, Xiao Qingya dismissed it nonchalantly. It's just a bracelet. I've bought you many before, yet I've never seen you this delighted. Tang Tang hastily explained, Mama, this is no ordinary bracelet. It's a cutting-edge technological bracelet that Daddy has just developed. It can locate, communicate, take photos, and even record videos. Xiao Qingya initially assumed that Xia Tian was merely trying to deceive Tang Tang into accepting this gift. She frowned and remarked, Xia Tian, I understand that you like children and gifting them is acceptable. However, please refrain from using such deceptive means in the future. Children have innocent minds. They take everything you say to heart. It's one thing for her to boast to me, but if she were to genuinely believe it and brag to other children, she would surely face ridicule. Feeling unjustly accused, Xia Tian defended himself. No, everything Tang Tang said is true. I did not deceive her. Seeing that Xia Tian was unwilling to admit fault, and now even attempting to convince himself, Xiao Qingya's expression grew cold. Xia Tian, do you think me foolish? That bracelet on Tang Tang's wrist is obviously an ordinary one. It cannot possibly facilitate communication, photography, or video, let alone tracking. Xia Tian chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he produced a bracelet resembling a chain and offered it to Xiao Qingya. Whether it is genuine or not, you shall discover for yourself upon wearing it. Chapter 20. Xia Tian, could it be that you are a spy sent from another country? Xiao Qingya gazed in astonishment at the bracelet that Xia Tian had handed her. You can't possibly be suggesting that I wear this and deceive Tang Tang alongside you, can you? Xia Tian replied with a confident smile, whether it's a deception or not. You can find out for yourself. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Xiao Qingya pouted him. I'll wear it. If you're not afraid of your lies being exposed, why should I be? After accepting the bracelet from Xia Tian, she promptly adorned her left wrist with it. There, it's on. This is merely an ordinary bracelet. Where are the functionalities you mentioned? Xia Tian cast a knowing glance towards Tang Tang. Tang Tang, your mother doesn't believe us. Why not go to the bedroom and demonstrate for her? Okay, Daddy. You just keep Mommy seated here and don't move. Tang Tang chirped before bouncing off. Upon hearing the sound of a door closing in the distance, Xia Tian confidently asked, So, do you hear Tang Tang's voice in your mind now? Isn't it marvelous? Xiao Qingya did not respond. Instead, she reached out and touched Xia Tian's forehead. Puzzled, he inquired, What are you doing? Even if the gift I gave you is truly remarkable, you needn't go this far. Xiao Qingya muttered to herself, You're not even feverish. So why are you talking nonsense? Observing her behavior, a sense of foreboding suddenly filled Xia Tian. Did you not hear Tang Tang's voice? Xiao Qingya shot him a disdainful glance. Do you truly think I'm a fool? Tang Tang is in the bedroom, and the door is closed. How could I possibly hear her? This shouldn't be the case. The communication range can't be this short. What went wrong? Could it be out of battery? Just as Xia Tian was engulfed in self-doubt, Tang Tang's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Mommy, can you hear Tang Tang's voice? Mommy, do you believe me now? Upon hearing Tang Tang's voice, Xia Tian slapped his forehead. Oh dear, I just remembered. I forgot to tell Tang Tang how to contact you. Xiao Qingya, seated on the sofa, regarded Xia Tian with an expression of disbelief. You don't have any mental issues, do you? Xia Tian, feeling vexed, denied it. I'm not ill. I merely overlooked informing Tang Tang of the password to reach you. Just a moment. I'll tell Tang Tang how to get in touch with you, and you'll hear her voice in no time. Xiao Qingya, somewhat worried, suggested, Xia Tian. Perhaps I should take you to the hospital for an examination? Rest assured, I won't judge you. If your condition isn't serious, I might even allow you to stay and care for Tang Tang. Sensing that she might inadvertently upset Xia Tian with her words, her tone softened considerably. Just then, Tang Tang emerged from the room, wrapping her arms around Xia Tian's leg with a pitiful expression. Daddy, why can't Mommy hear me when I speak? Is my bracelet broken? Xia Tian gently patted her back in comfort. Don't worry, Tang Tang. It's not that your bracelet is malfunctioning. It's just that Daddy forgot to tell you how to contact Mommy. Indeed, what you just uttered was overheard by your father. Now, return to your bedroom. But instead of silently repeating find father, you should be murmuring find mother. Tang Tang tilted her head and inquired, Does this mean I can communicate with mother? Xia Tian nodded affirmatively, precisely. Simply replace father with mother, and you will be able to converse with her seamlessly. Xiao Qingya observed Tang Tang's unwavering belief and couldn't help but frown. That's enough. Xia Tian, if you have issues, seek help for yourself and do not involve my daughter. However, Xia Tian and Tang Tang paid no heed to her attitude. After exchanging high fives, Tang Tang dashed away once more. Xiao Qingya had intended to reprimand Xia Tian further, but just as her words began to escape her lips, she abruptly halted. Her expression shifted from anger to astonishment and disbelief. For just moments ago, she distinctly heard Tang Tang's voice echo in her mind. "Mother, is that you? Can you hear Tang Tang's voice this time? Huh? What is happening? Why can Mother still not hear me?" Just as Tang Tang began to doubt whether she had recited the contact password incorrectly, Xiao Qingya finally snapped out of her shock. Rising from the sofa, she grasped Xia Tian's hand tightly, her face a mask of incredulity. "Xia Tian, I think I really just heard Tang Tang speak." "No, wait. Not merely speaking, that voice seemed to resonate directly within my mind. I can't possibly be hallucinating, can I?" Before Xia Tian could respond, Tang Tang joyfully replied from the bedroom, "Mother, Tang Tang heard you talking. Isn't it marvelous?" This confirmation led Xiao Qingya to realize that Tang Tang's voice had indeed manifested directly in her consciousness. She regarded Xia Tian with a look of profound skepticism. "Is this all you're doing?" Xia Tian shook his head. "No, this is the result of the parent-child wristbands you possess. It has nothing to do with me." "Parent-child wristbands? Which company produced these? Why have I never heard of such an extraordinary invention?" Xiao Qingya questioned, filled with curiosity. Xia Tian had already prepared his explanation regarding the wristbands. He whispered, "Let me confide in you. During my leisure time, I indulge in some physics research. This set of wristbands was an unintentional little invention of mine." Xiao Qingya scoffed. "Do you take me for a 3-year-old? How could such a device possibly be created by you alone in secret, let alone you? Even the most elite research teams would likely take ages to develop something like this. I believe in Father. He is the most formidable, just like the agents in movies." Tang Tang interjected, having just returned from the bedroom, immediately defending Xia Tian against Xiao Qingya's skepticism. Tang Tang's words seemed to illuminate something for Xiao Qingya. She stepped back several paces while holding Tang Tang, her eyes warily fixed on Xia Tian. You are not a spy sent from another country, are you?" "Indeed, this device can record, video, and communicate. These various functions are evidently tailored for espionage agents. Pray, tell me, from which country do you hail? What ulterior motives could you possibly have in approaching my daughter and me?" Chapter 21. This man must be doing it on purpose, just to have me call him my husband. Xia Tian was utterly astonished by Xiao Qingya's wild imagination. He never anticipated that the seemingly aloof and astute Xiao Qingya could possess such a vivid imagination. He looked at her, both amused and exasperated. "Please, take a good look at me. Do I resemble a spy? Have you ever seen a spy as handsome as I am?" Xiao Qingya scoffed. "As the saying goes, one can know a person by their face, but not their heart. Ordinary people cannot judge the character of someone merely by their appearance. For spies like you, one must be even more cautious. Perhaps your looks are your greatest disguise." Xia Tian, exasperated, tapped his forehead. "I implore you, could you please watch fewer spy thrillers? Otherwise, you'll begin to see spies everywhere. Use that clever mind of yours to consider how I could possibly be a spy. If I were one, I would certainly have a mission, wouldn't I? Do you truly believe that a male nanny like myself could access any significant figures or confidential documents? Have you ever encountered a spy who spends their days cooking and caring for children?" Upon hearing Xia Tian's reasoning, Xiao Qingya realized she had perhaps been overly suspicious. Given Xia Tian's identity and work experience, he was indeed far removed from the world of espionage. Acknowledging her misunderstanding, Xiao Qingya awkwardly remarked, "Ahem, my apologies. It's just that the items you presented were so astonishing that I inadvertently overthought the situation." Xia Tian, however, did not take her misconception to heart. After all, women can sometimes be unreasonable. He chuckled and shook his head. "It's all right, as long as you no longer regard me as a spy and don't expel me." Seeing the two reconcile, Tang Tang wriggled free from Xiao Qingya's embrace. She dashed to Xia Tian's side, wrapping her arms around his leg, and exclaimed, "Wonderful! Daddy isn't a spy. He is a scientist who specializes in inventions." Xia Tian laughed and refuted, "Tang Tang, don't say such things. Your father is hardly a scientist." Curious, Tang Tang inquired, "Then, Daddy, what is your job?" Xia Tian chuckled, "Daddy is a full-time stay-at-home dad." "What does a full-time dad mean? What do you do?" Tang Tang tilted her head, looking perplexed. Xiaotian explained. A full-time dad means I don't go out to work. I stay home to cook and play with you. Upon hearing Xiaotian's explanation, Tang Tang's eyes sparkled with brightness. Really? Does such a job truly exist? Xiaotian nodded. Of course. If you don't believe me, you can ask your mother. Seeing the inquisitive look in Tang Tang's eyes, Xiao Qingya confirmed. What your father says is true. Taking care of you is indeed his job. After receiving confirmation, Tang Tang looked expectantly at Xiao Qingya. Mommy, could you also be a full-time dad like Daddy? That way, you both could stay home with me. Xiao Qingya shook her head, stating that simply won't do. A household can only have one full-time daddy. Otherwise, our family would inevitably face starvation on the streets. Well then, as long as I have Dad by my side, that's sufficient, she concluded. Tang Tang, undeterred by disappointment, joyfully embraced the summer warmth. Upon reaching the garage, Xiao Qingya relinquished the driver's seat, guiding Tang Tang to the back row instead. Summer had no objections, naturally settling into the driver's seat and starting the vehicle towards the mall. After fiddling with her wristband for some time, Xiao Qingya failed to discern any switches or buttons. Curiously glancing at her daughter, she whispered, Tang Tang, could you tell Mommy how to use this parent-child wristband? Tang Tang, eager to impart knowledge, replied, Mommy, it's quite simple. Just silently repeat Find Daddy in your mind, and it will work. Find Daddy. Xiao Qingya murmured in surprise, then proceeded to follow Tang Tang's instructions, mentally repeating the phrase several times to ensure accuracy. However, upon completion, she found the method utterly ineffective. With a hint of skepticism, she inquired, Tang Tang, are you certain that the method you taught me is correct? Why did it yield no results? Tang Tang nodded confidently, of course. I just used it to contact Daddy and Mommy. She encouraged, Mommy, why not try a few more times? Xiao Qingya shook her head, forget it. Asking you seems futile. Noticing their discussion regarding the wristband, Summer interjected, is there something unclear about the wristband? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Xiao Qingya confessed, how does this parent-child wristband work? What must I do to establish a connection with you and Tang Tang? It's quite straightforward. If you wish to video call or speak to Tang Tang, just think Find Tang Tang in your mind, Summer explained. Tang Tang, puzzled, asked, isn't it Find Daddy? How does it change to Find Tang Tang? Summer chuckled, haha. When Tang Tang contacts us, it's indeed Find Daddy or Find Mommy. However, when Mommy and Daddy wish to reach out to you, it's Find Tang Tang. Upon hearing Summer's explanation, Xiao Qingya felt an acute sense of embarrassment, wishing for a place to hide. How foolish of her to have asked Tang Tang. She mentally scolded herself for having repeated Find Daddy so many times. Thankfully, she hadn't uttered it aloud, or else Summer would have surely laughed at her. Curious about the wristband in Summer's possession, she asked, then what should I say to contact you? Is it Find Summer? Summer shook his head. No, not that. Xiao Qingya pressed on. Then what is it? Just tell me the command directly. It would make reaching you easier. After a brief moment of hesitation, Summer whispered, it's Find My Husband. Xiao Qingya's face involuntarily flushed at his words. What a ridiculous command. It felt utterly embarrassing to have to mentally call him husband just to establish contact. Could this fellow be deliberately setting the password this way to gain an advantage? Humph. I must not allow him to succeed. In the future, I will contact him via phone or WeChat, resolutely avoiding this ridiculous parent-child bracelet. Upon hearing the password uttered by Xiaotian, Xiao Qingya silently resolved within her heart. Chapter 22. What has stirred this woman to suddenly consider buying me a car? Xiao Qingya mentally repeated the name Tang Tang, and indeed, she established contact with her effortlessly. With a complex expression, she remarked, you are truly remarkable. Someone of your caliber should ideally be working at an institute of research. Why do you? Xiaotian shook his head. I have mentioned before. I have a particular fondness for children. Therefore, my current job suits me best. Inventing is merely a hobby. He continued, if you genuinely enjoy research. Once Tang Tang starts school, you could pursue a job in that field. Alternatively, when Tang Tang is older, I could financially support you in establishing a research institute. After a moment of silence, Xiao Qingya earnestly articulated her thoughts. Xiaotian promptly declined. There's really no need, compared to these trivial pursuits. I prefer to be with Tang Tang. Besides, I'm not as skilled as you think. This parent-child bracelet was merely a happenstance creation. If you asked me to make another set now, I wouldn't be able to. He had no desire to engage in any form of research, as it was beyond his understanding. Spending each day alongside Tang Tang and diligently completing system tasks felt far more reliable. Humph. Suit yourself, ah. As long as you do not regret it in the future. Witnessing Xia Tian's lack of appreciation for her well-intentioned offer, Xiao Qingya's tone turned noticeably colder. Although uncertain of how she had offended this woman, Xia Tian perceptively sensed the shift in her demeanor and tactfully chose to remain silent. Upon arriving at the mall, Xia Tian skillfully filled the shopping cart with an array of products, while Xiao Qingya trailed behind, silently pushing Tang Tang. After perusing the fresh meat and vegetable section, Xia Tian guided them to the snack and toy aisles for further shopping. It was only when both carts were brimming with items that he expressed satisfaction. All right, this should suffice. If we find anything lacking, I can always bring Tang Tang back another time. Xiao Qingya, gazing at the overflowing carts, voiced her concern. With so many items, how do we plan to carry them out? Xia Tian looked at her in surprise. After we check out, we simply push the shopping cart to the parking lot. You do know that these carts can be taken outside, right? This common-sense matter was indeed unknown to Xiao Qingya. She rarely shopped for such a quantity, and in the past, whenever she had acquired too many items, there had always been someone to assist her in transporting them, requiring her no effort at all. I've been too busy with work lately and forgot about the supermarket, she stammered. Xia Tian did not dwell on these trivialities, considering that future shopping excursions would mostly fall under his purview. The woman need only focus on her work, ensuring that her relationship with Tang Tang remains unaffected. Observing the long queue ahead, Xia Tian softly said, "You take Tang Tang and wait in line here. I just remembered something I forgot to buy. I'll be right back." Without waiting for Xiao Qingya's response, she stood up and left. Xiao Qingya pouted. Humph. Truly unreliable. She just claimed to have bought nearly everything, and now she contradicts herself so quickly. Xia Tian returned to the checkout counter in just a few minutes, holding a black bag. Curious, Xiao Qingya inquired, "What did you buy? Why are you being so secretive about it?" Upon hearing her question, Xia Tian awkwardly replied, It's nothing, just some daily necessities." "What daily necessities require a black bag? Show me," Xiao Qingya insisted, snatching the bag from Xia Tian's hands. However, when she saw the contents, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. Why did you buy these?" she asked softly. Xia Tian explained. "I noticed that it seemed like your household hadn't stocked up in a while. Since these items are needed every month, and we were out, I thought it wise to purchase some in advance. This way, it'll be convenient for you in the future, avoiding last-minute trips to buy them." Xiao Qingya lowered her head, whispering her gratitude. "Thank you." Although it was somewhat embarrassing for her that a man she barely knew had bought her sanitary napkins, deep down, she felt quite appreciative of Xia Tian's gesture. After all, he was the first person, besides her mother, to actively help her prepare for such needs. Xia Tian, however, seemed unfazed, casually shaking his head. "It's nothing. We are practically a family now. You earn the living, and I take care of the household. These matters are my responsibility." Hearing Xia Tian's gentle words, Xiao Qingya suddenly felt a profound warmth, as though her wandering spirit had finally found a refuge. A family? It did seem that way. Though they had only recently married, his presence had given her a sense of home. Perhaps, raising Tang Tang together in a simple and ordinary life would be a splendid choice. Once Wei Wei returned, she resolved to express her heartfelt gratitude for finding her such a dependable partner. Upon exiting the supermarket, Xiao Qingya observed Xia Tian placing items into the trunk of the car. She took the initiative to ask, "Xia Tian, what kind of car do you like? Perhaps I could buy you a vehicle for convenience, making it easier to run errands or pick up Tang Tang from school." Upon hearing her suggestion, Xia Tian stood frozen in place. His immediate reaction was not joy, but bewilderment. What had prompted this woman to suddenly offer to buy him a car? Chapter 23. This fellow may not be an exemplary husband, but he certainly excels as a father. "Dad, Mom said she wants to buy you a car. Why are you silent? Are you too happy?" exclaimed Tang Tang, her joy evident upon hearing that her mother intended to purchase a vehicle for Xia Tian. Snapping back to reality, Xia Tian quickly shook his head in refusal. "There's no need. I already own a reliable means of transportation. It serves its purpose well enough for grocery shopping and picking up Tang Tang from school. He dared not accept Xiao Qingya's car, as he was merely an imposter. If he refrained from taking her belongings, when his true identity was eventually revealed, he could claim he had stayed out of affection for Tang Tang. However, should he accept her car today, the whimsical nature of this woman might lead her to believe he was merely after her wealth. If that were the case, he would likely lose all hope of retaining any semblance of goodwill. Upon witnessing Xia Tian's resolute refusal, Xiao Qingya's previously softened expression immediately hardened once more. How foolish of me to think we were like a family, she scoffed inwardly. This insufferable man had never regarded her as family. Apart from his paternal affection towards Tang Tang, every interaction with her reeked of professionalism. Frustrated, Xiao Qingya silently vowed never to offer him anything again. Otherwise, she would be no better than a lapdog. With her resentment simmering, Xiao Qingya coldly inquired, "You have a car? Why didn't you mention it before? I recall you took a taxi when you came for the interview." Having prepared a response when he received the system's reward, Xia Tian was unfazed by her question. The truth is, I hadn't been here before. I feared I wouldn't find parking and would waste time, so I opted for a taxi. Xiao Qingya pressed on. How long have you had that car? Is it safe? I wouldn't want Tang Tang to ride in a vehicle with safety concerns. Hearing her concern, Xia Tian assured her, rest assured, my car was purchased recently. While I cannot speak to other aspects, its safety features surpass those of most high-end vehicles. Oh? What brand is it? Xiao Qingya casually asked, intrigued by his confidence. Xia Tian was momentarily stumped. He had yet to see the vehicle he had received as a system reward. He awkwardly deflected, I'll drive it over one day, and you can see for yourself. Xiao Qingya assumed he was planning to flaunt his new car before her, and she internally scoffed, humph. Such a pitiful male ego. Silence enveloped them as the family of three returned home. Whether it was fatigue from their afternoon shopping spree or lingering anger towards Xia Tian, Xiao Qingya entered her room without uttering a word upon arriving home. Xia Tian was not surprised. He had grown accustomed to the unpredictable moods of this woman. Fortunately, little Tong Tong's temperament does not mirror that of her mother. Otherwise, her life would be quite arduous. Daddy, will you play a game with me? As Xia Tian had just finished sorting the items he had purchased, little Tang Ang approached and affectionately clung to his leg. Though he felt physically exhausted and had no pressing tasks at hand, the sight of Tong Tong's cherubic face dispelled any inclination to refuse her request. He indulgently pinched her cheek and replied, "Of course. I wonder what game Tang Ang wishes to play?" Upon hearing Xia Tian's affirmative response, Tong Tong's excitement bubbled over. "I want to play horsey. Daddy, can you kneel down so I can ride on your back?" Xia Tian grimaced and gently urged. "But Daddy just carried a lot of things upstairs and hasn't had a moment to rest. How about we play with the toys I just bought for you instead?" Tang Tang pouted, her face a picture of dismay. No, Tang Tang only wants to play horsey. All the other kids have their daddies playing with them. And I want to play too. Please, just this once? Seeing the pleading look in her eyes, Xia Tian felt his heart melt. In an instant, he forgot his fatigue and cheerfully acquiesced. All right, it's just playing horsey. After all, this is what Daddy excels at. Without further ado, he knelt on the ground. Come, our little princess Tang Tang, it's time to mount. With Xia Tian's assistance, Tang Tang effortlessly climbed onto his back. Oh, I'm riding a horse. This is amazing. I can play horsey. Sitting on his back, Tang Ang wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, her voice bubbling with joy. Witnessing her happiness, Xia Tian felt that his exertion had been truly worthwhile. He chuckled, "Princess Tang Tang, hold on tight. The little horse is about to gallop." With that, he swiftly crawled across the carpet in the living room. As he picked up speed, Tang Ang, that jostled around, laughed with unrestrained glee. "Giddy up. Go, go." The two reveled in their playtime, but it became a source of distress for Xiao Qingya in the adjacent room. Initially, she had returned to her chamber to meticulously review the contract for tomorrow's collaboration. However, not long after entering, the raucous sounds of Xia Tian and Tong Tong's merriment interrupted her focus. At first, she paid it little mind, but as their play grew increasingly boisterous, their laughter and shouts became overwhelming, making it impossible for her to concentrate. She opened her door, wearing a stern expression, and stepped into the living room. "What are you two doing? Can you keep it down a bit? I can't work like this." Xia Tian, who had been enjoying himself immensely, froze in place at the sound of Xiao Qingya's voice, akin to a mouse encountering a cat. In contrast, Tang Tang showed no fear of Xiao Qingya whatsoever. She pouted slightly and said, "Mom, you're mean. Not only did you refuse to play horsey with Tang Tang, but now that Dad is playing with me, you're scolding us." It was only then that Xiao Qingya took in the scene in the living room. She saw Xia Tian on all fours, awkwardly looking up at her, while Tang Tang clung to his neck, seated on his back. Though Xia Tian remained still, his perspiration and the drenched fabric of his shirt silently conveyed his fatigue. Nevertheless, his expression bore no trace of impatience, and his gaze towards Tang Tang was still filled with affection and tenderness. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Qingya's anger dissipated instantly. Here was Xia Tian, an outsider, who tirelessly engaged with a child, while she, as the child's mother, had no right to chastise others for making noise. At that moment, a thought naturally surfaced in her mind. He may not be a great husband, but he is undoubtedly a wonderful father. Chapter 24. Rogue, where are you looking? Oh, I apologize. I was so engrossed in playing with Tang Tang that I forgot you were busy with work. Noticing Xiao Qingya's displeased expression, Xia Tian awkwardly defended himself. In truth, her anger had faded the moment she saw him playing horsey with Tang Tang. Now, only guilt remained in her heart. She nodded slightly, her voice cool as she replied, "It's fine. You can't be blamed for this. I know Tang Tang well. She must have insisted on playing with you. Don't hold it against her. After all, she is just a child. At her age, it's natural for her to want to play." Fearing that Xiao Qingya might unleash her frustration on Tang Tang, Xia Tian hurriedly smiled and pleaded on her behalf. A hint of a smile grazed Xiao Qingya's lips as she gently shook her head. "You underestimate Tang Tang. In this household, it's a miracle if she isn't feisty with me. I wouldn't dare to lose my temper with her." Perhaps sensing her mother's shift in mood, Tang Tang grew bolder. She climbed down from Xia Tian's back and scampered over to Xiao Qingya, tugging at her clothes and sweetly asking, "Mommy, can you not work today? Come and play with Daddy and me, please. I want you to join us." Before Xiao Qingya could respond, Xia Tian's eyelids involuntarily twitched. This little one truly dared to wish for the unpredictable woman to join them in their game, setting aside the question of what she would contribute. Even if she merely sat there, he feared he might feel utterly uncomfortable. With this thought, he quickly interjected, "Tang Tang, don't be silly. Come over here to Daddy. Mommy still has work and can't play with you right now. Why don't you come here and let Daddy carry you so we can continue playing horsey?" Yet, Tang Tang, resolute in her desire, refused to budge, pulling at Xiao Qingya's clothes and insisting, "I want tea. I just want Mommy to come and play with us. Mommy, please come and play for a little while, okay? All right. Since our little Tang Tang wishes to play with her mother, let us indulge her for a while." Just as Xia Tian was about to call for Tang Tang again during the summer, Xiao Qingya spoke up. Contrary to Xia Tian's expectation of an unwavering refusal, she readily agreed. "Oh, how wonderful it is to finally play games with both Mom and Dad. Mother, come quickly, Dad is all set." At that moment, the happiest person on the scene was undoubtedly Tang Tang. Receiving a positive response, she wasted no time, grasping Xiao Qingya's hand and racing towards Xia Tian. Seeing Xiao Qingya squat down beside him under Tang Tang's insistence, Xia Tian immediately felt a bit uneasy and quickly suggested, "Actually, I can handle the horse riding game by myself. If you have matters to attend to, feel free to go ahead. I can take care of Tang Tang." Xiao Qingya shook her head. "It's nothing urgent. I can deal with it at the office tomorrow. Besides, having already promised Tang Tang, I see no reason to disappoint her." With a resigned nod, Xia Tian replied, "All right then, since you've made your arrangements, I won't say more. Just support Tang Tang while I carry her around the house." Xiao Qingya acknowledged, indicating her agreement. With her assistance, Tang Tang climbed onto Xia Tian's back once more. However, this time with Xiao Qingya's protection. Tang Tang no longer needed to cling tightly to Xia Tian's neck. She could sit upright as if genuinely riding a horse. "Princess Tang Tang, are you seated properly? If so, the steed is about to embark," Xia Tian remarked, ensuring that Tang Tang was positioned correctly, while subtly reminding Xiao Qingya of her supportive role. "I'm ready. Dad, hurry and start." Tang Tang, unable to contain her excitement, urged him on. All right, the princess's little white horse is setting off. Xia Tian responded enthusiastically, promptly using both hands and feet to crawl across the living room carpet. Xiao Qingya stood behind him, one hand steadying Tang Tang to prevent her from falling. Oh, that is so amazing. Mom can barely keep up with us. With Xiao Qingya's support, Tang Tang was having an even more delightful time. However, this was proving exhausting for Xia Tian. Before Xiao Qingya joined, he had already carried Tang Tang several laps. Now, with her participation, he quickened his pace, leaving him panting after just a few more rounds. Sitting down on the floor, his face contorted in weariness, Xia Tian said, Tang Tang, how about we take a little break? We played quite energetically, and I'm feeling a bit tired. The young Tang Tang, however, was unfazed and leaned in close to Xia Tian's ear, playfully pouting, No? Tang Tang, hasn't he had enough fun yet? Can you take me for 2 more laps? Please? Pretty please? Hearing her sweet, endearing plea, Xia Tian's resolve crumbled instantly. He immediately nodded in agreement. All right, since our darling Tang Tang enjoys it, I will endure whatever hardships for her. Before Tang Tang could cheer, Xiao Qingya shot her a glare, admonishing, Tang Tang, do not be mischievous. Your father has been carrying you for quite some time and is already very tired. We must allow him to rest for a while. Otherwise, if he becomes ill from exhaustion, there will be no one to play horsey with you in the future. Upon hearing that continuing to play could lead to her father falling ill, Tang Tang quickly shook her head, saying, Then I won't play anymore. Daddy, please rest for a bit. Despite the protest from both Tang Tang and Xiao Qingya, Xia Tian stubbornly replied, Actually, I'm not that tired. I believe I can hold on a little longer. Xiao Qingya rolled her eyes at him, saying, Do not be so stubborn. Look at your shirt, it's soaked through. Aren't you afraid that if you keep playing, you might completely wear yourself out? I must tell you, my strength is quite limited. If you collapse, I want to have the strength to carry you to bed. Tang Tang chimed in, Yes. Tang Tang's strength is also quite small. I cannot help Daddy to bed. Daddy, you should rest first and let Mommy play with me. Initially, Xiao Qingya was somewhat reluctant, but she could not resist Tang Tang's persistent clinging to her leg. Glancing at Xia Tian, who was still panting on the carpet, she ultimately nodded in agreement. After all, Xia Tian, a mere outsider, was so dedicated to playing with her daughter. As a mother, what reason did she have to refuse? Seeing Xiao Qingya slowly kneel down, Xia Tian asked with concern, Are you all right? Perhaps we should wait. Let me recover a bit before continuing to play with Tang Tang. However, Xiao Qingya dismissed his concern, proudly lifting her chin and declaring, Have you never seen a pig run? No matter how difficult this is, it cannot compare to the challenges I face at work. Xia Tian, who had been sitting in front of Xiao Qingya, could only see the back of her head and her back while she knelt. But at that moment, as she raised her head, his gaze inadvertently landed upon her chest. After returning home, Xiao Qingya had already changed into loose loungewear, and when she lifted her head, the neckline revealed a glimpse of her fair skin. Having never had such a close view of such beauty, Xia Tian was momentarily mesmerized. Xiao Qingya initially thought that cursing Xia Tian as a fool would elicit an immediate retort from him. However, when she heard no response, she looked over in confusion, only to find him staring vacantly in the direction of her neckline, occasionally swallowing hard. Xiao Qingya, understanding exactly what he was gazing at, felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Bah, pervert, where are you looking? Chapter 25. Oh no, this time he has truly touched the tiger's backside. Caught in the act. Xia Tian felt so awkward he wished he could dig a hole and hide. He stammered in his defense, please don't misunderstand. I truly didn't mean to take advantage of you. I was just, seeing him still attempting to argue. Xiao Qingya's expression grew colder. Just what? Why have you stopped talking? After a brief moment of contemplation, Xia Tian devised an excuse. I was merely lost in thought and momentarily distracted. Xiao Qingya retorted with a cold laugh. Oh, it seems that Mr. Xia must have been pondering something delectable, as you have been incessantly swallowing. Xia Tian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, yet he had no choice but to admit, Indeed, I was just contemplating what delicious meal I should prepare for Tang Tang this evening. Naturally, Xiao Qingya was not swayed by his flimsy deceit and scoffed. A liar. Mom, are you ready yet? Why haven't we set off? At that moment, Tang Tang, who was perched on Xiao Qingya's back, could no longer contain her impatience. Xiao Qingya responded, "All right, make sure to hold on tight, as we are about to embark." With that, she began to crawl across the living room, carrying Tang Tang on her back. Seeing Xiao Qingya depart, Xia Tian finally exhaled in relief. This woman was exceedingly astute. Had it not been for Tang Tang, he would have struggled to extricate himself from the situation. Nevertheless, he reasoned that he had not entirely deceived her. He had indeed been thinking about something appetizing, fluffy, white, and succulent meat buns. Was that not a delightful thought? Alas, he could only gaze longingly at the buns, unable to partake in their enjoyment. As Xia Tian languished in boredom, his gaze inadvertently returned to Tang Tang. Observing her securely clinging to Xiao Qingya's neck, he felt some reassurance. However, once his worries for Tang Tang subsided, his gaze began to wander uncontrollably. It was unclear when it had begun, but his eyes gradually drifted downward, resting upon Xiao Qingya's alluring figure. As he watched her rear sway with each movement, he found himself swallowing again, captivated. To his surprise, he had not anticipated that this woman possessed such a remarkable physique. Not only was she well endowed, but her curves appeared enticingly manageable. Surely, a playful slap would yield a delightful sensation, he mused. While he was indulging his eyes in this feast, Tang Tang, perched atop Xiao Qingya's back, voiced her dissatisfaction. "Mom, please speed up. You're moving far too slowly." Daddy was much faster. Upon hearing her complaints, Xiao Qingya retorted, exasperated, "Humph. Your father is a man, inherently stronger. As a woman, I cannot match his strength, nor can I match his speed. If you find my pace unsatisfactory, you are welcome to dismount and wait for your father to rest before continuing your playtime with him." Tang Tang pouted in response, "TCH. Mom, you were never as fast as Daddy anyway, and now you don't want to hear it." Xiao Qingya chose not to engage in further banter, yet her crawling speed subtly increased. Although it remained slower than Xia Tian's, it was significantly faster than her previous leisurely pace. Observing the effect of her daughter's words, Tang Tang couldn't help but urge again, "Mom, go a little faster. If you do, we might catch up to Daddy." Xiao Qingya replied, "This is as fast as it gets. You can choose to stay or get off. I must say, it is quite generous of me to agree to accompany you for some amusement. Do not take advantage of my kindness." Tang Tang embraced her neck and made a face at Xiao Qingya, refraining from further urging. Xia Tian, reveling in the unfolding spectacle, provocatively chimed in, "Tang Tang, mere words will not suffice. If you wish to make the horse gallop swiftly, one must employ the right methods." Curiously, Tang Tang inquired, "What methods are those?" "Daddy, you run so fast. You surely know the secret, don't you? Please tell me quickly. I want to try it on Mama right away." Before Xia Tian could respond, Xiao Qingya turned sharply, casting a fierce glare at him. "If you dare to mislead Tang Tang, just wait and see how I will deal with you later." Xia Tian chuckled and shook his head. "This cannot be blamed on your father. It is not that I refuse to tell you, but rather that your mother forbids me from doing so." Tang Tang immediately began to pout. "Daddy, just tell me. I really want to know. You can rest assured that if Mama gives you trouble later, I will definitely stand by your side." Xia Tian laughed. "What good does that do? Together, we are no match for your mother." Unwilling to give up without an answer, Tang Tang continued to whine. "Oh, Daddy, please tell me, one to you? My dear father, the best father in the world." Naturally, Xia Tian, encouraged by her endearments, was inclined to share. Hearing Tang Tang sweetly call him her good father and proclaim him the best in the world brought a broad smile to his face. Hiki. Our Tang Tang must have seen how others ride horses on television, right? To make a horse run fast, merely shouting is ineffective. You must give it a good swat on the rear. "You scoundrel," Xia Tian. Xiao Qingya, who was crawling, exclaimed in indignant outrage. Meanwhile, Tang Tang, brimming with excitement, began to put the plan into action. One arm encircled Xiao Qingya's neck, while the other hand attempted to pat her behind. Mimicking the show she had seen, she shouted, "Giddy up! Giddy up!" Unfortunately, her small stature prevented her from reaching Xiao Qingya's backside, and her attempts only landed on her back. As Xiao Qingya passed by Xia Tian, Tang Tang looked to him for assistance. "Daddy, I can't reach. Why don't you help me give it a whack?" At her words, An image involuntarily surfaced in Xia Tian's mind of when he had just been gazing at Xiao Qingya's pert behind. Whether it was due to Tang Tang's plea or his own curiosity, he could not restrain himself and gave Xiao Qingya's rear a resounding slap. Smack! The crisp sound echoed. Suddenly, as Xiao Qingya was crawling steadily, she felt an unexpected force strike her behind. A fiery sensation surged from the spot Xia Tian had just smacked, racing to her brain. Her face instantly flushed crimson, not from pain, but rather from the sheer embarrassment of the situation. Realizing what had transpired, Xiao Qingya immediately shouted in fury, "Xia Tian, you scoundrel, just wait. You are in big trouble." Before Summer had the chance to fully savor the recent sensations, a threatening remark from Xiao Qingya abruptly jolted him back to reality. At that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. It was over, completely over. Had he just acted recklessly, like poking the tiger's rear? However, spurred by the sting of that slap from Summer, Xiao Qingya indeed began to crawl faster. This was not due to any absurd justification provided by Summer, but purely out of a desire to escape swiftly, driven by shame and embarrassment. Moreover, she feared that Summer, under Tang Tang's coaxing, might deliver yet another slap. Meanwhile, Tang Tang was merrily laughing, hugging Xiao Qingya's neck and exclaiming, "Wow, the horse is really speeding up. Daddy is amazing." Yet, at that moment, Summer could not muster a smile in response to Tang Tang's praise. With a pained expression, he protested, If I say that what just happened was not my intention, would you believe me?" After crawling a short distance, Xiao Qingya halted, reached back to lift Tang Tang off her back, and then stood up. Her gaze icy as she fixed it on Summer. "Hey, do you think I would believe you?" she retorted. Noticing that Xiao Qingya had disregarded Tang Tang and was advancing towards him, Summer hastily scrambled to his feet, retreating while pleading, "No, please don't act impulsively. We can talk this over. We can negotiate." Chapter 26. As long as I am shameless, I am invincible. Xiao Qingya scoffed. "All right, you stay right there." Summer, however, was not foolish enough to remain stationary and quickly circled around the coffee table in the living room, making his way to Tang Tang's side. He scooped her up and implored, "Tang Tang, you must save Daddy, otherwise, I am doomed." Tang Tang confidently patted her tiny chest and assured him, "Daddy, don't worry. I said I would stand by you, and I will definitely protect you." After saying this, she wriggled free from Summer's embrace, dashed a few steps, and positioned herself in front of Xiao Qingya. Gazing down at Tang Tang, Xiao Qingya's expression remained unchanged, her demeanor still frosty. She had not forgotten that this little girl was also one of the instigators. The reason Summer had slapped his own behind was due to her incitement. She issued a stern warning, "Xiao Zihan, I advise you to step aside. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable as well." Tang Tang, however, took a step forward and wrapped her arms around Xiao Qingya's legs. Summer chimed in, "Oh, come on. Aren't we just playing a game? Why are you still angry? Surely you can handle a little fun?" Xiao Qingya retorted, "This is no longer a game. Tang Tang, step aside and let mommy teach him a lesson." Observing Xiao Qingya's displeased countenance, Tang Tang showed no signs of fear, smiling brightly as she said, "Mommy, don't you want to punish Daddy? I have a brilliant idea." "Would you like to hear it?" Xiao Qingya, with a skeptical brow, inquired, "What good idea could you possibly have, you little rascal?" "If you ask me, you've come over to plead his case." Tang Tang confidently responded, "Oh, Mommy, I am your beloved daughter. How could you not trust me? Rest assured, I shall always stand by your side. If you find my suggestion unsatisfactory, feel free to impose your own punishment upon me." Observing her confident demeanor, Xiao Qingya felt a flicker of curiosity. Coldly, she inquired, "Pray tell, what clever solution do you propose?" Tang Tang beckoned her to lean in closer. As the mother and daughter engaged in whispered conversation, an inexplicable sense of unease welled up within Xia Tian. After a brief moment of concern, he reassured himself. Regardless, Tang Tang would undoubtedly be far kinder to him than Xiao Qingya. Even if Tang Tang were to instruct Xiao Qingya on how to penalize him, her methods would surely be more lenient than those of her mother. With this thought settled, Xia Tian reclined comfortably, indifferent to their discussion, surrendering to fate. After their hushed exchange, Tang Tang cheerfully asked, "Mama, what do you think of my idea?" Xiao Qingya cast a glance in Xia Tian's direction before nodding. "Quite good. I believe it is worth a try." Surprised by their swift consensus, Xia Tian curiously inquired, "What were you two discussing?" Xiao Qingya retorted, "Humph. Why should I tell you?" Turning to Tang Tang, he found her shaking her head as well. "Daddy, I can't reveal it to you yet. Just know that Mama is no longer pursuing responsibility for you, and that is sufficient." In disbelief, Xia Tian gazed at Xiao Qingya. "Is what Tang Tang said true?" Xiao Qingya affirmed, "Indeed, considering Tang Tang's feelings, we shall let the matter slide. However, from now on, I shall not partake in the horse riding game with her. That task falls upon you." Hearing her seemingly simple condition, Xia Tian eagerly nodded in agreement. "No problem. I've rested enough. You can return to your rest." Yet Xiao Qingya retorted, "Humph. I refuse to leave. I wish to stay here and observe your play." Xia Tian quickly smiled and replied, "As you wish. As long as you're happy. Daddy, hurry over. Tang Tang still wants to play horse riding." With their discussion concluded, Tang Tang began to urge him once more. "Coming. Daddy will join you now." Aware of Tang Tang's esteemed position in the family, Xia Tian's demeanor softened further. "Daddy, why aren't you climbing as quickly as Mama? Hurry up." As soon as she settled on his back, Tang Tang began to encourage him. "Don't rush. Daddy hasn't started yet," he replied. Tang Tang chuckled. "Let me help you get started. Go." Xia Tian dismissed her words, thinking she was merely jesting. However, to his surprise, as soon as she finished speaking, he felt a sharp slap on his backside. Ah! Caught off guard, Xia Tian let out a startled cry, and instinctively, his speed increased. After covering a fair distance, he turned back to question Xiao Qingya. "What are you doing?" Xiao Qingya, brimming with pride, replied, "Humph. What's wrong? It's fine for you to hit me. But I can't retaliate?" In the sultry summer, Xia Tian lamented, "You really struck too hard. After that slap, I feel as though my backside has turned crimson." Xiao Qingya, with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, replied, "Isn't this merely a game? What's the matter? Surely you're not one to take offense? You can't be angry, can you?" At that moment, Xia Tian finally comprehended what Tang Tang had whispered to Xiao Qingya to persuade her to spare him. It was evident that this woman had resolved to retaliate in kind. However, he felt at a loss for words, as he had initiated the playful assault on her posterior, leaving him in a position of guilt. Reluctantly, he decided to steer clear of Xiao Qingya's vicinity while entertaining Tang Tang. Yet, Xiao Qingya had no intention of letting him off so easily. Upon noticing his deliberate avoidance, she took it upon herself to chase after him. Xia Tian crawled, while Xiao Qingya walked, and despite his best efforts, he could not evade her grasp. Smack! Another resounding slap landed on his backside. Hiss! Even with prior mental preparation, Xia Tian could not suppress a sharp intake of breath in response to the pain. He inwardly pondered, why does this woman possess such formidable strength? I must devise a strategy to extricate myself from her clutches. If this continues, I shall have no choice but to sleep on my stomach tonight. After enduring 2 more slaps, Xia Tian finally conceived a plan of action. Though it bore a tinge of humiliation, it promised to be effective against a woman like Xiao Qingya. Smack! Xia Tian had scarcely crawled a few paces when Xiao Qingya caught up with him once again, delivering yet another slap. Awu. Expecting to hear Xia Tian's anguished cries, Xiao Qingya found her brow furrowing in confusion. This time, instead of a scream, he emitted an odd moan. Annoyed, Xiao Qingya remarked, "Xia Tian, why are you making such noises?" Xia Tian retorted defiantly, "Humph. If you strike so forcefully, how can you expect me not to vocalize my discomfort?" Infuriated by his audacity, Xiao Qingya declared, "Oh, you enjoy making sounds, do you? Allow me to give you ample reason to do so." With that, she raised her hand and delivered 2 successive slaps to his posterior. Ow! Ah! This time, Xia Tian's cries were even more exaggerated, and had their home not been a single-unit building with excellent soundproofing, onlookers would surely assume a young couple was engaged in a vigorous exercise session indoors. Hearing his moans caused Xiao Qingya to blush, and she hesitated to continue her onslaught. Irritated, she asked, "Xia Tian, are you doing this on purpose?" With her ceasing the slaps, Xia Tian too halted his retreat, turning back with a cheeky grin. "Curious to know? Perhaps you should strike a few more times to find out?" "Humph. Shameless." Xiao Qingya scoffed lightly, turning on her heel and departing. With the crisis averted, Xia Tian chuckled triumphantly, hee hee. Indeed, as long as I am unashamed, I am invincible. Chapter 27. How did you manage this? These cola chicken wings are simply exquisite. Perhaps sensing Xia Tian's fatigue, Tang Tang ceased her insistence on playing horsey after Xiao Qingya left. After playing with her in the living room for a while, Xia Tian rose to head to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Tang Tang had grown accustomed to entertaining herself, understanding that Xia Tian was going to make something delicious. She quietly occupied herself in the living room without any fuss. Around 7 in the evening, Xia Tian emerged from the kitchen, beaming as he carried the completed dishes. Spotting Tang Tang still engrossed in her blocks, he called out, "Tang Tang, go call mommy for dinner." Upon hearing that dinner was ready, Tang Tang's eyes immediately lit up. She dropped her blocks and dashed away. "Mommy, mommy, come out, dinner is ready." Arriving at the doorway of Xiao Qingya's study, Tang Tang knocked vigorously on the door. Xiao Qingya closed her laptop and smiled, saying, "All right, mommy knows, you go eat first. I'll be there shortly." With her reply, Tang Tang wasted no time and turned to race toward the dining room. Just as Xia Tian had arranged the 4 dishes and a soup, Tang Tang rushed over. "Daddy, I want to eat meat. I want that meat." Upon reaching the dining table, she pointed at the cola chicken wings, clamoring for meat. Xia Tian scooped her up in his arms, chuckling, "If you like it, I'll serve you some in a bit, but remember to wash your hands first. Our Tang Tang must be a hygienic and good child." As he spoke, he carried her toward the restroom. Tang Tang was far from unhygienic. The enticing aroma of her father's cooking had simply distracted her. Standing on a stool, she washed her hands while still defending herself. Xia Tian nodded with a smile. "You're right. Our Tang Tang is the best, and certainly a child who values hygiene. I must have misunderstood you, so let Daddy apologize." Tang Tang giggled and shook her head. "It's okay. Tang Tang forgives you." Xiao Qingya, coming from the study, observed the tender scene between father and daughter, her expression softening involuntarily. Once everyone was seated, Xia Tian smiled and said, "I'm not quite familiar with your tastes, so I prepared some dishes that are generally well-liked. If you have any dietary restrictions or particular preferences, feel free to let me know. I'll make sure to consider them in the future." Xiao Qingya glanced at the table laden with food: spicy chicken cubes, cola chicken wings, braised eggplant, and stewed pork with preserved vegetables, accompanied by a bowl of corn rib soup. She nodded in satisfaction. "You don't need to be so formal. You are now a part of this family, not just a housekeeper." As for dietary restrictions, neither Tang Tang nor I have any. However, she is still young and cannot handle overly spicy dishes. She can only manage mild ones. Additionally, she is not fond of vegetables, but you need not worry about that. We must not indulge her picky eating habits. Xia Tian listened intently to Xiao Qingya's every word, nodding in acknowledgement once she finished. "Understood. I will refrain from making overly spicy dishes. As for her aversion to vegetables, leave that to me. I will find a way to make her love them." Xiao Qingya did not take Xia Tian's words to heart, even though he was a master chef. However, the 5-star hotels she had visited were not few, and yet she remained indifferent to the vegetables prepared by the executive chefs. Nonetheless, she refrained from expressing her thoughts, as it was evident that Xia Tian's intentions were good. She gently remarked, "There is nothing else. Let us start eating." Upon hearing Xiao Qingya speak, Tang Tang immediately tugged at Xia Tian's sleeve, pointing to the cola chicken wings beside Xiao Qingya, exclaiming, "Daddy, I want to eat that meat. I can't reach it. Please help me." Xiao Qingya, somewhat exasperated, questioned, "Tang Tang, your mother is much closer to this dish. Why don't you ask her for help?" Without hesitation, Tang Tang pouted, "No. I'm tired of the dishes Mommy serves. I want Daddy to help me." Xiao Qingya felt her blood pressure rise at Tang Tang's words, but found no grounds to scold her. Xia Tian, while serving Tang Tang, chuckled to ease the situation. "Qingya, you should eat too. Tang Tang is fine with me. It's normal for kids to seek novelty." Xiao Qingya softly acknowledged and decided to ignore Tang Tang, focusing instead on her meal. She merely stated she had no dietary restrictions, omitting the fact that she was not from Jiangcheng, but rather from the imperial capital. Her palate favored bolder flavors, particularly those with a hint of spice. Thus, the first dish she selected was the spicy chicken cubes. Xia Tian, your chef's certification is in Sichuan cuisine, isn't it? After sampling the spicy chicken cubes prepared by Xia Tian, Xiao Qingya asserted with certainty, although framed as a question. She had already concluded that Xia Tian must specialize in Sichuan cooking. Otherwise, the authenticity of this dish could not surpass that of many five-star hotel chefs. Xia Tian neither confirmed nor denied, responding ambiguously, "What you say holds some truth." Xiao Qingya displayed a knowing expression. "I knew it. If you hadn't studied it specifically. Your Sichuan cuisine couldn't possibly be this authentic." In response to Xiao Qingya's compliment, Xia Tian merely smiled and remained silent. "Yum, Daddy's chicken wings are simply delicious. Please give me another one." Tang Tang once more. After finishing one chicken wing, Tang Tang chewed her food while urging Xia Tian to serve her more. Observing Tang Tang licking her fingers while speaking, Xiao Qingya's brow instinctively furrowed. "Tang Tang, hasn't Mommy taught you the dining etiquette?" she admonished. "Look at how you're behaving. How can you lick your fingers? It's as if you've never eaten before." Faced with her mother's rebuke, Tang Tang replied with a hint of grievance, "Mommy, I didn't mean to. It's just that Daddy's chicken wings are too delicious." Xiao Qingya scoffed. "It's just cola chicken wings. You've had them before. What is the fuss about?" As if to validate her statement, she picked up her own chopsticks and selected a piece of cola chicken wing. Initially, Xiao Qingya thought it was merely a dish favored by children, nothing remarkable at all. However, as she brought the chicken wings to her mouth, her thoughts were instantly shattered. If it weren't for the fact that Summer and Tang Tang were still mindful of their image, she would have truly wanted to grab Summer's collar and exclaim loudly, "How on earth did you manage this? These Coca-Cola chicken wings are absolutely delectable." Chapter 28. Ever since this man appeared, I feel as though I have become an outsider. Mom, how is it? Isn't it delicious? Upon seeing Xiao Qingya also indulge in a piece of Coca-Cola chicken wings, Tang Tang, who was eating nearby, immediately inquired with concern. Xiao Qingya cleared her throat and said, "Ahem. It is indeed quite good, but that does not justify licking your fingers while eating. Let this be a lesson." She truly found it difficult to sound too stern, for after experiencing the flavor, she completely understood why Tang Tang would lick her fingers. To be honest, if she were to eat it with her hands, she might find herself unconsciously wanting to lick her fingers as well. "Come now, Tang Tang. Do not just eat the chicken wings. The braised pork is quite delightful too. You should give it a try." Noticing that Tang Tang was about to finish her second chicken wing, Summer directly placed 2 pieces of braised pork into her bowl without waiting for her to ask. Tang Tang was not picky. She ate whatever Summer offered. After finishing her chicken wing, she quickly picked up the braised pork with her chopsticks and began to eat. This braised pork is also delicious, even more fragrant than the chicken wings. Tang Tang exclaimed in surprise after savoring a few bites. Summer chuckled, "Of course. Pork is more aromatic than chicken. Now, let us hurry and eat. Otherwise, your mother will scold you again." Hearing Summer's words, Tang Tang cast a guilty glance at Xiao Qingya. Upon noticing her mother's gaze upon her, she quickly lowered her head and focused on eating the meat. As dinner concluded, Summer turned to Xiao Qingya and asked, "You start work tomorrow, right?" Xiao Qingya nodded yes. "Starting tomorrow. I will need to trouble you to take care of Tang Tang." Summer inquired, "Is your company far from home? Will you return for lunch?" Xiao Qingya shook her head. "No, the company only has an hour for lunch. If I return, it would be too rushed. I can just grab a quick bite at the office." Summer, ever eager to please, asked, "Are you accustomed to the food near your company? If not, I can prepare some meals for you in the morning to take to work. You can simply heat them up in a microwave during lunch. What dishes do you enjoy? I can wake up early to prepare them for you." Xiao Qingya promptly declined. "No need. That would be too much trouble. Moreover, our company doesn't have a microwave, so I wouldn't have anywhere to heat it up." Although she recognized Summer's good intentions, she was not inclined to bring her own meals. As the president of a company, how could she stoop to the level of a mere employee bringing food from home? If others saw her, they might think their corporation was on the verge of bankruptcy. Otherwise, how could their president afford to eat? After being refused, Summer did not press the matter further. He had merely asked out of casual curiosity. If Xiao Qingya wished to bring lunch, he could simply rise early to prepare breakfast. In this way, when she discovered his deception, the principle of a mouth that has eaten cannot speak ill would afford him a greater chance of remaining. However, if Xiao Qingya was unwilling to bring lunch, he He would devise other methods to cultivate a good relationship with her. As everyone set down their bowls and chopsticks, Xia Tian proactively stood up to clear the table. Xiao Qingya then took Tang Tang's hand and said, "Darling, let us return to the room." Yet, Tang Tang was reluctant to leave. "I'm not going. I still want to play with Daddy." Xiao Qingya urged, "Tang Tang, let us go back to rest, shall we? Tomorrow, Daddy can take you to play." Stubbornly, Tang Tang shook her head. "No, I want to play with Daddy right now." Xiao Qingya squatted down, patiently coaxing her for a while. But Tang Tang remained resolute in not following her. "Xiao Zihan, I warn you not to provoke my anger. You'd best come back with me now, or it will be too late when I start to deal with you." Xiao Qingya's patience was quickly exhausted. She glared at Tang Tang with a stern face, issuing her threat. However, Tang Tang was still not tired and had no desire to sleep. Seeing Xiao Qingya getting angry, Tang Tang softened her stance. But her words still reflected a reluctance to return to the bedroom with her mother. Xia Tian, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, heard the commotion in the living room and poked his head out to help reason with Tang Tang. "Tang Tang, how about you go back to the room with Mommy first? Look, Daddy is busy right now, and even if you stay here, he won't have time to play with you. How about this? You go back with Mommy, and I promise to come find you as soon as I finish cleaning the kitchen." "All right then. But Daddy, you must keep your word. You have to come find Tang Tang after you finish." Hearing Xia Tian's promise, Tang Tang reluctantly agreed. Watching Xiao Qingya and Tang Tang walk away, Xia Tian chuckled and shook his head. "Hee. This little girl is quite clingy. Could this be the reason for her high compatibility with the system?" After tidying up the kitchen, Xia Tian did not break his promise and went directly to Xiao Qingya's room. Upon knocking and entering, he found Tang Tang eagerly playing with Xiao Qingya on the bed with building blocks. As soon as she saw Xia Tian, Tang Tang exclaimed excitedly, "Daddy, you're here. Come over and sit next to me to play." Xiao Qingya was equally pleased with Xia Tian's arrival. Ever since he had come, Tang Tang had not sought her out, preferring instead to cling to Xia Tian for conversation and play. "Tang Tang, stop playing with the blocks and tidy them up. It's time for bed." After allowing Tang Tang to frolic for a while, Xiao Qingya checked the time on her phone and noted it was already 9 o'clock, prompting her to encourage her to sleep earlier. Tang Tang, clearly still not finished playing, clung to Xiao Qingya's arm and pleaded, "Mommy, please let me play a little longer. I'm not tired yet, and I want to play with Daddy for a bit more." Xiao Qingya, however, remained unmoved, frowning as she firmly rejected, "No, it's already 9 o'clock. It's time for bed. If you wish to play, you may do so tomorrow after you wake up." "Humph. I don't care. I refuse to sleep. I simply want to play." Seeing that her coaxing had no effect, Tang Tang resorted to pouting and acting spoiled. Observing her disobedience, Xiao Qingya's temper flared. Yet, before she could voice her thoughts, Xia Tian interjected, "Hold on, don't be so quick to anger. Allow me to try persuading her first." He nodded reassuringly at Xiao Qingya and then turned his attention to Tang Tang, speaking gently, "Tang Tang, how about we sleep now? If you go to bed, Daddy will stay and tell you a bedtime story. But if you continue to play, then Daddy will return to his room, and there will be no story." Initially, Tang Tang was inclined to refuse, but upon hearing Xia Tian mention a bedtime story, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She eagerly nodded in agreement. All right, I'll sleep now. Daddy, please tell me a story quickly. Mommy never tells me stories, and I've never heard a bedtime story before." Xia Tian discreetly made a hand gesture behind his back to Xiao Qingya, witnessing Tang Tang's sudden change in attitude. Xiao Qingya felt utterly speechless. What is this situation? Ever since this man entered the household, I seem to have become more of an outsider. Chapter 29. What is going on? Has that boy drugged me? To hear Xia Tian tell a story, Tang Tang willingly lay down on the bed and tucked herself in. With her sparkling eyes wide open, she curiously asked, "Daddy, what story are you going to tell me?" Xia Tian replied, "Shall I tell you the story of Little Red Riding Hood?" Although she had never heard of this tale, Tang Tang happily nodded. "Yes, let us hear that one." Ding. Growth task activated. Daddy's bedtime care. Daddy's bedtime care. Please continuously tell the adorable treasure a bedtime story for 7 consecutive days, providing the most heartfelt bedtime care. Task rewards: 10 million cash, 1 high-level skill lottery, at least level B, and a special item. Upon receiving this unexpected system notification, Xia Tian's heart soared with joy. Haha, that little darling, Tang Tang, truly is my lucky star. Ever since I met her, this system has been showering me with rewards. It seems I will soon be able to fulfill my promise of buying her a big house. However, the challenge lies in how to explain the sudden influx of wealth, which is quite a headache. Just as Xia Tian was lost in thought, Xiao Qingya chimed in. All right, your father is about to tell you a story. You should hurry and close your eyes. Tang Tang shook her head. No, I want to keep my eyes open to listen, otherwise I fear I'll fall asleep before it ends. Xiao Qingya responded with irritation. How can you not close your eyes? Your father is telling you a story precisely to help you sleep. This time, before Tang Tang could speak, Xia Tian took the initiative to persuade her, saying, all right. Let her keep her eyes open if she wishes. After all, she is quite exhilarated right now, even if you ask her to close her eyes. I doubt she could fall asleep. Xiao Qingya shot him a glance of disapproval, replying, if you don't let her close her eyes, once she finishes this story, she'll undoubtedly pester you to tell her more. Even if you aren't tired, I still have work tomorrow. With confidence, Xia Tian assured her, rest assured. I guarantee that once this story concludes, Tang Tang will surely fall asleep. Such a braggart, Xiao Qingya muttered under her breath. Yet she refrained from insisting that Tang Tang close her eyes. Once upon a time, there was a little girl who loved to wear a red cap. Hence everyone called her Little Red Riding Hood. On this day, Little Red Riding Hood was visiting her grandmother. Xia Tian began to narrate this story he had heard in his childhood with a gentle voice. He spoke in simple terms, without employing the system's reward skill. The Angel's Lullaby. After all, Tang Tang had only just settled down, and her spirits were still quite high. If she fell asleep the moment he began, it might arouse Xiao Qingya's suspicions. Tang Tang listened intently to Xia Tian's storytelling, while Xiao Qingya occasionally glanced at both Tang Tang and Xia Tian. Noticing that Tang Tang was still quite lively, she couldn't help but think to herself, humph. Just wait until the story ends. I'll see how I can mock you. Lacking talent is one thing, but boasting so shamelessly is a dreadful habit. As the story neared its conclusion, Xia Tian discreetly activated the skill, Angel's Lullaby. With the activation of the skill, his voice became even more melodious and magnetic. His words seemed to possess a magical charm, effortlessly soothing the listener's spirit. In mere seconds, Tang Tang had unconsciously closed her eyes. By the time he finished the story, the once eager Tang Tang had completely drifted into slumber. Xia Tian gleefully boasted, hee hee. See? I wasn't exaggerating, was I? I told you Tang Tang would fall asleep once the story was finished, and look, it's happened. After waiting a moment without receiving a response from Xiao Qingya, he turned to find that she had also fallen asleep, unbeknownst to him. Ah, this skill is indeed powerful. I initially thought this lullaby technique would only work on children, but it seems effective for all ages. Observing Xiao Qingya lying there peacefully, her breath steady and calm, Xia Tian couldn't help but pinch her cheek, remarking, such a beautiful face, yet such a sharp temperament, what a pity. After shaking his head in contemplation, he gently lifted Xiao Qingya, straightened her body, covered her with a blanket, and adjusted the air conditioning temperature before quietly exiting the room. The next morning at 6, having enjoyed a restful sleep, Xiao Qingya naturally opened her eyes. Ah, that was truly a delightful slumber. It has been ages since I've rested so well. Upon awakening, Xiao Qingya first indulged in a leisurely stretch. After expressing her astonishment, she suddenly fell into a daze. What was happening? Wasn't she merely listening to Xia Tian recount stories, anticipating his failure to lull Tang Tang to sleep and consequently making a fool of himself? How could she have unexpectedly drifted off to slumber? By all accounts, she had not worked the previous day, so fatigue should not have been a factor. Moreover, since the arrival of Tang Tang, her sleep had been notoriously light due to concerns about the little one kicking off the blanket or waking up hungry. Why then had she succumbed to such deep sleep this time? Contemplating this, a rather dreadful possibility crossed her mind. Could it be that last night Xia Tian had slipped something into their food? At this thought, her complexion paled, and she hurriedly lifted the covers to inspect herself. Upon discovering that her clothes were intact and undisturbed, she let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. Thankfully, the worst had not transpired. Feeling a tad uneasy, Xiao Qingya rose from the bed and decided to stretch her body. The outcome was that aside from feeling completely rejuvenated from a good rest, she experienced no discomfort whatsoever. Humph. Consider yourself fortunate. You saved your own skin. However, I must ascertain the truth behind my sudden slumber and determine if he had indeed meddled. Murmuring softly to herself, Xiao Qingya proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. When she entered the living room, she found Xia Tian already bustling in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Xia Tian turned around with a smile and said, "You've awoken. Just a moment. The pancakes I am cooking are almost ready." Originally poised to confront him, Xiao Qingya found herself momentarily taken aback by Xia Tian's warm smile. In that instant, she realized that having someone in her life could be rather pleasant, especially as she observed him wearing an apron and diligently working in the kitchen. She felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. In this newly occupied house, she had unexpectedly discovered a sense of home, a feeling she had never experienced during her years in the villa. Chapter 30. In the future. You must include me when telling Tang Tang stories. After being momentarily lost in thought, Xiao Qingya resolved that it would be prudent to clarify the peculiar circumstances surrounding her unexpected sleep from the previous night. If Xia Tian had indeed employed any underhanded tactics against her or Tang Tang, such a person could not remain in her home, regardless of Tang Tang's fondness for him. Conversely, if it turned out that she had misjudged him, it would prove to be a fortuitous outcome, validating her discerning eye and swiftly dispelling any misunderstandings between herself and Xia Tian. Otherwise, harboring such feelings would inevitably lead to greater complications. Resolute in her decision, Xiao Qingya approached the kitchen doorway. Once she stood outside the kitchen, she softly inquired, "What exactly transpired last night? Weren't you telling Tang Tang a bedtime story? How is it that I suddenly fell asleep?" While flipping the pancakes in the electric griddle, Xia Tian chuckled and replied, "What else could it be? Clearly, you were simply too exhausted, and thus you dozed off while listening." Xiao Qingya furrowed her brow and said, "Please answer seriously. I am not jesting. Ever since Tang Tang arrived, my sleep has been rather poor. I have never experienced a sudden deep slumber like last night, where I slept soundly until dawn. Honestly, tell me, did you tamper with the food last night?" Initially, upon hearing Xiao Qingya express her perpetual light sleep and her astonishment at such an occurrence, Xia Tian felt a pang of guilt. He hesitated, contemplating whether to confide in her about the storytelling he had been doing, which inadvertently carried a soothing effect. Would she even believe him? Would this revelation cause her to be wary of him? If she forbade him from telling stories to Tang Tang, it would create a dilemma since his task required him to narrate bedtime tales for 7 consecutive nights. However, when he heard Xiao Qingya question whether he had manipulated the meal, he felt an immediate surge of indignation. He set down the spatula, turned around, and glared at her with a fierce expression. "What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I drugged your food?" Seeing his anger, Xiao Qingya realized she had likely misunderstood him and quickly defended herself. "I did not say that. I merely found last night's events a bit peculiar and wanted to clarify." Xia Tian retorted coldly, "Humph. You may not have explicitly stated it, but suggesting I tampered with the food implies just that, doesn't it? Let me make it clear. Although my previous occupation was as a nanny rather than something glamorous, my character and professional ethics are above reproach. You could inquire with my former employers to see if I have ever acted inappropriately. Even if I were to lose my sanity, I would never jeopardize Tang Tang's safety. I cannot believe that you perceive me as someone who would harm a child." With his temper flaring, Xia Tian no longer considered the possibility of being dismissed and spoke with unprecedented firmness, even going so far as to mock Xiao Qingya. In response to his derision and accusations, Xiao Qingya did not feel anger. She was now certain that she had misjudged him. After all, as he had pointed out, if he were of questionable character, he would have long been condemned in this line of work. "I apologize. I am simply too protective of Tang Tang, and I cannot allow any potential harm to come her way. You might think I am overly sensitive, creating a fuss over trivial matters, but Tang Tang is my everything, and I truly cannot permit any mishap to occur." Hearing Xiao Qingya's sincere apology, Xia Tian was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, he had prepared himself for being cast out. He had even contemplated leaving first, hoping that after a few days her anger would subside, and he could ask Tang Tang to intercede on his behalf, attempting to return. Now, Not only was Xiao Qingyan not dismissing him, but she was also apologizing. Moreover, it was not a casual or insincere gesture. He genuinely apologized to himself. He stared in astonishment at Xiao Qingya for a moment, then hastily waved his hand and said, "It's fine. As Tang Tang's mother, your concern for her is entirely justified. Besides, I did utter quite a few unflattering remarks earlier, so I suppose we are even now." Seeing that Xia Tian was so magnanimous and readily forgave her, Xiao Qingya felt a secret sigh of relief. Just as Xia Tian feared being dismissed, Xiao Qingya was equally anxious that he might not endure this indignity and would storm off in frustration. It wasn't that she held a profound affection for Xia Tian. They had only just met, and her feelings were merely neutral. Her primary concern was that if Xia Tian left, she would struggle to explain things to Tang Tang. Though they had only recently become acquainted, it was evident to her that Tang Tang genuinely adored Xia Tian. If Xia Tian were to act out of line, she could bear the pressure of sending him away. However, given that Xia Tian posed no apparent issue, dismissing him outright would surely upset Tang Tang upon waking. Fortunately, Xia Tian was quite easygoing. A simple apology from her had already placated him. As Xia Tian prepared to turn and return to the kitchen, Xiao Qingya quickly called out to him, "Xia Tian, wait a moment. Although our misunderstanding has been resolved, I still wish to inquire about something regarding my sudden slumber last night. Was it truly unrelated to you?" At this moment, Xia Tian had come to understand Xiao Qingya's character, though she could be somewhat difficult to deal with. She was fundamentally reasonable. He did not conceal the truth and replied candidly, "To be honest, your ability to fall asleep so quickly and soundly last night was indeed related to me." After uttering these words, he cast a deliberate glance at Xiao Qingya. Noticing no change in her expression, and that she did not seem inclined to confront him over his answer, he continued to elucidate, "You see, I once had a client whose child struggled with sleep. As a result, I studied hypnosis for a time. Of course, it was merely basic hypnosis, solely aimed at inducing sleep. It is not like the portrayals in films, where one can control another's thoughts or actions, nor is it capable of erasing memories. So, you need not worry on that front." Xiao Qingya nodded. "Indeed, I am not concerned about that, as there are very few hypnotists capable of such feats. However, you seem to possess quite a talent in this area. Having only practiced for a short while, you managed to help me fall asleep swiftly and restfully." Xia Tian chuckled. "Thank you for the compliment." Xiao Qingya waved her hand. "I should be thanking you, as you were the one who helped me enjoy a good night's sleep." Noticing Xiao Qingya's improved mood, Xia Tian promptly inquired, "May I continue to tell Tang Tang stories tonight? After all, I promised her last night that I would frequently share stories with her, and if I were to break that promise today, I fear she would be upset. If it truly cannot be helped, then let me tell her another story for a week. This way, the child will have a process of acceptance." Xiao Qingya shook her head, saying, "A week will not suffice." Seeing her refusal so resolute, Xia Tian felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Just when he was about to buy a larger house and fulfill his promise to Tang Tang, it now seemed destined to falter. He continued to plead, "If you believe that hypnosis is detrimental to the child, then I can assure you that a week is insufficient. Since you promised Tang Tang that you would tell her stories every day, you must come to our room each night before she sleeps to tell her stories and lull her to rest." Observing Xia Tian's anxious expression, Xiao Qingya interrupted him with a smile before he could finish his thought. Xia Tian could hardly believe his ears. This difficult woman was not opposing his continued storytelling to Tang Tang. "Is what you just said for real?" he asked, bewildered. Xiao Qingya nodded, "Of course. But I have a condition." Xia Tian, his face lighting up, exclaimed, "Ha! What condition? Do not hesitate to state it. Even if there are 10 conditions, I would have no objections." Xiao Qingya replied, "When you tell stories to Tang Tang, you must include me." Xia Tian asked in astonishment, "Is that the condition you mentioned?" Xiao Qingya nodded, "Yes. After all, such a wonderful hypnotist is free. Why not take advantage of it?" With that, she playfully winked at Xia Tian. Chapter 31. Girls truly are outgoing. Xiao Qingya's playful and charming demeanor left Xia Tian completely entranced. Realizing she had just displayed a hint of vulnerability, Xiao Qingya softly remarked, "Little Tang Tang should be waking up soon. I will head back to my room to check." Without waiting for Xia Tian's response, She turned and swiftly vanished from his sight. It was only after her figure had completely disappeared that Xia Tian rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Had he truly not imagined it? How could Xiao Qingyao have winked at him? Perhaps it was the change of scenery and a lack of rest last night. He must ensure to retire early this evening to restore his state of mind. Muttering to himself, Xia Tian turned back to the kitchen to continue his tasks. After a brief flurry of activity, he finally completed the first breakfast since arriving at this home. Just as he prepared to call Xiao Qingya and Tang Tang to the table, he heard Tang Tang's excited voice. "Daddy, Daddy!" The little girl, freshly washed and emerging from her room, immediately released her mother's hand and dashed joyfully towards Xia Tian upon seeing him. Xia Tian, with a doting smile, crouched down and scooped up the exuberant Tang Tang. He asked playfully, "Our little princess Tang Tang must have known that Daddy has prepared breakfast, which is why she came so promptly." Tang Tang honestly nodded yes. "I could smell the delicious aroma of Daddy cooking from my room, so I rushed over with Mommy right away." On a sunlit summer morning, Xia Tian cradled Tang Tang as they made their way towards the dining table. "Hee. It seems our little princess Tang Tang is quite hungry," he remarked. "Come on, Daddy will take you for breakfast." Observing the heartwarming scene of paternal affection and filial devotion, Xiao Qingya remained silent, quietly trailing behind them until they reached the table. Once Tang Tang was settled in her chair, Xia Tian promptly filled a bowl with porridge for her. "Here, Tang Tang, try the vegetable and shrimp porridge that Daddy specially prepared for you." Upon hearing that it was made just for her, Tang Tang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. As soon as Xia Tian placed the bowl before her, she exclaimed with delight, "Wow! Daddy, you are incredible! Not only can you make noodles and stir-fries, but now you are even skilled at making porridge." Xia Tian chuckled, "Hee. But you haven't tasted it yet. How can you be sure if my porridge is good or not?" Looking at him with admiration, Tang Tang replied, "This porridge looks so beautiful, I can tell it must be delicious without even tasting it. Besides, it's made by you, Daddy, and in my heart. Anything you make is delicious." Although Xia Tian was a mature adult, he found himself utterly enchanted by Tang Tang's sweet words. He affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "All right, hurry and eat, or it'll get cold." Tang Tang obediently nodded, "Don't worry, Daddy, I will definitely finish the porridge you made for me." Without a second thought about the temperature, she lifted the small bowl, ready to pour it into her mouth. "Wait, not so fast, Tang Tang." Both Xia Tian and Xiao Qingya called out in unison. Xia Tian was concerned that the porridge might be too hot and could burn her, while Xiao Qingya was taken aback by Tang Tang's eagerness, which starkly contrasted with her usual teachings on proper table manners. Just as their words fell, Tang Tang inadvertently spat out the porridge she had just sipped. Xia Tian immediately inquired with concern, "How is it? Did it burn you? Open your mouth so Daddy can check." After spitting out the porridge, Tang Tang felt considerably better. She shook her little head and shyly said, "Daddy, I'm fine. It's only a little hot." Xia Tian sensed that as a young child, she might not fully grasp the seriousness of the situation. Therefore, he adopted a commanding tone. "Regardless of whether it burned you or not, open your mouth so Daddy can see if there are any burns." Meeting his unwavering gaze, Tang Tang obediently opened her mouth wide. Xia Tian pulled out his phone, illuminated the screen, and meticulously examined her mouth. Once he confirmed that she had not been burned, he finally put his phone away with a sigh of relief. Seeing that Xia Tian had finished his inspection, Tang Tang expressed her mild discontent, saying, "Daddy, you were too cautious. I told you I'm fine, yet you still insisted on checking." Rather than refuting her statement, Xia Tian playfully conceded, "You are right, Tang Tang. Daddy is indeed a bit timid. As far as matters concerning you are concerned, Father is exceedingly cautious." Little Tang Tang, with her innocent mind, is still unable to comprehend the meaning behind Xia Tian's words. She merely understands that Father acknowledges her correctness, which signifies her prowess and has earned her his approval. Oblivious and carefree, Tang Tang has long forgotten the incident of scalding herself while drinking porridge. Once Xia Tian tidied up the table before her, she lowered her head to resume drinking her porridge, this time exhibiting newfound wisdom by using a spoon instead of drinking directly. Tang Tang was indeed correct. The porridge made by Father is exceptionally delicious. In her earlier haste, She had burned herself and failed to savor the flavors of the vegetable and shrimp porridge that Xia Tian prepared. Now, by taking small sips, she immediately fell in love with the taste. Xiao Qingya initially intended to admonish Tang Tang, but upon observing her joy in eating, she refrained. Even the greens, which Tang Tang typically abhorred, were consumed without hesitation. She devoured everything without picking any out, causing Xiao Qingya to swallow her words. While Xia Tian peeled eggs for Tang Tang, he cheerfully inquired, "Do you enjoy porridge, Tang Tang? If you do, I shall prepare it for you every morning." Tang Tang eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "Yes, I love porridge, especially when it's made by father." Xia Tian placed the freshly peeled egg onto Tang Tang's plate, and then added a piece of a warm egg pancake he had just prepared. "Tang Tang, do not only drink the porridge, here is the special egg pancake I made just for you. Do try it." In response to Xia Tian's enthusiastic care, Tang Tang welcomed everything with open arms. Whether it was eggs or pancakes, she consumed everything Xia Tian placed on her plate without hesitation. During her leisure moments, she reciprocated the kindness, occasionally using her small chopsticks to offer him a couple of vegetables within her reach. "Father, do taste this dish. It is delicious." "MMM. Tang Tang, you should try this. It is specially made for you." Observing the cheerful exchange of the father and daughter feeding one another at the table, Xiao Qingya could not help but internally marvel. Indeed, girls are so outgoing. Chapter 32. He is not my boyfriend. He is Tang Tang's father. Burp. Father burp. Please do not serve me anymore. I cannot eat another bite. With Xia Tian's continuous offerings, Tang Tang soon found herself quite stuffed. She rubbed her plump belly, interrupting Xia Tian's attempts to serve her more food. Realizing she had reached her limit, Xia Tian quickly stood up, saying, "Wait here a moment. I have some digestive tablets in my bag. I will fetch them for you." When Xia Tian returned from the room, he held a box of digestive tablets. He took out 3 and placed them in Tang Tang's hand. "Here, chew on these. You will be fine after a rest. And it won't delay our outing this morning." Hearing Xia Tian's words, Xiao Qingya looked up at him and asked in a neutral tone, "Are you taking Tang Tang out to play this morning?" Xia Tian nodded yes. "Since you want to be back for lunch, we have nothing much to do at home." Deciding to take her out for a stroll, it served the dual purpose of familiarizing her with the neighborhood while also retrieving my former mode of transportation. Xiao Qingya paused momentarily before softly advising, "Just be cautious when you take her out. Tang Tang is quite mischievous. If I'm not attentive, she tends to wander off." Summer chuckled, "Rest assured, I am quite adept at handling children. Besides, with the personal wristband we now possess, I could locate her even if she ventured to the farthest corners of the earth." Xiao Qingya refrained from elaborating, merely stating, "I'm off to work. Call me if anything arises." With that, she grabbed her bag and departed. Summer saw no need to accompany her, as their acquaintance had been brief and their relationship rather superficial. The customary send-off with hugs and kisses before work simply did not suit them. Once Xiao Qingya had left, Summer poured himself a bowl of porridge and began to eat alongside the assorted dishes and bread on the table. Previously, he had been occupied feeding Tang Tang and had neglected his own meal. As soon as Xiao Qingya's car exited the community, it halted beside the roadside greenery. Opposite her vehicle, a Rolls-Royce Phantom had been waiting in anticipation. Before her car came to a complete stop, a striking woman, appearing to be in her mid-20s and dressed in professional attire, alighted from the backseat of the Phantom. "Xiao Zong, haven't you always resided at Banshui Villa? What brings you here?" After opening the door for Xiao Qingya, the woman instinctively placed her hand on the doorframe to brace against any potential impact. Xiao Qingya handed her bag to her assistant, Chen Lan, casually stating, "For the time being, I want to be returning to Banshui Villa. I will be residing here for a while, so you can pick me up from here daily." Chen Lan's eyes were filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why her boss would abandon a perfectly fine luxurious villa for this location. Was there a reclusive business magnate hidden nearby? Although puzzled, Chen Lan, as an assistant, refrained from prying into her employer's personal matters. After ensuring the car door was securely closed, Chen Lan took her place in the front passenger seat, while another driver was responsible for driving away the larger vehicle. Once the car was in smooth motion, Chen Lan turned to inquire, "Xiao Zong, should we wait for you directly downstairs in the community from now on?" Xiao Qingya shook her head. Do not wait downstairs. Simply wait at the spot where we parked earlier. I will drive out myself when the time comes. But why? Although aware that such a question was presumptuous, Qinlan could not suppress her curiosity and instinctively asked. Xiao Qingya, unfazed, replied in a calm tone, I do not wish for that man to see me. That man? Xiao Zong, are you in a relationship? Upon hearing Xiao Qingya, who typically kept people at arm's length, mention a mysterious man, Qinlan's curiosity ignited, causing her to momentarily forget the boundaries of their professional relationship. At this moment, she yearned to uncover the identity of the enigmatic man who had captivated President Xiao. Not only her, but even the driver beside her, gripping the steering wheel, felt a tremor in his hand and unconsciously leaned back, eager to hear Xiao Qingya's response. No. The person I mentioned is not my boyfriend. Upon hearing Xiao Qingya's reply, both Qinlan and the driver, Wang Jianjun, simultaneously sighed. As anticipated, they knew their boss would not easily find a boyfriend, despite her immense wealth and striking beauty, which should have made her a magnet for suitors. Only they understood the lofty standards she held. In their eyes, no one in the entire Jiangsheng could possibly meet her expectations. He is Tang Tang's father and my nominal husband. Whether it was mere coincidence or a deliberate revelation, just as Qinlan and Wang Jianjun finished their sighs, Xiao Qingya openly declared her relationship with Xia Tian. From the very beginning, she had no intention of concealing it from them. These two individuals were among the closest to her, second only to family, and her daily life was intertwined with theirs. It would be unrealistic to keep such a significant truth hidden. Ugh. Coughing violently, Qinlan, who had been drinking water, was caught off guard by Xiao Qingya's words. The driver, Wang Jianjun, was equally taken aback, instinctively slamming on the brakes and bringing the car to a halt by the roadside. He mentally lamented, Indeed, I am getting old. In my service days, I faced enemy fire with composure, yet now, merely hearing a piece of news has thrown me into disarray. Observing the car parked at the roadside, Xiao Qingya inquired nonchalantly. Why have we stopped? Is there a problem with the vehicle? She did not mention the two's earlier reactions, seemingly having anticipated them. Wang Jianjun awkwardly scratched his head. Apologies. President Xiao, my legs suddenly cramped, and I had to make an emergency stop. Such a flimsy excuse could hardly deceive someone as discerning as Xiao Qingya. However, she chose not to expose him on the spot and instead followed his lead with the question, Is it better now? If not, you should take the day off and let me drive to the company myself. All right. It was just a sudden cramp. I'm fine now. As he spoke, Wang Jianjun quickly restarted the vehicle. Xiao Qingya nodded. Yes, your condition is likely due to a calcium deficiency. You should consume more calcium tablets. Qinlan, please order 10 boxes of the best calcium tablets available. Hastily, Wang Jianjun declined. President Xiao, there's no need to trouble Assistant Qin. It's just a minor issue. Xiao Qingya replied, Your leg concerns my personal safety. Do you truly consider this a trivial matter? Faced with her resolute stance, Wang Jianjun could only express his gratitude. I was careless. Thank you for your kindness, President Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Qingya's voice resonated once more. Remember to deduct the cost of the calcium tablets from Jun Ji's salary. Qinlan stifled a laugh and nodded in agreement. Understood. Xiao Zong, I will ensure this matter is handled promptly. Wang Jianjun remarked. Chapter 33. Is this a top-tier item? You are providing me with such a thing? Xiao Zong, this is your breakfast. Shortly after entering the office, Qinlan delivered the breakfast she had ordered for Xiao Qingya. Xiao Qingya glanced at the breakfast on the table and then at Qinlan. Have you eaten? Qinlan responded, I have eaten. Xiao Qingya smiled slightly. Have you learned to lie in my presence? Did you think I wouldn't know that you sneaked downstairs to buy breakfast after I arrived? Caught in her deception, Qinlan lowered her head and softly apologized. I'm sorry, Xiao Zong. I shouldn't have gone out for breakfast during work hours. I promise I will be more mindful in the future and won't make the same mistake again. Please, can you not deduct my salary? Xiao Qingya waved her hand. Who said I was going to deduct your salary? I'm well aware of your circumstances. You have to wake up much earlier than others to pick me up, and it's understandable that you don't have a chance to eat on the way. Take this breakfast and enjoy it in the staff lounge. Upon hearing that Xiao Qingya wanted to give her breakfast to herself, Qinlan quickly shook her head. No, No. Xiaozong, I can just grab a bite. This breakfast was specially ordered for you. How could I eat it? Xiao Qingya replied, there's nothing wrong with eating it. It's just breakfast. Take it if I say so, no need for all this fuss. Seeing that Xiao Qingya seemed serious, Qianlong tentatively inquired, Xiaozong, what if I eat it? You aren't planning to lose weight, are you? Xiao Qingya shot her a look. What nonsense are you thinking? I already had breakfast at home this morning. So this is just a waste here. Will you eat it or not? If not, I will toss it in the trash. Don't. I will eat it. I will definitely eat it. Witnessing Xiao Qingya genuinely move toward the trash can with the breakfast, Qianlong swiftly snatched it from her hand and darted away. With the president's exclusive breakfast in hand, Qianlong walked toward the lounge, humming a cheerful tune. Good morning. Assistant Qin. Assistant Qin, are you going downstairs for breakfast? Assistant Qin, you look great today. Is something good happening? Qianlong waved the breakfast she held triumphantly. What breakfast? Look, this is what Xiaozong sent me. Assistant Chun is impressive. Xiaozong even gave you her own breakfast. Assistant Chun is truly gaining the president's trust. It seems a promotion and raise are on the horizon. Assistant Chin, you have such good fortune. It is said that the average cost of the president's breakfast exceeds 1,000 yuan. Amidst the envious and flattering remarks, Qianlong floated toward the staff lounge. Meanwhile, in the Jiangnan Biyuan community, Xia Tian had just finished her meal and tidied up the dishes. He originally planned to rest at home for a while, waiting until after 9:30, when all the office workers had left for work, before taking Tang Tang out. However, Tang Tang could hardly contain her excitement upon learning that Xia Tian would take her out to play. Since they began having meals together, she had been incessantly asking when they would depart. Growing increasingly exasperated, Xia Tian decided to disregard the morning rush hour and, grabbing his backpack, set off with Tang Tang. As they gazed at the bustling streets filled with vehicles and pedestrians, little Tang Tang eagerly inquired, Daddy, where are we going to play next? Xia Tian playfully pinched her nose and replied with a smile, First, let South return to the place where I used to live and fetch my car. Once we have the car, our travels will become much more convenient. We can go wherever we wish. Upon hearing that they would have a car and could go anywhere, Tang Tang nodded enthusiastically. Great. Let us hurry and go get Daddy's car. Xia Tian hailed a taxi, directing the driver towards the parking lot near his former apartment complex. The reason for this lengthy journey was that he had previously explained to Xiao Qingya that his car was parked near his rental. If he were to retrieve the car from a nearby lot, and Tang Tang mentioned that her father's car was parked close by, it would reveal the truth. Although he could teach Tang Tang to lie, he was reluctant to do so, as lying is not a good habit. More importantly, Tang Tang was still very young. Her promises were not always reliable. Thus, Xia Tian preferred to take a little extra trouble rather than leave Xiao Qingya with the impression that Tang Tang was prone to deception. After an hour's drive, the taxi finally reached their destination. Xia Tian and Tang Tang searched the parking lot for the indicated parking space. Fortunately, this parking lot was not very large, and it did not take long for him to locate the designated spot. However, when he laid eyes on the so-called Dadmobile that the system had directed him to, he was utterly dismayed. The vehicle before him was neither a luxury sedan nor even a standard car. In fact, it could hardly be classified as a car at all, for parked in the space was an electric tricycle. The moment he saw the tricycle, Xia Tian began cursing inwardly. System, you wretched thing, come out here this instant. You boasted about this being a high-end vehicle, with claims of solar-powered endurance for thousands of miles and top-tier anti-explosion technology. And now, you present me with a mere tricycle? This reward is supposed to be of a superior grade, and yet you've given me this shabby contraption? Do you not have a shred of conscience? After a few more curses, he ceased his complaints, knowing that the system lacked any autonomous awareness. His venting was merely a release of frustration. Continuing to berate the system would be nonsensical. As Xia Tian stood there in silence, Tang Tang curiously shook his arm and inquired, Daddy, why aren't we leaving? Aren't we supposed to search for your car? Xia Tian glanced down at the eager face of little Tang Tang and awkwardly replied, There's no need to go anymore, for I have already found my vehicle. Daddy, which one is your car? Tang Tang asked, surveying the few cars around them. That one right there. Xia Tian quickly raised his arm to point at the electric tricycle opposite him. Well, Daddy's car is so adorable and beautiful. Far more attractive than Mommy's, exclaimed Tang Tang. Daddy, can I ride in your car every time we go out to play? She was eager to hop on and urged. Shall we set off right away? To Xia Tian's relief, the anticipated disappointment and disdain did not escape Tang Tang's lips. On the contrary, she was thoroughly enamored with the electric tricycle and immediately began clamoring for Xia Tian to drive her out for some fun. Chapter 34. Amazing. It feels as though we are about to soar. Seeing that Tang Tang harbored no negative feelings about his tricycle and instead expressed greater enthusiasm for it, Xia Tian joyfully asked, Tang Tang, don't you think it's embarrassing to drive this vehicle? Shaking her head, Tang Tang replied with confusion, not at all. Daddy's car is beautiful and quite charming. She added, with such a lovely vehicle, shouldn't others envy us? Why would it be embarrassing? Upon confirming Tang Tang's genuine affection for the tricycle, Xia Tian's mood brightened significantly. To him, whether the vehicle resembled a tricycle or a luxury car was inconsequential. Regardless of its appearance, it remained a high-grade item awarded by the system. Even if it were merely a tricycle, it still outclassed all luxury cars on the market in terms of performance, safety, and comfort. His earlier disdain for the tricycle's appearance stemmed from concerns that Tang Tang might not appreciate it. Now that she had accepted it, he had no reason to be troubled. Taking Tang Tang's hand, he smiled and said, Come on, Daddy will take you for a ride. Let me tell you a secret. Don't let the small size fool you. This little vehicle can run faster than many cars on the street. Upon hearing Xia Tian claim that the tricycle was superior to the small cars outside, Tang Tang's interest was evidently piqued. Really? Then hurry, Daddy. Let us go out and play. I can hardly wait. Seeing Tang Tang clinging to his leg and playfully pleading, Xia Tian chuckled heartily. All right. Daddy will take you out right now to show you just how impressive this little tricycle is. Pretending to retrieve keys from his pocket, he then pressed the unlock button for the tricycle in the distance. Click, 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 whoosh. As Xia Tian pressed the unlock button, the tricycle responded immediately. The previously closed windows all automatically rolled down, followed by the surrounding metallic doors folding up one by one. In a swift moment, under Tang Tang's gaze, it transformed into a medium-sized box, gliding effortlessly onto the roof of the car. Wow, Daddy, look. Your car is incredible. It can move on its own. Little Tang Tang, resembling a child who has discovered an enchanting new toy, excitedly tugged at Xia Tian and dashed towards the tricycle. Indeed, as expected of a premium item, this system has not deceived me. At that moment, Xia Tian had completely forgotten his earlier complaints about the system. Sitting upright in the driver's seat, he earnestly began to peruse the vehicle's manual. Daddy, why aren't we moving yet? Tang Tang can hardly wait. Xia Tian had just finished the first page when Tang Tang impatiently urged from behind. He paid no mind, knowing that the manual was quite thick and not something that could be quickly read. All right, sit tight. Let me fasten your seatbelt. We're about to set off. Xia Tian turned around and secured Tang Tang's seatbelt. He had to admit, the system's rewards were indeed impressive. Although it was merely a tricycle, the interior space was surprisingly ample. The front featured 2 seats, as did the rear, and they were not merely connected but rather separate. The seats, although of an unknown material, were remarkably comfortable. The vehicle was even equipped with a small refrigerator and an onboard television, and the ceiling boasted a high-end starry sky display. Tang Tang, are you seated comfortably? We're about to take off. After familiarizing himself with the vehicle's controls, Xia Tian turned back to inquire once more. It wasn't that Xia Tian was slow, it was simply that the array of functions was overwhelming. Features like one-click drifting, transformation mode, low-altitude mode, and swimming mode abound. Merely grasping the basics took him several minutes. I've been ready for ages. Daddy, just start already. Tang Tang exclaimed impatiently. All right, we shall set off now, Xia Tian replied, promptly pressing the accelerator and driving the vehicle out. As he gradually turned the throttle, the car surged forward in an instant. Although he had read during the reward collection that the car could accelerate from 0 to 100 in just 3 seconds, he had no real grasp of that speed. When the vehicle hurtled towards the wall ahead, he was momentarily taken aback, his mind consumed by 2 words, game over. He wasn't concerned about the safety of himself and Tang Tang, for the vehicle was rated highly for safety. Even a collision of this nature would pose no harm. Even a cannonball strike would fail to endanger those inside. His worry stemmed from the fear that such velocity might frighten Tang Tang. Upon returning home, how would that woman, Xiao Qingya, reprimand him? Would she perceive him as trivializing her daughter's safety and cast him out? Even if Xiao Qingya did not expel him, it was likely that Tang Tang would be too apprehensive to ride with him again, perhaps even distancing herself from him. Wow, this is amazing. It feels like we're about to fly. As Summer daydreamed, Tang Tang's cheerful exclamations interrupted his tangled thoughts. He looked up in surprise, realizing they had not collided with the wall. Just before impact, the vehicle executed a perfect arc and effortlessly maneuvered out of the parking space. While Summer pondered the peculiar occurrence, a gentle tone emanated from within the car. Risk of loss of control detected. The autonomous driving system has been activated. Phew. How fortunate it was that the vehicle's autonomous driving system was so reliable. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to conclude the day. Observing that the car was now under the smooth and swift control of the autonomous system, Summer quickly turned to express his concern. Tang Tang, are you all right? The sudden acceleration didn't frighten you, did it? Tang Tang shook her head, puzzled. Daddy, why do you ask? I'm perfectly fine. She added, besides, you just mentioned that your car is very fast. Of course, I wouldn't be scared. Hearing her response, Summer finally felt reassured. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Indeed. No wonder she was chosen by the system with an impressive compatibility of 9,999. Her bravery is unmatched by ordinary children. Chapter 35. What is going on? Has Tang Tang encountered trouble? Daddy, where are we going to play now? After acclimating to the speed of the small tricycle, Tang Tang quickly lost her initial excitement and began inquiring about Summer's plans for their outing. Summer smiled and asked, So, where would you like to go, Tang Tang? Tang Tang's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you saying that wherever I want to go, you'll take me there, Daddy? Summer nodded. Of course. Since we're taking you out to play, I must respect your wishes. Otherwise, if we go somewhere you don't enjoy, wouldn't it be a waste of my efforts? Wow, Daddy, you're the best. I absolutely love you. Tang Tang cheered joyfully. Summer chuckled and shook his head. It's just a day out. Is it really necessary to be so dramatic? Didn't your mother take you out before? Little Tang Tang pouted. Mommy took me out. But she never asks where I want to go. She just picks a place and takes me there. Noticing Tang Tang's slight resentment towards Xiao Qingya, Summer gently encouraged her. Perhaps you didn't tell Mommy where you wanted to go? If you don't express your wishes, she will definitely choose a place herself. After all, in her eyes, you are still a little baby, and it's natural for you to be unsure about where to play. Tang Tang proudly lifted her chin. Humph, that is not true. I told Mommy I wanted to go to the river to catch crabs, but she refused and insisted on taking me to the zoo or the aquarium. I've grown tired of those places. They only have so much to see. Summer smiled and reassured her. Oh, so you wanted to go to the river to catch crabs. In that case, it's not fair to blame your mother for not taking you there. Little Tang Tang inquired with confusion. Why not? I see other children are taken to the riverside by their parents. Why can't I go? Summer explained. As you mentioned, other children are accompanied by their fathers and mothers. However, when your father wasn't around, it was only your mother. She must have feared the dangers of the riverside, thinking she couldn't care for you alone, which is why she didn't take you. It's essential to understand that the wild riverside can be perilous. What if you accidentally slipped into the water? Listening to Summer's explanation, Tang Tang seemed to grasp her mother-esque concerns. With her big, watery eyes blinking, she asked, Daddy, is what you said true? Is it really because Mommy worries she can't take care of me that she didn't bring me? It's not because she doesn't love me? Summer nodded, of course. What mother doesn't love her child? You know how much your mother dotes on you. If she truly didn't love you, how could she have sought me out to be your father just because you wanted one? Upon hearing Summer mention this, a smile instantly illuminated little Tong Tong's face. Yes, Daddy is right. Mommy loves me. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found me such a wonderful father. After soothing the little one, Summer continued to inquire, Tang Tang, do you still wish to go to the riverside to catch crabs? Yes. But didn't Daddy just say that both parents need to take me to the riverside? What should we do now that Mommy isn't here? Little Tang Tang asked, her face a picture of confusion. Summer chuckled, Huh? If your mother were to take you to the riverside alone, it would undoubtedly be unsafe. However, it's perfectly fine for Daddy to take you, as I am a man, stronger than your mother and more capable of caring for you. Since our Tang Yang wants to go, shall we head to the riverside to catch crabs now? Yes, yes. Let us go catch crabs by the riverside. Upon hearing that they would soon be off to catch crabs, Tang Yang immediately burst into excitement, dancing joyfully. Summer utilized the car's navigation system to find a nearby river close to their neighborhood and drove towards it. As they gradually distanced themselves from the city center, the number of vehicles on the road diminished. The autonomous driving system intelligently increased the speed. Tang Yang, seemingly unfamiliar with the countryside, gazed curiously at the scenery on either side of the road as they left the city, her big eyes filled with wonder. Summer glanced back to see that Tang had unfastened her seatbelt and decided to let it be. Although the vehicle's speed had exceeded 150, the interior remained exceptionally comfortable and stable, devoid of any bumps or discomfort. Reclining comfortably in his seat while listening to music, Summer truly appreciated how pleasing this reward vehicle was. Not to mention the chassis tuning. Even the most elite engineers would likely be in awe. After driving for several more minutes outside the city, the car came to a halt beside a serene grove. A warm reminder flashed. Passing through the grove leads to a river suitable for fishing, shrimp gathering, and outdoor cooking and camping. The navigation has concluded. I wish you a delightful experience. Upon hearing the prompt sound from within the car, Xia Tian swiftly unfastened his seatbelt and leaped out. After assisting Tang in unbuckling her seatbelt, he embraced her and began to venture into the woods. Observing the vehicle parked at the roadside, Tang, somewhat apprehensive, inquired, Daddy, our car is parked here. It won't be stolen, will it? Xia Tian confidently reassured her, do not worry. The person capable of stealing my car has yet to be born. He was not boasting, for this vehicle was a reward from the system. Once claimed, it was directly bound to him. Without his consent, even with the keys in hand, no one could start the car. Moreover, it was equipped with satellite positioning. Regardless of where it was hidden, he could locate it at any moment. After walking for 3 or 4 minutes while holding Tang, Xia Tian indeed stumbled upon a narrow stream gently flowing by. Spotting schools of fish and shrimp frolicking in the water, Tang immediately became exhilarated. Daddy, look. There are fish and so many shrimp. As she spoke, she began to squirm, eager to descend from Xia Tian's arms. He complied and gently set her down. It's quite normal to see fish in the river. I assent it. You wanted to catch crabs, didn't you? Let us get started. Xia Tian took Tang's small hand and headed toward a pile of stones by the riverbank. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingya, having just concluded a routine meeting, found herself subconsciously thinking about her daughter during her break. In the past, whenever she missed her daughter, she would check the home surveillance to see what she was up to. However, in the new neighborhood they had just moved to, no such cameras were installed. As she grappled with the decision to message Xia Tian to inquire about Tang's current situation, she suddenly recalled the parent-child wristband that Xia Tian had given her yesterday. Finding it quite useful, particularly for its lack of charging and signal issues, she had kept it on. Locate Tang's current position, she silently uttered. In no time, an address materialized in her mind. When she realized that Tang was situated several dozen kilometers away in the suburbs, Xiao Qingya was left in utter shock. What is going on? I've only been out for a little over an hour. How could Tang have traveled so far into the outskirts? Could something have happened to her? The thought sent her into a panic. In her distress, she forgot that the wristband allowed for direct communication and hastily took out her phone to call Xia Tian. Chapter 36. Has this man learned to throw tantrums? The ringtone echoed swiftly through the phone, yet it went unanswered for a while. Seeing that the call was not picked up only heightened Xiao Qingya's certainty about her fears, and her anxiety intensified. Just as the automated message informing her that the call could not be answered resonated, she quickly hung up and redialed. Regardless of the circumstances, Xia Tian was undoubtedly the last person to have contact with Tang, and he surely possessed more knowledge of the situation than she did. One must first seek clarity from him regarding the situation to devise a suitable plan to rescue Tang. At this moment, Xia Tian is by the river with Tang, turning over stones in search of crabs. When Xiao Qingya's first call came through, He was assisting Tang Tang in catching the first crab she had unearthed. By the time he secured the crab and placed it into a bottle, the call had already ended. Just as he was about to check his phone to see who had called, the ringtone sounded once more. Glancing at the caller ID, he noticed it was the ice block. Upon realizing it was Xiao Qingya, Xia Tian did not hesitate to answer the call. Hello, Qingya, aren't you at work right now? Why did you think to call me? Although somewhat unaccustomed, Xia Tian adhered to Xiao Qingya's instructions and addressed her as Qingya. Hearing the call finally connect, Xiao Qingya's anxious heart began to settle slightly. She urgently inquired, Xia Tian, tell me where you are right now. Where is Tang Tang? Xia Tian detected her palpable anxiety and replied in surprise, I'm outside. I brought Tang Tang out to have some fun today. She's right here with me. Is there something urgent you need to discuss with her? Your tone suggests you're quite worried. Upon learning that Tang Tang was with Xia Tian, Xiao Qingya collapsed into her chair. After taking a moment to gather herself, she continued, You're certain Tang Tang is right there with you, correct? Has she encountered any trouble, has she? Xia Tian, even more perplexed, responded, Of course. She is standing right beside me. If you don't believe me, I can have her say hello. Come on, Tang Tang, say something to your mother. Soon, Tang Tang's voice echoed through the phone, Mommy, are you off work? Daddy is helping me catch crabs. It's so much fun. Do you want to come and play with us? Hearing Tang Tang's excited words, Xiao Qingya finally felt a sense of relief wash over her. In a gentle tone, she replied, So, Tang Tang went crab catching with Daddy, huh? Are you having a great time? Tang Tang nodded enthusiastically. Yes. It's so much fun here. Not only are there crabs, but also many fish and little shrimp. It's a pity Daddy said we didn't bring a fishing rod, so we can't catch them. Mommy, hurry and come over. Daddy and I will wait for you here. With a hint of guilt, Xiao Qingya replied, I'm sorry, Tang Tang, but Mommy is still at work. I can't come to play with you right now. Let Daddy take you out for now, and I promise to join you this weekend, okay? Tang Tang seemed to have anticipated her mother's response and readily agreed. Okay, but Mommy has to come with Daddy to play with Tang Tang this weekend. Xiao Qingya reassured her. Rest assured, Mommy keeps her promises. Now, hand the phone back to Daddy. I'd like to speak with him. Tang Tang cheerfully returned the phone to Xia Tian. Here, Mommy wants to talk to you. After taking the call, without waiting for Xiao Qingya to speak, Xia Tian proactively asked, What is going on? Is something wrong on your end? Xiao Qingya replied, No, nothing is wrong. I was just overthinking. After a moment of silence, Xia Tian furrowed his brow and said, If you truly encounter any difficulties or danger, I hope you will inform me in a timely manner. Even though we are not a genuine couple, I cannot stand idly by. After all, you are Tang Tang's mother, and she undoubtedly relies on you far more than on me, her father, whom she has only known for a few days. Hearing these words, Xiao Qingya felt a sense of comfort. This man, despite his flaws, displayed some sense of responsibility. However, when she heard Xia Tian candidly state that his willingness to help stemmed solely from her being Tang Tang's mother, her expression immediately reverted to its usual indifference. You are overthinking this. It is merely a misunderstanding. I just checked Tang Tang's location using the parental wristband and found her several dozen kilometers away from the city. In the suburbs, I was worried she might be in trouble. Upon hearing Xiao Qingya's explanation, Xia Tian was left speechless. He expressed his frustration. When you called earlier, your tone was so urgent that I thought our house was on fire. And it turns out it was just this? If you knew how to check Tang Tang's location using the wristband, why didn't you check my location as well? Even if you don't care about me, you could have easily contacted me or Tang Tang through the wristband. It's such a simple matter. Why did you make it seem like a major incident? Listening to Xia Tian's complaints over the phone, Xiao Qingya did not retort. Despite her usual assertiveness, she was not unreasonable. She recognized that Xia Tian was right. This time, the fault lay with her. She apologetically replied, I'm sorry. I let my concern get the better of me this time. Rest assured, I will be more mindful in the future. Xia Tian was not genuinely angry. He was merely venting his frustrations. Seeing her apologize, he decided not to pursue the matter further. All right, although this was your fault, I can understand. Anyway, I'm taking Tang Tang out to play. Without waiting for Xiao Qingya's response, he abruptly ended the call. All right, have fun, Xiao Qingya attempted to finish her sentence, but only heard the busy tone of the call ending. She chuckled softly and shook her head. This man has even learned to throw a tantrum. After a moment of silence in the room, Qianlan, who had been waiting outside for quite some time, pushed the door open and entered. President Xiao, here are 2 documents that require your prompt approval. Leaning against the back of her chair, Xiao Qingya rubbed her temples with one hand while gesturing towards the table with the other. Just leave them there. I'll review them shortly. Qianlan, concerned, asked. President Xiao, you seem a bit fatigued. Is it due to the collaboration with the desert group being rejected by that Imo Xiao? Xiao Qingya shook her head. No. It has nothing to do with Imo Xingqian. It's some family matters. Since Xiao Qingya began her entrepreneurial journey in Jiacheng, Qianlan has been by her side. Naturally, she was aware of Tang Tang's situation and had a fondness for her. Upon hearing it was a family matter, she immediately inquired with concern, what happened? Is something wrong with Tang Tang? Xiaozong, if you cannot leave, shall I run an errand for you? Qianlan asked with genuine concern. Xiao Qingya smiled and reassured her, do not worry. Tang Tang is perfectly fine. She is likely enjoying herself at this moment. It is just her rather indulgent father who is sulking over a trivial matter. Despite her best efforts, Qianlan could not fathom that Xiao Qingya was actually troubled by such a triviality. It was quite astonishing. Xiao Qingya, the most beautiful woman in Jiacheng and the founder of the multi-billion-dollar Xingyun Group, could indeed find herself distressed over a man? Upon noticing Qianlan's expression, Xiao Qingya immediately understood the thoughts racing through her mind. She waved her hand dismissively. All right, there is nothing to concern yourself with. You may leave now. Chapter 37, Mother. Have you eaten? The roasted fish that father made is absolutely delightful. After hanging up the phone, Xia Tian quickly forgot about his earlier conversation with Xiao Qingya and eagerly resumed his crab-catching adventure with Tang Tang. The 2 of them strolled along the riverbank, eagerly turning over stones to inspect their finds. Before long, the bottle Xia Tian had purchased earlier was filled to the brim. With a grin, Xia Tian remarked, Tang Tang, our bottle is full. There is no more room for additional crabs. Why don't we call it a day and come back with more bottles next time your mother has a day off? Tang Tang shook her head vehemently. No, I haven't had enough fun yet. I've come all the way to the riverside. I refuse to go back so soon. Xia Tian hesitated. But if we continue catching crabs, we have nowhere to put them. We can't keep the crabs in your clothes, can we? Hearing this, Tang Tang fell silent, her large eyes darting around, deep in thought. After a moment, she looked up at Xia Tian and proposed, Daddy, why don't we just release the crabs from the bottle? Release them? Why would we do that? We worked so hard to catch them. Xia Tian exclaimed in disbelief. Tang Tang replied with a cheerful grin. If we let these crabs go, there will be space in the bottle for more crabs. And then we won't have to go home. Xia Tian sighed. But we came here to catch crabs, didn't we? If we let them go now, wouldn't that mean our efforts were in vain? Tang Tang shrugged. It's all right. We don't lack crabs at home. Finally comprehending, Xia Tian realized that the little girl cherished the experience of catching crabs more than the crabs themselves. Observing the anticipation in Tang Tang's eyes, he relented and obediently released all the crabs back into the water, then resumed their crab-catching quest along the riverbank. By the time they filled the bottle again, it was already past 10 in the morning. This time, Tang Tang was tired and did not suggest releasing the crabs for another round. Holding the bottle in one hand and Tang Tang's hand in the other, Xia Tian inquired gently, Tang Tang, we have caught our crabs, and it's almost noon. Shall we head home for lunch? Without hesitation, Tang Tang shook her head. No, I don't want to go back. Every time my mother goes to work, I have to stay home all day. I don't want to be cooped up indoors. I enjoy playing outside. Listening to Tang Tang's narrative, Summer was instantly reminded of a recent video he had encountered on Douyin. It featured a single mother who, in her struggle to provide for her child, resorted to delivering takeout for a living. With her son, just over a year old, left alone at home during her work hours, she would lock him inside, leaving the television on to play cartoons while the floor was strewn with various snacks like potato chips. If the child felt hungry, he would pick up the chips from the ground. If tired, he would simply lie down and sleep. In the mother's words, I have no choice. I must earn a living, or we would starve together. As long as I can ensure he has something to eat and is safe, I am content. Though Summer had never experienced singlehood or parenthood, he often found himself in the company of children. Upon watching this video, he was deeply affected. If only he could find a way to contact that mother, he would have rushed over to help take her child to preschool without hesitation. The thought of the sweet and obedient Tang Tang, who might have endured a similar life, brought tears to Summer's eyes. He crouched down and gently embraced Tang Tang. Whispering softly, "My dear Tang Tang, I am sorry. I have come too late. If I had been by your side sooner, you would not have had to suffer so much. But rest assured, now that I am here, your life will be filled with sweetness and happiness, devoid of any misfortune." Tang Tang, suddenly enveloped in her father's embrace, looked up at him in confusion. "What is happening? I merely expressed my dislike for staying at home all the time. And now my father is acting this way?" Moreover, she couldn't recall having endured any significant hardships. Why did her father seem to think she had been mistreated? She worried that he might have misunderstood her mother's intentions. Fearing that this misunderstanding could jeopardize their family, she hurriedly explained, "Dad, you've got it all wrong. My mother treats me very well." Summer nodded reassuringly, "Yes. I know, your mother is a wonderful woman, and it's evident how much she loves you. You need not worry. I will not harbor any negative feelings towards her because of this." Yet, Tang Tang felt that her father still did not grasp her true sentiments and attempted to clarify further. However, her words were interrupted by Summer. "You don't wish to return home, do you? Then let us not go back for lunch today. Wait here while I catch some fish. I shall prepare grilled fish for you." "Dad, is that true? We really don't have to go back, and we can stay here to eat grilled fish?" Upon hearing Summer not only agree to her request to stay but also offer to catch fish for her, Tang Tang promptly forgot her explanations about her mother. Summer affectionately ruffled her hair. "Of course it's true. I would never deceive you, Tang Tang." Tang Tang curiously inquired, "But Daddy, we don't have a fishing rod. How can we catch fish?" Summer assured her confidently, "Don't worry, I'm here. Just wait patiently for your fish. Before long." Summer skillfully fashioned a makeshift fishing hook by bending a needle he retrieved from his bag and found a slender bamboo stick nearby to serve as the fishing rod. As for the fishing line, it was the leftover kite string from a previous outing when he had taken care of children, which had been whisked away by the wind. After a flurry of activity lasting merely a few minutes, Summer had successfully crafted a rudimentary fishing rod. Looking at the toy-like rod before her, Tang Tang anxiously asked, "Daddy, can this really catch fish?" Summer chuckled, "If we don't catch anything, I can grant you a wish." As Tang Tang pondered whether to wish for Summer to fail at fishing so she could make a wish, or for him to successfully catch fish to make her a delicious grilled meal, Summer swiftly pulled in a carp weighing over a pound. Gazing at the wriggling fish on the ground, Tang Tang exclaimed excitedly, "Daddy, you're so amazing. How do you know how to do everything?" Seeing the admiration in Tang Tang's eyes, Summer proudly replied, "Hee, it's nothing special, just a little knowledge." With Tang Tang's enthusiastic encouragement, Summer's fishing prowess seemed to flourish even more. Before it was even 11:30, he had already reeled in the rod and started a fire to grill the fish. When it came to grilling fish, Summer clearly exhibited greater expertise, bolstered by his culinary skills enhanced through systematic rewards. After a little over 10 minutes, having sprinkled the seasonings, he presented a beautifully golden grilled fish to Tang Tang. "Here, this one is ready. You can have it first. If it's not enough, there's more to come." Without hesitation, Tang Tang took a bite, exclaiming, so delicious." After savoring a mouthful, she paused. Summer looked at her in confusion. "Why have you stopped? Did I put too much salt on that part?" Tang Tang chuckled. "No, I want to take a picture to send to Mommy." Instead of sending the photo immediately, she first sent a message via their matching parent-child bracelets. "Mommy, are you off work yet? Have you eaten?" "At work." Xiaoqingya received Tang Tang's message and couldn't help but smile. Her little treasure was growing up, showing concern for her. She replied cheerfully, "Not yet. Mommy has finished work. But don't worry, I'll be home soon for dinner." Upon reading Xiaoqingya's message, Tang Tang wore a mischievous grin. She quickly raised her arm, pointing the bracelet towards the grilled fish in her other hand. After sending the photo, Tang Tang followed up with a voice message, "Mommy, Daddy made a fishing rod by himself and caught a lot of fish. Now he has grilling fish for me, and it's so tasty. Don't you want to eat some?" But you can't, since you're at work, haha. Xiao Qingya, Chapter 38. Full speed ahead. I must catch up to that tricycle. Once beaming with a radiant smile, Xiao Qingya's countenance darkened in an instant. How foolish she had been to believe her daughter had begun to understand the importance of compassion and concern for her. To her dismay, the little rascal was merely intent on provoking her. With a cold huff, she replied indifferently, "If you find it delicious, then do indulge yourself. Now, I must attend to my work. I am busy." Little Tang Tang was not swayed by Xia Qingya's words. After all, it was she who had just mentioned that it was almost time to finish work and eat. Mother was undoubtedly lying, intentionally avoiding conversation. Surely, it was jealousy over the grilled fish prepared by father that made her reluctant to engage. Ignoring Xia Qingya's declaration of busyness, she sent several photos of the grilled fish, along with one of Summer, who was intently grilling the fish beside her. "Mom, look. Dad is focused on grilling fish for me. Don't you think he looks handsome when he is cooking?" "Ugh. No, that's not right. Dad is inherently handsome. He is the most handsome father in the world. Even when doing nothing. Wow. There is smoke coming from Dad's grill. It seems the fish is sizzling. Hiki. I've already finished one fish. And Dad just gave me another. Unfortunately, you still can't have any, Mom." Xia Qingya had initially resolved to ignore Tang Tang, but she could not withstand the barrage of photos and voice messages from the spirited girl. Moreover, these messages were sent via their parent-child wristband, eliminating the need for her to actively check them. Upon sending, the voice would automatically resonate in her mind, and the images would materialize before her eyes, as if experienced firsthand, far more immediate and impactful than messages sent through WeChat. Within mere moments, Xia Qingya found her resolve crumbling. She replied sharply, "Xiao Zihan, I warn you one last time. Do not send me any more messages. Otherwise, when I return home tonight, I shall inform your father that you have been incessantly messaging me during my work hours, severely disrupting my productivity. And I will request he disable the communication feature of your wristband." Seemingly intimidated by this threat, Tang Tang ceased her messages after sending the last voice note. Finally finding a moment of peace, Xia Qingya realized she was in no mood to continue working. After enduring Tang Ang's relentless onslaught, her mind was now consumed with thoughts of grilled fish. She picked up the phone on her desk and spoke into the receiver. "Chen Lan, please come in." Within 2 minutes, Chen Lan appeared in Xia Qingya's office. "President Xiao, you called for me?" Chen Lan inquired, her expression one of confusion. As Xia Qingya's special assistant, she was well aware of the day's agenda. Aside from the dinner with Vice President Mo Xingchen of the Demo Group later that evening, there were no particularly pressing matters. With the workday nearing its end, what could President Xiao possibly require of her? "Has my lunch arrived?" Xia Qingya asked straightforwardly. Chen Lan nodded affirmatively, stating that the delivery was en route and expected to arrive at approximately 11:55, just in time to reach your office by noon when work concludes. Xiao Qingya remarked, "Since it's being delivered, please take my lunch and enjoy it. But if I eat it, what will you have?" Chen Lan replied in astonishment. Xiao Qingya rubbed her forehead, slightly perturbed, and instructed, "Please reorder my meal, but this time, there's no need for an extravagant spread. Just a grilled fish and a serving of rice will suffice. Are you certain you wish for me to consume your lunch while you settle for grilled fish? Your meals are customarily ordered from a 5-star hotel. And that grilled fish must be." "Enough chatter, simply follow my instructions," Xiao Qingya interjected, waving her hand to cut off Chen Lan's words. This time, Chen Lan refrained from further discussion and promptly went out to inquire where the finest grilled fish could be found. By the time it was 12:30, Xiao Qingya finally sat down to the grilled fish that had caused her such vexation. "Humph, this grilled fish is hardly remarkable. It merely has a stronger seasoning. During my outings with Tang Tang in the countryside, the limited spices they used surely surpassed this flavor. However, in terms of the chef's appearance, that summer fellow undoubtedly eclipsed the cook from this establishment. Pa. What am I even thinking? It's all Tang Tang's fault for sending me so many distracting photos." After finishing her meal, Summer took out a small blanket from his bag and cuddled with Tang Tang to help her sleep. Initially, Tang Tang, who had finally ventured outside, was reluctant to waste time on sleep. Yet, Summer's exceptional lullaby skills soon had her dozing off. Upon awakening, Tang Tang was adamant about not wanting to return. insisting that Summer take her on more explorations in the countryside. They spent time catching fish and shrimp, and before they realized it, nightfall had descended. Noticing the darkening sky, Summer was resolute in ending their escapade. "We must hurry back. If your mother finishes work and finds us out so late, we will surely be in trouble. She might even prohibit us from enjoying the countryside again." As Summer packed their belongings, he explained the gravity of the situation to Tang Tang. Upon hearing that they might not be able to come out again, Tang Tang panicked. "Hurry, Daddy. My mother usually finishes work by 7 o'clock p.m. and arrives home around 7:30. We only have half an hour left." After gathering their things, Summer wasted no time and swiftly rode back towards the city. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have been confident in the vehicle's performance to return before Xiao Qingya arrived home. However, the evening rush hour posed a significant challenge. Should they become ensnared in traffic, even the finest vehicle would have to submit to the congestion. The moment he got into the vehicle, Summer immediately rolled down the windows surrounding him. Despite the fact that his vehicle was soaring at over 300 kilometers per hour, Tang Tang inside the car felt no discomfort whatsoever. Upon entering the urban area, however, the car's speed uncontrollably diminished. Even though the advanced autonomous driving system was remarkably efficient, it could barely maintain a speed of around 120 kilometers per hour. Nonetheless, as they traversed through the summer streets, they undeniably attracted the astonished gazes of many, including Mo Xingchen, who was preparing to dine out for a business engagement. What on earth just sped by? Was that a car? Mo Xingchen, seated in the back, could not discern clearly but felt something was past their window. His astonished assistant in the passenger seat, upon hearing Mo Xingchen's inquiry, stammered, "Mo Xiao." That seemed to be an electric tricycle. Mo Xingchen raised his hand and slapped the assistant on the head, exclaiming, "What the hell do you mean by tricycle? Are you kidding me? What kind of tricycle can go that fast? It would fall apart." The assistant, not daring to retort, could only defend himself with a sense of grievance. "I wouldn't dare deceive you. Truly, it was a tricycle. I swear I saw it clearly." Just as Mo Xingchen was about to strike again, the driver chimed in, "Indeed, I saw it too. It was a tricycle, though I can't confirm if it was electric." Upon hearing the driver's words, Mo Xingchen ceased to doubt. Knowing that this driver had been dispatched by his father and would not conspire with his assistant to deceive him. After all, the car was equipped with a dash cam, making such a falsehood easily debunked and of no advantage whatsoever. Who on earth crafted that vehicle? How come I hadn't heard a whisper about it? Mo Xingchen exclaimed. "Chase after it, quickly. I must see to whom this tricycle belongs." The assistant quietly cautioned, "But Mo Zong, we have dinner plans with the president of Xingyun Group, Xiao Qingya, tonight." If we pursue now, he left the sentence unfinished, confident that Mo Xingchen would grasp his implied meaning. Mo Xingchen scoffed. "What time is it? I have no mind for dinner right now. Meals can be had at any time. But if we miss that tricycle, who knows when we might encounter it again. Hurry. Accelerate and catch up to it." Chapter 39. This vehicle was purchased at the Bird Specialty Store, the latest model. Upon receiving Mo Xingchen's command, the driver immediately pressed down hard on the accelerator, and the Rolls-Royce surged forward. However, it was rush hour, and despite the driver's efforts to pursue, the distance between them continued to widen. Just as Mo Xingchen was about to concede defeat, he noticed the traffic light ahead had turned red. Seeing the coveted tricycle patiently waiting at a distance for the red light, hope flickered within him once more. "Quickly, accelerate. We must catch up before the light turns green. Otherwise, if we get halted by the red light, it will be challenging to pursue afterward." The driver, now fully alert, gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes fixed intently on the road ahead. Whenever there was a gap between vehicles, he would deftly maneuver his car to weave through. This behavior incited considerable discontent among fellow drivers. However, upon noticing the Rolls-Royce adorned with the auspicious license plate of 5/8, they promptly withdrew their heads, which had ventured out in protest. If it were merely a Rolls-Royce, some might have remained indifferent, for in this day and age, such luxury is no longer a rarity. Perhaps it belonged to some internet celebrity. Yet, the 5/8 plate in Jiang City is a source of trepidation. Anyone with a modicum of awareness knows it belongs to the city's wealthiest magnate, the Mo family. Perhaps fate had conspired to assist Mo Xingchen. As when Xia Tian arrived at the intersection, the light had just turned red. Furthermore, it was a major intersection, with a full 120 seconds of red light. Under Mo Xingqian's persistent urging, they finally reached the intersection in the final seconds of the red light. However, the road was congested with cars waiting for the signal, and there were still 7 or 8 vehicles between them and Xia Tian's car, making communication impossible. Reluctantly, he instructed the driver, once the light turns green, ensure you accelerate swiftly. We must not lose sight of them. The driver nodded solemnly, rest assured. During my service, I specialized in driving. No vehicle I set my sights on has ever escaped my grasp. Hearing this, Mo Xingqian felt a sense of relief, finally able to return his racing heart to a state of calm. As the light transformed from red to green, the driver swiftly pressed the accelerator. Just after crossing the red light, his exceptional driving skills allowed him to overtake several vehicles ahead. However, as he briefly relaxed, he heard Mo Xingqian's incredulous exclamation from the back seat. What the hell? Is that really a tricycle? When it took off, its acceleration from 0 to 100 was undoubtedly under 5 seconds. Is this the performance one would expect from a tricycle? Has he fitted a miniature nuclear reactor into that contraption? Mo Xingqian was genuinely astounded. His earlier glimpse had not fully conveyed the experience. Witnessing the formidable power of Xia Tian's tricycle firsthand, he felt that the world-class sports cars in his garage paled in comparison. When the driver finally registered the distance Xia Tian's tricycle had covered, he too was taken aback. In mere moments, the opposing vehicle had dashed far ahead. Were it not for the glowing taillights in the evening gloom, they might have lost sight of it entirely. Awkwardly, he remarked, Mo Xiao, I fear we cannot catch up. They are moving too swiftly. Mo Xingqian shook his head in resignation. It's not your fault. Their vehicle is simply on a different level altogether, and their driving prowess is equally remarkable. Maintaining such speed in the city, even professional racers would struggle. Just as Mo Xingqian's spirits began to wane, the assistant in the passenger seat excitedly announced, Mo Xiao, they have turned. Mo Xingqian replied, somewhat irritably, I see that. Your shouting is hardly necessary at this rate. The taillights of the car we've been left behind are already disappearing from view. Upon witnessing the displeasure etched on Mo Xingqian's face, the assistant quickly clarified, Young Master Mo, you have misunderstood me. I am familiar with the route ahead. There is only one path leading in, devoid of any intersections. We may still have a chance. And even if we fail to catch up, we can ascertain where the other party resides, as there are merely a handful of communities in that area. Hearing his assistant's words, a smile of relief blossomed on Mo Xingqian's face. I didn't expect you to be quite reliable at such a crucial moment. If I successfully locate the owner of that vehicle, I shall grant you a raise next month. The assistant beamed with joy, replying, Thank you, young Master Mo. Indeed. Fortune favored Mo Xingqian. After turning a corner and not driving for long, they soon caught up with Xia Tian's tricycle. Of course, it was not merely due to their vehicle or the driver's skill, but rather because Tang Tang insisted on having some candied hawthorn after spotting a vendor by the roadside. Seeing that there was still time and the streets weren't too congested, Xia Tian decided to stop and indulge Tang Tang. Upon returning after purchasing the candied hawthorn, Xia Tian noticed a well-dressed young man inspecting his tricycle with keen interest. Xia Tian regarded him with a hint of surprise, pondering how peculiar the wealthy could be. Had he truly never encountered a tricycle before? The vehicle appeared to be just an ordinary electric tricycle. Yet this fellow gazed at it as if he were beholding a stunning beauty. After placing Tang Tang on the back seat, Xia Tian prepared to drive away. However, Mo Xingqian, quick-witted, seized his arm. Xia Tian shot him an annoyed glance and asked, What is it? Sensing Xia Tian's displeasure, Mo Xingqian promptly released his grip and chuckled awkwardly. Hey there, may I inquire where you acquired this vehicle? Did you purchase it, or did you modify it yourself? Xia Tian replied in a calm tone, from the city center, at the Little Bird electric vehicle specialty store. Mo Xingqian was nearly taken aback, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Are you joking, my friend? Such a vehicle can be bought at a specialty store in the city? Xia Tian responded, I'm not joking. It's a new model from Little Bird. You can check it out at the store yourself. With that, he ignored the still-dazed Mo Xingqian and started the vehicle to depart. Noticing Mo Xingqian in a daze, the assistant approached him. Young Master Mo, are you just going to let him leave? Mo Xingqian shot him a glance, exasperated. What else can I do? He hasn't committed any crime, and I am not a law enforcement officer. What reason do I have to detain him? After being rebutted, the assistant maintained a cheerful demeanor as he looked at Mo Xingchen. Young Master Mo, there is still time. Shall we continue to Jiangcheng Hotel? At that moment, Mo Xingchen's mind was consumed with thoughts of Xia Tian's tricycle and his previous remarks, rendering the assistant's words almost inaudible. However, recalling the pressing matters he had to attend to, he realized he would likely miss the dinner engagement that evening. Thus, he promptly took out his phone and called Xiao Qingya, succinctly explaining the situation before ending the call. Upon learning that Mo Xingchen had personally declined the dinner invitation for the evening, the assistant helplessly inquired, "Young Master Mo, where shall we go now? Back home?" Mo Xingchen scoffed. "Home? We are heading to the downtown electric scooter dealership." What business do we have there?" The assistant was genuinely perplexed. It seemed rather odd to forego a dinner engagement only to visit an electric vehicle shop. Mo Xingchen retorted, "What do you think? Of course. We are going to buy an electric scooter. Do you expect us to indulge in a foot massage there? I truly wonder how you managed to pass the HR interview with such dim-wittedness." Chapter 40. Perhaps he wasn't deceiving you after all. He may indeed be purchasing a tricycle. After a swift journey, Xia Tian and Tang Tang finally returned home at 7:25 p.m. Upon entering, Xia Tian nudged Tang Tang, signaling her to call out and check the situation. Mom, we're back. Are you home?" Tang Tang shouted towards the study and bedroom, yet received no response. She turned to Xia Tian and beamed, "Hee. Mom isn't back yet. I told you she wouldn't return until after 7:30. Having narrowly escaped a predicament, Xia Tian exhaled in relief. "This one's on me. I forgot to ask your mother about her return time in advance. From now on, we must ensure to return early from our outings. We cannot afford to make such mistakes again. By the way, when your mother comes back and inquires why we haven't started dinner yet, simply tell her you're not hungry and that I'll prepare it later. Understood?" Hearing Xia Tian's instructions, Tang Tang obediently nodded. I'm not very hungry anyway, due to the time constraints." Xia Tian did not have the opportunity to ask Tang Tang what she wanted to eat. After settling her in the living room to play, he hurried off to the kitchen to tend to the preparations. Meanwhile, at the Jiangcheng Hotel, Xiao Qingya's expression soured upon receiving a call from Mo Xingchen. That man was simply insufferable. Their dinner engagement had been arranged well in advance. She had already been waiting for half an hour, and now he had the audacity to call and say he couldn't make it due to unforeseen circumstances, suggesting they reschedule their meal. Although their star group was comparatively small next to the desert group, it was unbecoming of him to treat her this way. "Let us go back," Xiao Qingya said coldly to her companion, Qianlan, as she ended the call. Qianlan, taken aback, asked, "But the desert group representatives haven't arrived yet. Aren't we dining with young Master Mo?" Xiao Qingya scoffed. "What's the point of dining now? He just called to inform me he won't be coming." Upon hearing that Mo Xingchen had cancelled, Qianlan indignantly remarked, "This Mo Xingchen is truly excessive. While the desert group may be larger than ours, this collaboration was previously agreed upon with Mr. Mo isn't this simply bullying?" Xiao Qingya shook her head. "Let it go. The situation is as it is, so there's no point in dwelling on it." Qianlan softly suggested, "Xiao, why don't you have something to eat before we head back? As you engage in social commitments this evening, it is likely that no dinner was prepared for you at home. If you were to return and cook, it would indeed take quite some time." Xiao Qingya furrowed her brow and remarked, "Oh, I nearly forgot. I was supposed to inform Tang Tang that I would be dining out tonight. I wonder if she has eaten with that fellow yet. I hope she hasn't waited for me without a meal." Resolute, she declared, "Let us skip dinner. I can manage a quick bite at home." The thought of her beloved Tang Tang possibly awaiting her return for dinner extinguished any desire to linger, prompting Xiao Qingya to swiftly lead Qianlan towards the parking lot. Once inside the car, Xiao Qingya retrieved her phone and dialed Xia Tian. "Hello, I neglected to mention that I worked late at the office today. I've just departed, and it will likely take me over 20 minutes to get home. If Tang Tang is hungry, please have her eat first." Xia Tian, who was in the midst of preparing the second dish, immediately relaxed upon hearing Xiao Qingya's words. He had been concerned that she might scold him for not fulfilling his duties as a full-time cook due to the late hour of his cooking. Now, With 20 minutes to spare, he felt confident he could complete dinner in time. He replied with a smile, "It's quite normal to work overtime. Especially since you've just been promoted, it's vital to make a good impression. Tang Tang and I will wait for your return to dine together. Please drive safely." After hearing Xia Tian's response, Xiao Qingyao chose not to prolong the conversation and promptly ended the call. By the time she returned to the community from the hotel, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Upon seeing Xiao Qingyao, Tang Tang eagerly broke free from Xia Tian's embrace and joyfully rushed towards her mother. "Mommy, you're finally back. Why did you get off work so late today?" Little Tang Tang questioned with a hint of dissatisfaction. This was a tactic taught by Xia Tian, referred to as taking the initiative. Xiao Qingyao, with affectionate indulgence, scooped her daughter into her arms and offered an apologetic explanation. "I'm so sorry, Tang Tang. I had an unexpected matter at work and had to stay late, which is why I returned a bit later. You must be starving after waiting for me. Let us hurry and get something to eat." Xia Tian chimed in with a smile. "Indeed. After I finished cooking, I urged her to eat, but she insisted on waiting for you." Hearing Xia Tian's words, Xiao Qingyao's guilt intensified. She gently assured, "This time, it was my fault, but rest assured, if I have to work late again, I will inform you in advance, so you won't have to wait hungrily for me." Tang Tang giggled. "I'm not hungry. Daddy is the one who is hungry. Just now, I heard his tummy rumbling." Xiao Qingyao instinctively glanced at Xia Tian and casually inquired, "Was the fish you caught at noon not sufficient?" Xia Tian immediately became flustered, explaining, "No, that is not the case at all. Tang Tang must have misheard. Don't pay attention to her nonsense. I did not mishear. I distinctly heard it," Tang Tang retorted, indignant, with a soft rumble. The sound from Xia Tian's stomach seemed to validate Tang Tang's earlier remarks. As soon as her words fell, Xia Tian's belly growled once more, leaving her utterly speechless. She bowed her head and took a seat at the dining table. Xiao Qingya, holding Tang Tang, joined her at the table, though a subtle smile crept onto her lips. In an effort to dispel the prior awkwardness, Xia Tian took the initiative to engage Xiao Qingya in conversation. "So, after your promotion, is your work very demanding?" Xiao Qingya shook her head. "Not particularly tiring. It's quite similar to what I was handling before, just with a change in position and authority." After a brief pause, Xia Tian continued, "Did you encounter any troubles today? You seemed to frown when you returned." Xiao Qingya did not conceal her feelings and candidly replied, "It's nothing major, really. We had an important client scheduled for lunch today, but just before mealtime, they called to cancel due to a sudden issue." Xia Tian smiled reassuringly. "There's no need to be upset. Such occurrences are quite common in business. Besides, perhaps the other party genuinely had an urgent matter to attend to." However, upon hearing Xia Tian's consolation, Xiao Qingya's expression darkened further. She set down her chopsticks and retorted, "Talking about this only frustrates me more. If that person truly had a reason, they could have at least fabricated a plausible excuse. Instead, they couldn't even muster a halfway believable reason and concocted something utterly absurd." While Xia Tian was unaware of the intricacies of Xiao Qingya's work situation, Tang Tang was keenly aware. Curious, she inquired, "Mom, what exactly did that person say?" Xiao Qingya scoffed. "He actually told me he was in a hurry to buy a new electric tricycle in the city center. Isn't that ridiculous? Who would abandon a multi-billion collaboration just to purchase an electric tricycle? Furthermore, given his status, he typically travels in vehicles worth no less than 500. How could he possibly be interested in a tricycle? It's as if he is trying to treat me like a fool." Xia Tian's expression shifted to one of bemusement. After a moment's hesitation, he mustered the courage to defend Imo Xingchen, saying, "Well, perhaps he really did go to buy a tricycle. After all, the whims of the wealthy can be quite peculiar." Chapter 41. Duped? "Help me investigate that fellow on the tricycle." "Humph, that is impossible. From what I know of him, he is merely a carefree dandy who revels in indulgence. He would never take an interest in a tricycle, a mode of transport for the common folk." Xiao Qingya decisively dismissed Xia Tian's argument. It was evident that even at this moment, she remained deeply perturbed by Mo Xingchen's absurd excuse for canceling their meeting. Noticing the evident irritation in Xiao Qingya, Xia Tian wisely chose to remain silent. His prior attempt to defend Mo Xingchen stemmed from a sense of guilt. believing that his actions had inadvertently disrupted the meeting between Mo and Xiao, thereby jeopardizing the collaboration between their companies. Realizing the situation had escalated beyond repair, he had no intention of foolishly continuing to speak on Mo's behalf. After all, one should not put oneself at risk for the sake of another. Ultimately, neither company belonged to him, and if the partnership faltered, the loss would not be his to bear. However, the thought of Xiao Qingya discovering that it was his interference that led to the young man canceling their dinner plans filled him with dread. He could scarcely imagine facing the wrath of her fury. Please make yourselves comfortable while I wash the dishes," he said, feeling somewhat guilty as he picked up the bowls and chopsticks and headed towards the kitchen. As he walked away, Xiao Qingya watched his retreating figure. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Why does he seem so peculiar? It's as if he's suddenly afraid of me. Could my earlier anger have frightened him? Nevertheless, Xiao Qingya dismissed the thought, her mood already soured, leaving her little inclination to ponder Xia Tian's emotions. Once he tidied up the kitchen, Xia Tian spent some time playing in the living room with Tang Tang before finally carrying her to Xiao Qingya's bedroom. By the time he arrived, she had already changed into her pajamas and was waiting on the bed, anticipating his arrival to narrate a bedtime story to lull her and her daughter to sleep. After Tang Tang finished her evening routine and settled down, Xia Tian perched on the edge of the bed and began recounting the tale of Snow White. As he narrated the story, he refrained from hastily employing his sleep-inducing abilities, choosing instead to wait until the tale neared its conclusion before gently coaxing both mother and daughter into slumber. Perhaps the earlier incident involving the tricycle had inadvertently disrupted Xiao Qingya's company's dealings, for Xia Tian found no motivation to tease the peacefully sleeping Xiao Qingya. He simply closed the door and retired to his own room. Meanwhile, the family of three, having satisfied their appetites, drifted off into a serene sleep. However, Mo Xingchen, having been led astray by Xia Tian, found himself wide awake. After parting ways with Xia Tian, he wasted no time and instructed his driver to take him directly to the electric vehicle dealership in the city center. Upon his arrival, a number of customers shopping for electric cars turned their heads curiously as a Rolls-Royce slowly pulled up to the entrance. When they glimpsed the license plate, even passers-by paused to observe the spectacle. Accustomed to such attention, Mo Xingchen stepped out of the car as if nothing were amiss and walked straight into the dealership. The onlookers, intrigued by the scene, exchanged whispers, speculating whether there was some hidden VIP among the customers inside. The shop owner, having noticed the luxurious vehicle parked outside, hurried to the entrance to personally greet him. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Listening to the humble voice of the shopkeeper, Mo Xingchen spoke in a flat tone. "I wish to purchase an electric tricycle, the latest model." Upon hearing Mo Xingchen's words, the shopkeeper momentarily believed he had misheard. After a brief pause, his astonished expression transformed back into a smile. "Sir, please follow me. Our electric tricycles are located this way." As he spoke, he led Mo Xingchen to the designated area for tricycles. "Sir, please take a look. This is our store's latest model of electric tricycle. The vehicle features the most advanced lithium battery, boasting a remarkable range." The shopkeeper enthusiastically introduced the tricycle as he guided Mo Xingchen toward it. Mo Xingchen raised his hand, interrupting the shopkeeper's presentation, and meticulously examined the vehicle's exterior. After all, he had not entered the vehicle and could only assess it based on its appearance. After a few moments of careful observation, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is this truly the latest model from your store? Might there be a newer version developed by your company that is not in stock here?" His question was indeed valid. Through his keen scrutiny, he noticed that while the tricycle bore a similar shape to one he had encountered previously, many aspects were distinctly different. Firstly, this model was considerably smaller than the one he had seen before. Furthermore, the materials used for the roof and surrounding areas appeared dissimilar. Even the tires exhibited noticeable variations. He began to suspect whether he had been misled. The shopkeeper promptly assured him, "Rest assured, this tricycle is undoubtedly the latest product from our company, Little Bird. Our store is the largest specialty shop in Jiangqing, so the situation you mentioned cannot possibly exist." Seeing the shopkeeper's unwavering confidence, Mo Xingchen felt a twinge of doubt. He had come to the right place, yet something about the vehicle felt amiss. Could it be that the individual who had purchased the tricycle had modified its appearance and tires? With this thought in mind, he turned to the shopkeeper and asked, "May I take it for a test ride?" The shopkeeper readily agreed. "Of course, no problem at all. The key is already in the vehicle. You may simply hop on and ride it." As Mo Xingchen rolled the tricycle out onto the main road, the shopkeeper looked on in confusion, wondering why he did not ride off immediately. Little did he know, Mo Xingchen was comparing this tricycle to the one from summer. Concerned that the space here was too confined for him to control the speed effectively and avoid a collision. If he were to crash into something, it would be one matter, but if he were to hit a person, that would spell trouble. Once seated on the tricycle, Mo Xingchen excitedly turned the key to start the vehicle. He then gradually twisted the throttle, yet the tricycle remained motionless, just as he pondered whether the tricycle was malfunctioning. The shopkeeper, standing beside the vehicle, quickly explained, "To prevent accidental activation by children, this model is equipped with a safety lock. Each time you start the vehicle or allow it to idle for a moment, you must squeeze the brake to initiate movement." Mo Xingchen was taken aback, realizing that the features and configurations of electric vehicles had become so comprehensive. After gently squeezing the brake, he gradually twisted the throttle, and the vehicle began to move forward smoothly and slowly. However, this speed was only slightly faster than walking, a far cry from the exhilarating speeds he had witnessed previously. Puzzled, he halted the vehicle and adjusted it to high speed, twisting the throttle again. This time, the speed indeed increased significantly. Yet it remained at a level typical of ordinary electric bikes, utterly incomparable to the tricycle he had seen earlier. At that moment, he was entirely convinced that someone had played a trick on him. That individual had not been truthful, but had merely toyed with him as if he were a fool. Upon returning to the Rolls-Royce, Mo Xingchen, with a grim expression, instructed, "Please investigate the background of the person who rode that tricycle today. I am eager to uncover who this person truly is." Chapter 42. Tang Tang is still young. Let us postpone the matter of children for a couple of years. Xiao Qingya, having entered a deep slumber, awoke the next morning at her leisure. After sitting up, she indulged in a delightful stretch. Indeed, that person's hypnotic effect was truly remarkable. The sensation of sleeping until dawn was simply splendid. With a soft sigh of appreciation, she proceeded to wash up. Upon arriving in the living room, she found Xia Tian already busily engaged in the kitchen. "Good morning." Perhaps due to the pleasant mood stemming from 2 consecutive nights of restful sleep, Xiao Qingya unexpectedly initiated a greeting with Xia Tian. Xia Tian did not turn around but casually inquired, "Good morning. How did you sleep last night?" Xiao Qingya nodded. "Well, it was exceptionally good. I feel invigorated. To be honest, once Tang Tang starts school, if you have some free time, you might consider opening a hypnosis center to cater to clients who struggle with rest. It would undoubtedly attract a thriving clientele with many return customers." Xia Tian chuckled and shook his head. "Once she starts school, there will be many responsibilities. Not just picking her up from kindergarten. When she enters elementary school, I'll need to assist her with her studies and nurture her interests. It will become even more complicated in middle school, as I will need to focus not only on her academic performance but also on her mental well-being. Most crucially, I must guard against early romantic relationships. Perhaps when Tang Tang reaches university, I might contemplate pursuing some of my own interests." Listening to Xia Tian's lengthy discourse, Xiao Qingya found herself momentarily stunned. This person had only been in their home for a few days, yet he was already considering such long-term plans. Had he not contemplated his own personal matters? Was he not preparing for the possibility of seeking his own love once Tang Tang grew up and they divorced? Moreover, given his fondness for children, had he never thought about having a child of his own? Or was it that he wished to remain by her side for a lifetime? After a brief silence, Xiao Qingya softly asked, "Xia Tian, do you want to have your own child?" Xia Tian turned his head, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at Xiao Qingya. "Is that appropriate? Although we are legally married, we have only known each other for a few days. Moreover, Tang Tang is still quite young and has only just begun to experience a semblance of paternal affection. Were there several younger siblings at this juncture, the little girl might find herself lost in thought. Perhaps it would be prudent to postpone this matter for a couple of years." Observing the faint blush on Xia Tian's cheeks, Xiao Qingya felt both amused and exasperated. She shot him a fierce glare and retorted, "What delightful fantasies are you entertaining? Who would want to bear children with you? I mean, have you ever contemplated what your future holds? Will you merely continue to cohabit with us indefinitely, without considering that when Tang Tang grows older, you might wish to find a beloved partner, marry, and have children of your own? Xia Tian shook his head vigorously, as if caught in a riddle. No, 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 I have never entertained such thoughts. I believe this arrangement is quite satisfactory. I am not bound by the constraints of a job or the responsibility of supporting a family, and there are funds readily available to me. As for children, in my heart, Tang Tang is already my child. Noticing Xia Tian's vehement resistance to the topic, Xiao Qingya suspected he had been hurt by women in the past, perhaps suffering from some emotional trauma. Choosing not to dwell further on the matter, she gently replied, "Suit yourself. However, should you encounter someone you truly cherish in the future, do remember to inform me in advance. I shall handle the matter with Tang Tang." After saying this, Xiao Qingya departed the living room to awaken Tang Tang. Once she left, Xia Tian revealed a smug smile. "Huh, you wish to test me? Such a simple matter could never elude my grasp. As long as I remain unresponsive, you shall never find a weakness in me." In the warm atmosphere, breakfast soon came to an end. "I'm off to work. If you find yourself free, you may take Tang Tang out for a stroll. She enjoys shopping, and here is this card. If you come across something she fancies, do buy it for her. Of course, if you find something you desire as well, feel free to acquire it." Just before leaving, Xiao Qingyao placed her supplementary credit card on the table. Xia Tian promptly shook his head in refusal. "No need for that. I have money on hand. Besides, didn't you already provide me with a card on the day I moved in?" Xiao Qingyao replied, "That card is for your salary. Let us use this card for household expenses from now on. The funds in that card are for you to save." Xia Tian was about to protest further when Tang Tang, quick of hand, snatched the card away. "Thank you, Mama. You can rest easy. I will ensure Daddy doesn't squander the money." Xiao Qingyao chuckled as she tapped her finger gently on Tang Tang's forehead. "You were quite the clever one." With the card now in Tang Tang's possession, Xia Tian chose not to argue further. After Xiao Qingyao departed, he pulled Tang Tang onto the sofa and, with utmost seriousness, inquired, "Tang Tang, why did you take your mother's card?" Tang Tang, looking bewildered, replied, "Isn't it for us?" Xia Tian clarified, "Didn't Daddy just mention that he has money? Moreover, your mother has already given Daddy a card, and the funds within are sufficient for our daily needs. Remember, although your mother is an executive, earning money is quite laborious. You must learn to be considerate of her, otherwise you will not be a good child." Observing the serious expression on Xia Tian's face, Tang Tang, feeling wronged, said, "I didn't do anything. Tang Tang is a good child." "Daddy, do you not like Tang Tang anymore? Do you not want Mommy and Tang Tang? Please don't leave, Daddy. When Mommy comes back tonight, I will return this card to her." Upon meeting the tearful gaze of little Tang Tang, Xia Tian could no longer maintain his stern demeanor. The authoritative facade he had just managed to uphold vanished without a trace. He quickly knelt down and gently reassured her, "Don't cry, Tang Tang. Daddy has not abandoned you. You are my daughter. How could I possibly not want you? No parent would ever forsake their own child. I was merely trying to teach you a lesson, hoping you will not repeat similar mistakes in the future. Understood?" Tang Tang nodded vigorously, "MHM. As long as Daddy doesn't leave, Tang Tang will listen to everything you say." Xia Tian smiled. "Rest assured, Daddy will never leave Tang Tang, unless one day I am no longer alive." Tang Tang immediately covered Xia Tian's mouth. "No, I don't want Daddy to die. I want Daddy to live forever, for 1,000 years, 10,000 years. Always by Tang Tang's side." Hearing the heartfelt words of little Tang Tang, Xia Tian felt a peculiar sensation, as if he had been reprimanded. He decided to change the subject. "All right, Tang Tang, you can play by yourself for now. Later, Daddy will take you to visit your aunt, okay?" Tang Tang curiously asked, "Does Tang Tang have an aunt? Why didn't Mommy ever mention her before?" Xia Tian chuckled. "Your mother doesn't know her, only Daddy does. I'll introduce you to her later." Tang Tang nodded obediently and ran off to play in the living room. Meanwhile, in the office of the vice president of the Desert Group, "Sir, we have news. The individual who rode in last night entered the Jiangnan Bun community." Mo Xingchen took the documents from his assistant and smiled. "Well done. Your bonus will be doubled this month. Arrange for a vehicle immediately. We are heading to Jiangnan Bun now." Chapter 43. I remember now. You were that fool from last night, right? Upon reaching the ground floor, Imo Shingshan was somewhat taken aback. The morning rush hour had not yet passed, resulting in a significant amount of traffic on the road. Although Jiangnan Buyuan was not far, given the current congestion, it seemed unlikely he would arrive in less than 40 to 50 minutes. He was also worried that if he arrived late, Xia Tian might lose track of that man on the tricycle, though he understood that by the time he got there, the other party might have already left. He still wished to arrive sooner. After a moment of hesitation, he turned to his assistant. How did you get to work? Although surprised by Imo Shingshan's sudden inquiry, the assistant replied honestly, Sir, I drove here. Imo Shingshan expressed his disdain. Why on earth did you drive? Didn't you consider riding an electric bike? It saves fuel and is environmentally friendly. How wonderful. The assistant felt quite aggrieved, as their company was situated in the city center, where housing prices were exorbitantly high, far beyond the means of a mere assistant. It took him 40 minutes to drive from his residence to the office, and if he were to ride, he would spend far too much time commuting each day. Although he felt wronged, he did not dare to vent his frustrations to Imo Shingshan. Instead, he perceptively inquired, Imo, do you require an electric bike at present? I am aware that many employees commute by bicycle. If you need one, I can borrow it right away. Seeing his assistant's attentiveness, Imo Shingshan nodded with delight. Excellent. Be quick about it. Half an hour later, Imo Shingshan finally arrived outside the Jiangnan Buyuan community on the electric bike. After parking the vehicle, the assistant proceeded towards the security office at the entrance of the complex. However, just as he took a step forward, Imo Shingshan called him back. What are you doing? Come back. The assistant, puzzled, halted. Imo, are we not going in? Imo Shingshan shot him a disdainful glance. What purpose would that serve? Do you know which building and floor that individual from last night resides in? The assistant shook his head. Time was too tight. I only know he entered this community, and I am not even certain if he lives here. Imo Shingshan replied. Then that settles it. Since we don't know where he resides, what use is it to go in? We might as well stay put here. If he lives here, he will inevitably leave through this entrance. The assistant, visibly anxious, remarked, But Imo, it's almost 9 o'clock now. What if he has already left for work before we arrived? Imo Shingshan countered, What else can we do but continue waiting here? Even if he has gone to work, he will still return here after his shift. Upon witnessing Imo Shingshan's resolute gaze, the assistant inwardly mourned for Xia Tian for a moment. Little did he expect Imo would take this matter so seriously. The individual who had toyed with Imo was likely in for some misfortune. After tidying up the kitchen, Xia Tian did not immediately leave with Tang Tang. Instead, he took a mop and cleaned the living room floor once more. Subsequently, he grabbed a cloth and gave the house a cursory cleaning before finally heading out with Tang Tang. As he rode his bike and had just exited the community gate, a person suddenly darted out from the roadside, blocking his path. Xia Tian poked his head out and grumbled, You should have some awareness if you're trying to pull a scam. Why don't you go find a Mercedes or BMW on the street instead of trying to con me with my tricycle at the community entrance? How much do you think you could get from that? Upon recognizing Xia Tian's visage, Imo Shingshan's face instantly lit up with excitement. Initially uncertain when he first saw the tricycle, he was now convinced that this was indeed the vehicle he had encountered the previous night. He cheerfully called out, Hey there. It's me. Remember me? As he pointed to his face, he leaned closer. We met last night. Have you forgotten? Hearing that they had met the night before, Xia Tian finally recalled the somewhat familiar figure before him. After scrutinizing Imo Shingshan for a while, he suddenly exclaimed, Oh, so you are that fool from last night. Upon hearing Xia Tian's words, the smile on Imo Shingshan's face quickly turned awkward. The assistant standing behind him hurriedly reprimanded, What is wrong with you? Our dear Imo is trying to speak to you nicely, yet you resort to insults? After uttering the phrase, Xia Tian quickly realized his mistake. Thus, when faced with the assistant's admonition, he remained composed, acknowledging his own fault. Not only had he played a prank on the individual the previous night, but he also referred to someone else in such a manner before them today. Embarrassed, he stammered, Ahem. My apologies, that was unintentional. It's just that your hairstyle today bears a striking resemblance to someone amusing I recently saw in a video on Douyin, and I momentarily misspoke. Imo Shingshan, however, was not swayed by such a clumsy excuse, yet he chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he looked at Xia Tian with earnest eyes and asked, "Brother, may I have a word with you?" Xia Tian replied, "We are not acquainted. What is there to discuss? Are you going to inquire again about where I purchased this tricycle? I told you last night. It's from the bird specialty store." Upon hearing the mention of the bird specialty store, Mo Xingqian's expression turned melancholic. Xia Tian felt uncomfortable under his gaze, exclaiming, Why are you looking at me like that?" Mo Xingqian, with a hint of reproach, responded, "Brother, please don't jest with me. After parting ways with you last night, I went to the bird specialty store in the city center. They did indeed have an electric tricycle resembling yours, but it was merely an ordinary one. Not comparable to yours at all." "What? I was just joking last night, and you actually went?" The embarrassment on Xia Tian's face deepened upon hearing Mo Xingqian's words. Mo Xingqian chose not to revisit the previous night's events and instead asked again, "Can we talk now?" Feeling a twinge of guilt, Xia Tian hesitated to refuse. "All right. But I have other matters to attend to, so I don't have much time." Mo Xingqian nodded. "Rest assured, I won't take up too much of your time." After parking the vehicle by the roadside, Xia Tian stood beside it and began conversing with Mo Xingqian. "Speak. What do you need from me?" Mo Xingqian wasted no time and pointed at Xia Tian's tricycle, stating, "I have taken a liking to your tricycle. Would you be willing to sell it to me? Name your price. I want to haggle. If you're not short on money, I can offer." Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Tian decisively shook his head. "Sorry, this tricycle is not for sale. There is nothing to discuss." As if anticipating Xia Tian's reaction, Mo Xingqian displayed little disappointment. He pressed on, "Your tricycle must have been modified by someone, right? It's understandable that after investing so much effort into customizing it, you'd be reluctant to part with it. How about this? Introduce me to the person who helped you modify it, and we can discuss compensation." Xia Tian shook his head once more. "That is even less likely to happen, and I advise you to abandon this pursuit. This tricycle is a one-of-a-kind occurrence. There will never be another like it in this world." Mo Xingqian, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "Brother, you may not be aware of my background, but—" "Father, when are we leaving?" interrupted Tang Tang from the back seat, growing impatient and peering out to inquire. Summer immediately replied, "Let's go. We'll set off at once. Please make yourself comfortable. I will take you to your aunt's house right away." After saying this, she waved her hand at Mo Xingqian. "I apologize. My daughter is quite eager, and I must take her out to play now. What you mentioned is utterly impossible. So there's no need for you to come looking for me again." With that, without waiting for Mo Xingqian to respond, she started the car and swiftly vanished from his sight. It was only after Summer's vehicle had completely disappeared that Mo Xingqian turned to his assistant and said, "Let us head back." The assistant cheerfully replied, "Of course. I will take you back to the company right away." Mo Xingqian responded, "When did I say we were going back to the company? We're going to the mall." The assistant, puzzled, inquired, "Young Master Mo, what do we need to do at the mall? Didn't we just visit there last week?" Mo Xingqian replied, "We are going to buy toys and other items that children enjoy. I've noticed that fellow is particularly fond of his daughter. This time, let's attempt an indirect approach by appealing to her." Chapter 44. Surely, this isn't a child you left behind inadvertently while fooling around outside? Upon hearing that Mo Xingqian planned to use Tang Tang to get closer to Summer, the assistant's eyes were filled with helplessness. Initially, he thought that after being rejected by Summer, Mo Xingqian would have given up and focused on returning to work. Unexpectedly, his master remained so fixated on that tricycle. He softly advised, "Young master, you saw his attitude just now. Even if you win over his daughter, he likely won't part with that tricycle. It's merely a tricycle. Perhaps it would be best to let it go. After all, there are numerous matters at the company awaiting your attention. If Mo, the president, discovers you have been neglecting your duties to chase after frivolities, he will surely reprimand you." Suddenly, Mo Xingqian, who was walking ahead, halted. With a serious expression, he stated, "Xinchuan, you must remember your position. You are merely my assistant." Xinchuan understood that his master despised having his father used as leverage against him, and he had inadvertently crossed a line. He quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, young Master Mo. It was my mistake. Upon our return, I shall go to the finance department and voluntarily forfeit all my bonuses for this month." Mo Xingqian sighed and shook his head. "It's all right. I understand you are looking out for me. However, you do not grasp the level of skill required to unlock the potential of that tricycle. I admit, I have my own selfish desires in this matter. I enjoy cars and have a strong desire to possess that understated yet explosively powerful tricycle. Yet, I assure you, my obsession with this vehicle extends beyond mere personal gratification. If we could use our connection with that individual to meet the person who can modify that tricycle, or collaborate with them on developing a new electric vehicle, it would significantly enhance our standing within the Fortune Global 500. Observing the glimmer of hope in Mo Xingqian's eyes, Xinchuan could not help but feel a profound sense of guilt. It appears I have misconstrued Mr. Mo. From the very outset, his intentions were never frivolous, but rather focused on the enterprise of the group. Mr. Mo, I must confess my misunderstanding of you. I assure you that I shall heed your every word henceforth, without any unnecessary chatter. Mo Xingqian patted his shoulder, reassuringly stating, "It is quite all right. Our positions differ, so it is only natural for you to harbor misunderstandings about me." With the misunderstanding resolved, Xinchuan's actions became much more agile as he rode his electric scooter, transporting Mo Xingqian to the shopping mall. As he pedaled, Xinchuan felt a surge of delight. It seems Mr. Mo is not merely the frivolous character the rumors suggest. This dandy persona he projects is likely a deliberate guise for self-protection. I must discreetly inform Mr. Mo about this. He will surely take great comfort in knowing his young master is so industrious. Meanwhile, seated on the back, Mo Xingqian quietly chuckled to himself. The assistant my father arranged for me is indeed rather gullible. With just a few casual words, I've completely deceived him. He fails to consider that the automotive industry is not one that one can casually engage in. If our Mo family were genuinely intent on entering that sector, such a significant matter could hardly rest solely on my shoulders. Unbeknownst to Mo Xingqian, the summer had no inkling of his plans. At this moment, he had already arrived at the grocery store run by Sister Pang, accompanied by Tang Tang. "Sister Pang, I have returned to see you." After dismounting, Summer greeted Xia Yuru with a smile. Xia Yuru, who had been idly watching dramas behind the counter, was momentarily taken aback with surprise at the sight of Summer. However, this fleeting joy was soon eclipsed by concern and confusion. She set her phone aside and asked earnestly, "What is going on with you? Weren't you just starting work? How do you have time to come see me? Be honest with me. Did your replacement get discovered? And have you been fired by your employer?" Summer approached the counter, placing some fruits he had bought along the way before smilingly explaining, "Not at all. I'm doing quite well over there. I simply had some free time after lunch. So I brought the little girl out for a stroll and thought I would drop by to see you." Xia Yuru, taken aback, inquired, "What little girl? You brought along your employer's child? Will they be upset if they find out? Daddy, is this Annie my aunt?" After disembarking, Summer had been so focused on greeting Xia Yuru that he completely forgot about his daughter still seated in the scooter. Tang Tang, unable to contain her excitement, unfastened her seatbelt and jumped down. Xia Yuru looked down in astonishment to see a lovely little girl, delicately crafted like a figurine, tugging at Summer's pant leg with a curious expression. Summer, equally surprised by Tang Tang's sudden appearance, exclaimed, "Oh, Tang Tang, when did you come down? You must not wander off without your father's permission. Do you understand?" Tang Tang pouted in displeasure. Daddy doesn't he care about Tang Tang? It was so boring sitting alone in the car." Summer responded with an apologetic smile. Hee. Apologies. But your father was so overjoyed to see your aunt that he inadvertently overlooked you. This is the aunt I mentioned, Yuru. You should greet her as aunt. Children tend to have fleeting memories and will quickly forget about the incident of being left alone in the car with Xia Tian. With her curious, wide eyes, she looked across at Xia Yuru and sweetly exclaimed, "Hello, aunt." "Oh, wonderful. Tang Tang, see what you like to eat and feel free to help yourself." After a brief moment of surprise, Xia Yuru guided Tang Tang to the shelves in the store, allowing her to choose her favorite snacks. Upon seeing such an array of treats, many of which her mother forbade her from having, Tang Tang's excitement was palpable. "Wow, so many delicious goodies. Thank you, aunt." After expressing her gratitude, she morphed into a little bandit, stuffing her pockets with the goodies from the shelves. Once Tang Tang was settled, Xia Yuru promptly pulled Xia Tian aside. With a quizzical expression, she inquired, "Xia Tian, what is going on here? Didn't you say you found a new employer? Why is this child calling you daddy? This wouldn't be one of those children you carelessly left behind, would it? Previously, Xiaotian had taken children from his employer's home to the shop, but those instances occurred only after he had established familiarity over a month or two. Moreover, most of those children referred to him as uncle. Even those who were particularly close called him dad or daddy. However, it was unprecedented for a child like Tang Tang to directly call him daddy. After all, while children might not grasp the full implications of calling someone daddy, parents are certainly aware. Xiaotian shot Xia Yuru a bemused glance and retorted, Sister Pang. What nonsense are you spouting? You know what kind of person I am. There is no way I would engage in such frivolities. Hearing his complaint, Xia Yuru chuckled. Haha, you're right. It was my mistake. You certainly don't possess that kind of charm. Remember how many girls I introduced you to? One even invited you to her home to see her cat, yet you dismissed her as a fraud and blocked her without a second thought. Xia Tian, looking glum, lamented. That incident wasn't my fault. She insisted that her cat could do backflips. Naturally, I thought she was trying to deceive me. Xia Yuru interrupted his grumbling. All right, let us not dwell on the past. Tell me about this child. Why does she call you daddy? Xia Tian replied, This is the child of my new employer. Named Tang Tang, just over 2 years old. Xia Yuru frowned. But how could you allow her to call you daddy? Even if you don't mind. Wouldn't your employer be displeased if they heard her? Xia Tian smiled. It's all right. Her mother is perfectly fine with her calling me daddy. Upon hearing his response, Xia Yuru appeared momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she pressed on. And what about the child's real father? Surely, he wouldn't be indifferent to this? Summer shook her head and replied, I don't know. I have never met the child's father. Tang Tang is a child from a single-parent family, living with her mother since birth. Xia Yu sighed, alas. What a pitiable child. However, it is not suitable for you to have her call you father all the time. How will you find a partner in the future? Summer chuckled, Sister Pang, you need not worry about that, for I am already married. Oh, married, you say? Didn't you just mention that you got married? Xia Yu responded casually, only to realize midway that something was amiss, her face reflecting disbelief as she pressed further. Summer nodded. Indeed, I just obtained a marriage certificate a couple of days ago. Xia Yu scrutinized Summer for a while before finally exclaiming, You mustn't be joking with me. When did you ever mention having a partner? Besides, you have always lived at your employer's home. It seems unlikely you had time for a relationship. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Summer explained, Well, it was more of an arranged meeting. The woman is Tang Tang's mother. Upon hearing this, a look of realization crossed Xia Yu's face. She laughed and patted Summer on the shoulder. Good for you. You usually hesitate when it comes to relationships, yet you managed to take such a bold step. Summer, surprised, inquired, Sister Pang, you do not oppose my hasty marriage? Xia Yu replied with a smile, Why would I oppose? I was worried when you couldn't find a partner. I thought you might remain single for life. Now that someone wants you, I couldn't be happier. Moreover, just by looking at Tang Tang, one can tell her mother is likely quite beautiful. Summer nodded. Yes, she is indeed lovely, though her temperament can be rather foul. But do not misunderstand, Sister Pang. My relationship with her is purely for the sake of providing Tang Tang with a complete family. Xia Yu assumed Summer was merely shy about marrying a woman with a child, and playfully affirmed, All right, I understand you like children. You both are together for the sake of the child, and that is perfectly fine. Though she spoke casually, Summer earnestly nodded. Yes, yes. Sister, you truly understand me. Our situation is exactly as you described, devoid of any romantic entanglements. It is solely for the child. Xia Yu rolled her eyes and chose not to argue further on the subject, softly advising, Little Tian, now that you are married, you must treat her well. Although she is bringing a child into the marriage, do not underestimate her. It was not easy for her to raise a child alone, and a bit of a temper can be understood. Besides, what woman does not have her moments? You must be accommodating in your future life together. Summer responded with a wry smile. Rest assured, I am the one who gets scolded at home. Xia Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, you blush when speaking with girls. So it is unlikely you would engage in arguments. While they were conversing, she seemed to recall something and suddenly lowered her voice. Xiao Tian. Is the person you are to marry the employer you mistakenly encountered last time? Xia Tian replied, Yes. Just thinking about it makes my heart uneasy. What if one day she discovers that the person she was supposed to meet for a blind date was not me? Would she simply cast me aside? Xiaoyu pondered for a moment before responding. That is hard to say. It depends on Tang Tang's mother's attitude towards you. If you two are still practically strangers, the situation you mentioned could very well become a reality. However, if your relationship is progressing well and she has developed some fondness for you, it may not be a significant issue. After all, if she could mistake you for someone else, it indicates she does not truly know the original person or is not very familiar with them. In that case, the chances of her forgiving you are quite high. After all, it is far better to maintain this marriage than to seek another stranger. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's analysis, Xia Tian's expression immediately fell. That's it then. I've only just moved in a few days ago, and we are still akin to strangers. Hearing this, Xiaoyu cast a surprised glance at Tang Tang, who was selecting snacks in front of the shelf. Are you not being truthful with me? It seems that this girl, Tang Tang, quite likes you. How is it that you and her mother still feel like strangers? Xia Tian replied, how can I explain? Perhaps it's because I often spend time with children, which makes them fond of me. From our first meeting, she took to me and has been particularly affectionate. I also like her very much. This has nothing to do with her mother. Xiaoyu frowned. That complicates things. We shall see how long this can be concealed. The best outcome would be that you can develop a relationship with Tang Tang's mother before the truth is revealed. Xia Tian had never held any expectations for this outcome and had never considered the matter. He persistently asked, Sister, do you think if I confess now, I might gain a glimmer of hope? Xiaoyu honestly shook her head. If you confess now, the likelihood of being cast aside is as high as 99. Alas, it seems I can only take it one day at a time. Xia Tian sighed in despair. Seeing his dejected demeanor, Xiaoyu chuckled. Look at your woeful state. The storm has not yet broken. Don't worry, since I know about this, I will certainly help you. Hearing her words, Xia Tian's eyes brightened. He excitedly asked, Sister, do you have a plan? Chapter 46. My family has a tradition. We cannot be sycophants. Xiaoyu smiled lightly. There is a way, but I cannot guarantee success. So do not rejoice too soon. Xia Tian urged. Oh dear sister, please do not keep me in suspense. As long as there is a way, it is better than sitting idly by. Xiaoyu nodded and slowly began. From what you have shared, Tang Tang's mother does not seem to dislike you. Otherwise, she would not have agreed to marry you and let you become Tang Tang's father. In this regard, Xia Tian did not deny. Yes, the relationship between us is probably stronger than that of strangers, yet it does not quite qualify as friendship. Xiaoyu chuckled. As long as she does not dislike you, it indicates that you still have a chance. If she truly harbors disdain for you, then your prospects are entirely bleak. Now that you two are living together and spending each day in close proximity, it is rather easy to cultivate feelings, especially since there exists a bond like Tang Tang between you. Given how fond Tang Tang is of you, your chances of winning her over are quite substantial. At that moment, Xia Tian finally grasped the essence of Xiaoyu's plan. He hesitantly inquired, Sister, the method you just mentioned, does it imply that you want me to turn our charade into reality? Xiaoyu nodded with a smile. Precisely. This is currently the most reliable and effective approach. Considering your present situation, can you think of any other viable alternatives? Xia Tian sighed and shook his head. That won't work. I forgot to mention that before we registered our marriage, we signed a prenuptial agreement. The agreement stipulates that I cannot harbor any improper intentions towards her. Otherwise, she has the right to expel me without hesitation. Observing Xia Tian's troubled expression, Xiaoyu laughed. Oh, you, truly a stubborn one. The agreement is static. But people are dynamic. You, a living being, can't let a piece of paper dictate your life. She merely stated that you must not have improper thoughts about her. It does not specify what you cannot do. Xia Tian replied. Well, it does not specify, but if I can't even think about it, do we really need more explicit rules? Xiaoyu retorted. Let me ask you this. If you were to cook for her, would she object? Xia Tian shook his head. Of course not. I am the one who cooks at home. Xiaoyu continued to probe. What about helping her with household chores and attending to her daily needs? Xia Tian pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. Those should be fine. After all, we are living together. If we nitpick over every little thing, it would be exhausting. Xiaoyu smiled. That's sufficient. I'm not asking you to rush over and push her down or confess your feelings outright. You simply need to care for her more and look after her. When she returns home, try to take care of everything for her, doing whatever you can to ease her burden. Then, when she is feeling down, lend her an ear and offer some encouragement. If you persist in this manner, within a month she will come to adapt to having you by her side. By then, even if your true identity is revealed, she would likely find it hard to part with you. Listening to the advice Xia Yuru imparted, Xia Tian's expression grew increasingly peculiar. After a considerable pause, he finally said, feeling somewhat embarrassed, "Sister Yuru, I fear I cannot carry out these tasks." Xia Yuru looked at him, puzzled. Why not? Aren't these all your strengths? It should be quite simple for you. On a summer day, Xia Tian glanced at Tang Tang's position and leaned closer to Xia Yuru, whispering, "Sister Pang, our family has a tradition. We cannot be someone's loyal dog." A burst of laughter erupted from Xia Yuru. When did you become so witty? What source did you draw this family tradition from? TikTok? Seeing Xia Tian's serious demeanor, she had anticipated a significant revelation, only to be met with the unexpected wisdom of avoiding servility. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter. Xia Tian, feeling slightly embarrassed, cleared his throat. Ahem. Please, stop laughing. This truly is our family's tradition. Although the exact wording may differ, the essence remains unchanged. With a suppressed chuckle, Xia Yuru replied, "It seems your ancestors had quite a few romantic entanglements. Otherwise, such a peculiar tradition would not have been passed down." Xia Tian responded, "I'm not entirely sure what events transpired. All I know is that my father conveyed this to me." Xia Yuru rolled her eyes. "Don't try to fool me. You, who don't even know where your own home is, remember your family's traditions?" She said this because Xia Tian had wandered for over 3 years after his arrival in this world, lacking both identity and resources, until she found him collecting bottles outside her store and took him in, reminiscent of her long-lost brother. She helped him obtain an ID using her brother's identity and continuously introduced him to jobs and potential partners. Although Xia Tian was not her biological brother, in Xia Yuru's heart, he had long become her family. Conversely, Xia Tian was immensely grateful to her and regarded her as his soulkin in this world. Thus, apart from the intricacies of his time travel and the system, he seldom concealed anything from her. Initially, Xia Yuru intended to buy a ticket for Xia Tian to return home, but he sadly declared, "I cannot go back. I can never return, for I can no longer find my home." She assumed he was suffering from amnesia, which led her to keep him close. Noticing Xia Tian's silence, Xia Yuru quickly apologized. "Xiao Tian, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring it up." Before she could finish her sentence, Xia Tian interrupted her, smiling as he said, "Sister Yuru, I can now remember where my home is. This place is my home, and you are my family." Xia Yuru, who had felt a bit uneasy after her previous misstep, felt her eyes welling up upon hearing his words. She smiled and affirmed, "Yes, you are absolutely right. This is your home, now and forever. Sister Pang will always be your family, no matter what happens." Xia Tian nodded earnestly. "Indeed, we will always be a family. Dad. And me. Tang Tang is also part of this family, and so is Mom." At that moment, Tang Tang, who had arrived unnoticed, protested in discontent upon hearing Xia Tian referred to family without including her and their mother. Upon hearing the sweet and innocent words of Tang Ang, Xia Tian smiled and crouched down, lifting her into his arms. With a grin, he remarked, "You're absolutely right, my dear Tang Ang. You shall forever be Daddy's most cherished little treasure." Tang Ang beamed and asked, "What about Mommy? Is she not your most beloved big treasure?" Chapter 47. In order to keep Daddy by her side, she needed to devise a way for Mommy to fall in love with him. Xia Tian awkwardly replied, "Well, your mother is not that. She is Daddy's good partner." Tang Tang, clearly displeased with the term good partner, pouted and inquired, "Why isn't Mommy your treasure? Is it because she isn't pretty enough?" Xia Tian shook his head and explained, "Of course not. Tong Tong's mother is the most beautiful woman in the world. You may not realize that treasure is usually a term for little ones. Your mother is already an adult, so it wouldn't be appropriate to call her that." Tang Ang immediately retorted, "Humph. That's not true, Daddy. You are deceiving me. I've seen on television that many children's daddies call their mommies treasure. Xia Tian, with a furrowed brow, responded. What kind of dramas do you usually watch? At your age, shouldn't you be watching cartoons? Observing Xia Tian's displeased expression, Tang Ang playfully stuck out her tongue. Watching the banter between father and daughter, Xia Yuru couldn't help but smile broadly. She took Tang Ang from Xia Tian's arms and asked, Come here, Tang Ang. Can Annie hold you? Tang Ang immediately opened her arms and leaped into Xia Yuru's embrace, exclaiming, Yes. Annie gives Tang Ang snacks. Tang Ang loves Auntie. Haha. This little girl is truly clever. She is quite endearing, Xia Yuru thought, her smile blossoming even more brightly upon hearing Tong Tong's words. If you love Auntie, then how about you come to visit me often with Daddy? Every time you come, Annie will prepare a plethora of delicious treats for you. After cradling Tang Tang in her arms, Xia Yuru affectionately planted a kiss on her cheek. Upon hearing that there would be plenty of snacks every time she visited, Tang Tang's eyes sparkled. Okay, Tang Tang loves Annie the most. But it's not up to Tang Tang. You have to talk to my daddy. Xia Yuru reassured her. Don't worry, as long as you are willing to come, Annie will handle everything with your daddy. After chatting for a while, they realized it was nearly noon. Xia Tian turned to Xia Yuru and said, Sister, could you please watch Tang Ang for a moment? I'll head to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Xia Yuru countered, What is the point of cooking? Let me take you all out to eat instead. She then turned to Tang Tang and asked, What do you want to eat, dear? Auntie will take you out for a meal, all right? Tang Ang hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. No. I want to eat the food Daddy makes. Xia Tian chuckled. Perhaps I should take over. This little girl has become quite spoiled by the few meals I've prepared for her. Upon hearing Xia Tian's words, Xia Yuru's eyes brightened. Spoiling her is good. Keep it up, and you might just refine her mother's palate for dining as well. As the saying goes, to win a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach. As long as she becomes accustomed to the meals you prepare, she will choose not to part ways with you. Even if it is merely to avoid hunger. Xia Tian cast an exasperated glance at her. Have you lost your mind? Why must everything be related to Tang Tang's mother? Xia Yuru retorted with a hint of annoyance. I am merely considering your well-being. After all, it is no small feat for someone with your disposition to find a wife. If you miss this opportunity, I fear you might remain a bachelor for life. Moreover, for the sake of Tang Tang, you must strive. Would you truly wish to see that adorable child calling another stranger daddy? Upon hearing Tang Tang's name, Xia Tian ceased to argue, nodding in acknowledgement. I understand. He then took the groceries he had just purchased and made his way to the kitchen. Tang Tang, with a look of curiosity, turned to Xia Yuru and asked, Auntie, isn't everything fine with me now? Why must Daddy make an effort? Xia Yuru smiled and replied, Tang Tang, do you like your current daddy? Without hesitation, Tang Tang nodded. I do. My daddy is the best in the world. Just like the one from my dreams. Xia Yuru continued. Then, if you were to separate from your current daddy and find a new one, would you be willing? Tang Tang shook his head vigorously. No, I want this daddy. I don't want anyone else to be my daddy. They aren't my daddy. Xia Yuru gently explained. If you wish for your daddy to stay by your side forever, merely liking him is insufficient. Tang Tang tilted her head in confusion. Then what should I do? Xia Yuru stated, you must ensure that your mother also falls in love with your daddy. Only when both parents are in love can they be together forever. Tang Tang frowned, a look of distress on her face. But in our house, it is always Mommy who decides. What if she doesn't listen to me? Xia Yuru chuckled. Fear not. Annie has a plan. You just need to follow my guidance. From now on, you must do thus and so, understood? Tang Tang nodded with determination. Rest assured, Auntie, I will do as you say and strive to make Daddy and Mommy fall in love soon. As Xia Tian emerged from the kitchen carrying the dishes, he noticed Xia Yuru and Tang Tang seated together, whispering conspiratorially. Curiosity piqued, he asked. What are you two discussing so mysteriously? Xia Yuru shot him a look. Must we report every conversation to you? Tang Tang glared at Xia Tian. This is a conversation for girls, Daddy. Why are you asking about it? It's quite shameless. Xia Tian laughed, scolding. You're just a little child. What do you know of girls' topics? I wonder where you learned such things. During the meal, Xia Yuru looked in astonishment at Xia Tian and Tang Tang, seated opposite her. The father and daughter appeared to be in perfect harmony. Their movements and rhythm during the meal almost synchronized. Even their favorite dishes were remarkably similar. With a quizzical expression, Xiaoyu asked Xiao Tian, "Are you certain this little girl isn't your biological daughter? The more I observe, the more I am struck by the resemblance between the two of you. As if you were a father and daughter. Not only do you share physical traits, but your mannerisms and habits during meals are remarkably similar." Xiao Tian nonchalantly remarked, "Haha. Did I not mention to you before that when we first met, Tang Tang was quite affectionate towards me, and I, in turn, developed a fondness for her? Perhaps this is the fate that binds us." After finishing their meal, Xiao Tian declined the invitation from Xiaoyu to stay, opting to take Tang Tang home instead. The distance was short, and it was more convenient for the child to rest at home. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, their vehicle was once again halted. As soon as the car came to a stop, Imo Xingqian eagerly approached, saying, "Brother, you're back from your errands, huh?" Chapter 48, Little One. "If I cannot win you over, how could I possibly win over your daughter?" Seeing his familiar face, Xiao Tian responded with exasperation, "Why are you here again? Did I not tell you this morning that this car came about by mere chance? I cannot produce a second one, nor do I have any intention to sell it." In the face of Xiao Tian's straightforward refusal, Imo Xingqian appeared unfazed, showing no inclination to leave. He lifted the bag in his hand, saying, "Brother, I am well aware of what you mentioned. I am not here to purchase the car. Rather, I have come to apologize." Xiao Tian, taken aback, inquired, "Apologize? For what?" Imo Xingqian chuckled, "Well, it is because I intrusively investigated your whereabouts without your permission and even secretly waited for you at the entrance of your community. After reflecting on my actions, I realized they were inappropriate, as they severely infringed upon your privacy and disrupted your normal life. Thus, I made a special trip to the mall to buy some items, intending to offer you my apologies." His words left Xiao Tian feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, he was the one who should be apologizing. Firstly, he had played a prank on Imo Xingqian, leading him to a bird specialty shop to view cars. Secondly, this morning he had inadvertently referred to him as a fool. Although these were not grave matters, if one were to assess the situation, it was indeed Xiao Tian who had erred first. Feeling awkward, Xiao Tian decided it was inappropriate to remain in the car any longer. He parked by the roadside and stepped out. With a smile, he addressed Imo Xingqian, "My friend, you need not be so formal. I truly did not take this morning's incident to heart. Moreover, I too had my shortcomings last night and this morning. Let us simply consider it even. There is no need for apologies. You may take these gifts back with you. While I may not be as affluent as you, I manage my daily expenses without issue." Imo Xingqian was adamant about not letting it go, shaking his head vigorously. No. We must separate matters clearly. My father has always taught me, when one errs, one must acknowledge it, and when punished, stand tall. Since I have recognized my mistake, an apology is certainly warranted. Brother, you must grant me the opportunity to rectify my error. Otherwise, if my father learns of my misdeeds today, he will surely reprimand me. Observing Imo Xingqian's pitiful gaze, Xiao Tian reluctantly nodded. "Very well, I accept your apology. However, you need not keep the items. Please take them back." He added, "Moreover, I owe you an apology as well. It was inappropriate of me to jest with you in such a manner last night. I certainly did not anticipate that someone who rides in a Rolls-Royce would genuinely go out and purchase a tricycle." Imo Xingqian smiled brightly, replying, "Brother, there is no need for you to apologize. It was my audacity last night that warranted your emotional response. Furthermore, I insist you accept these items. Otherwise, I shall feel quite uneasy." Xiao Tian resolutely stated, "No, I cannot accept them under any circumstances. This situation is one where we both share the blame. If I were to accept your gifts now, I would then feel compelled to buy you something as a gesture of goodwill." Imo Xingqian presented the bag to Xiao Tian, unveiling the toys and snacks within. "Brother, please accept these. They are for my little niece, and since we have no children in our family, they would serve no purpose if returned." Gazing at the dolls and various toys in the bag, Xiao Tian hesitated momentarily. It was not that he coveted the items. Rather, it was the sincerity of the individual before him that moved him. Moreover, as he had stated, there were no children in his family, and taking them back would merely squander someone else's expenditure. It would be far better to accept them, allowing the other party some peace of mind. Noticing Xia Tian's reluctance to refuse, a flicker of delight crossed Imo Xingqian's eyes. Aha! My cleverness prevails. It seems that taking the approach of a benevolent uncle is indeed the right path. This fellow is surely a doting uncle. He quickly extracted the toys from the bag and, through the car window, presented them to Tang Tang with a warm smile, asking, "Little one, this toy is a gift from your uncle. Do you like it? Well, it's a limited edition doll. My mother has tried to buy it for me several times but has never succeeded," Tang Tang exclaimed with joy upon seeing the seemingly ordinary doll in Xia Tian's eyes. Without waiting for Xia Tian to approach, she unbuckled her seatbelt, jumped out of the car, and embraced the beautiful doll tightly. Seeing Tang Tang's delight, Imo Xingqian felt a surge of happiness. Thankfully, he had consulted several friends with children. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for what to purchase. Spending money only to acquire a collection of items that a young girl might not appreciate would have been quite embarrassing. With a smile, he asked little one, "Do you like this doll?" Tang Tang nodded eagerly. Imo Xingqian continued, "Then may I gift this doll to you? And all the toys and snacks in this bag are also yours." However, the previously joyous Tang Tang hesitated upon hearing his words. She gazed longingly at the doll in her arms for a moment before reluctantly extending it back towards Imo Xingqian. "This is Uncle's doll. Tang Tang cannot take it. Mommy said we must not accept gifts from strangers." Observing the reluctant and conflicted expression on Tang Tang's face, even Imo Xingqian, who generally harbors a disinclination towards children, felt a twinge of compassion. He gently extended the doll back towards Tang Tang, saying, "Little one, I am not a stranger. I am a friend of your father's. This gift is for you to accept." Yet, Tang Tang did not reach for the doll. Instead, she lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with anticipation, and asked Xia Tian, "Daddy, is what this uncle said true? Is he truly your friend, and can I accept the gift he brought?" Before Xia Tian could respond, Imo Xingqian urged, "Come on. Brother, say something. Your daughter is far too perceptive. Without your words, she simply won't accept it. Just look at the longing in her little eyes. Can you bear to disappoint her?" Xia Tian crouched down, softly inquiring, "Tang Tang, do you like the gift that this uncle favors?" Tang Tang nodded. "Yes, I like it. But Mommy said I shouldn't accept things from strangers." Xia Tian gently patted her head. "If you like it, then accept it. This uncle is right. He is your father's friend, not a stranger." "Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Uncle," Tang Tang exclaimed as she took the doll from Imo Xingqian's hands, remembering to express her gratitude. Witnessing Xia Tian's sudden change of heart, a sense of pride swelled within Imo Xingqian. If I can't win you over, how could I possibly fail with your daughter? After all, charming women is far simpler than charming men. Chapter 49. Chu Wei Wei, has Qingyao missed me? As the saying goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Upon accepting Imo Xingqian's gift, Xia Tian's demeanor underwent a noticeable transformation. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and offered one to Imo Xingqian. Upon receiving it, Imo Xingqian quickly produced a lighter and ignited Xia Tian's cigarette first. After exhaling a gentle plume of smoke, Xia Tian inquired with a smile, "By the way, what is your name? We've met several times. Yet I remain unaware of your name. If my daughter asks me tonight who the uncle that gifted her is, I would be at a loss for words." After lighting the cigarette that Xia Tian had handed him, Imo Xingqian cheerfully replied, "That's on me. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Imo Xingqian. Imo is the character for not, you can't escape it, and Xingqian refers to the celestial bodies, the stars." Xia Tian nodded. "Imo Xingqian, that is a fine name." Imo Xingqian quickly seized the opportunity to ask, "And how do you prefer to be addressed, brother?" Xia Tian responded, "I am called Xia Tian, which means summer in the 4 seasons." Imo Xingqian exclaimed, "Xia Tian, you monopolize a season with that name. It has a grand resonance." Xia Tian chuckled and shook his head. "My parents didn't deliberate too much when naming me. It just so happened that my surname is Xia, and I was born in the summer, hence the name." Imo Xingqian laughed. "That is still quite splendid. At least your parents didn't name you something like Chunxing or Qiuxing." Xia Tian agreed. "Indeed. It is far more pleasant than names like Chunxing or Shuixing." After establishing a connection, Imo Xingqian did not persistently cling to Xia Tian, demanding favors or incessantly inquiring about the 3-wheeled vehicle. Instead, he engaged in a brief conversation before proactively asking, Brother Tian, are you preparing to take your daughter home? Xia Tian candidly replied, yes. I took her out for a little fun this morning, just returned from lunch, and was about to take her home for her afternoon nap. Understanding the situation, Imo Xingqian graciously remarked, in that case, I shall not delay my little niece's return for her nap. Let us exchange WeChat and phone numbers. We can dine together and chat when the opportunity arises. Appreciating the mutual understanding, Xia Tian did not adopt a distant demeanor. He readily took out his phone, added Imo Xingqian as a friend on WeChat, and subsequently sent his phone number through the app. Brother Tian, please continue with your tasks. I shall take my leave now. He addressed his niece, little niece. Uncle is leaving. I will bring you a gift next time we meet. After bidding farewell to Xia Tian, Imo Xingqian also waved to Tang Tang, who was playing with her toys in the car. Xia Tian expressed his apologies. I truly regret that it's inconvenient for me to be out with my daughter today. I will call you another day to treat you to a meal. Hearing that Imo Xingqian was leaving, Tang Tang waved her small hand politely. Goodbye, uncle. As Xia Tian's car entered the residential complex, Imo Xingqian's assistant, Shin Chuan, rode up on an electric bike. Young Master Imo, here is the takeout I just picked up from a nearby restaurant. Although it may not compare to the cuisine at Jiangcheng Hotel, it's still decent enough. Perhaps you could have a bit to tide you over. Imo Xingqian smiled and waved his hand dismissively. No need. Take it back for dinner. Thinking that Imo Xingqian might be unaccustomed to this simple fare from street-side eateries, Shin Chuan continued to persuade him. Young master, you should eat something. That fellow has taken his daughter out and will not be home for lunch. Who knows how long we might wait for his return. It's not good for you to remain hungry. Imo Xingqian chuckled. Haha. I'm not refusing food. Rather, I intend to dine at the restaurant. Let us set off immediately to Jiangcheng Hotel. Shin Chuan, puzzled, asked, Young master, are you not waiting for that person to return? Imo Xingqian replied, There is no need. He just went inside. What? How do you? Shin Chuan began, but Imo Xingqian interrupted. I just had a conversation with him and acquired his phone number and WeChat. Since it's our first meeting, it's wise not to pressure him too much. Otherwise, he might perceive me as overly insistent. Having learned his address and name, along with obtaining his contact details, nurturing a relationship with him would be considerably simpler moving forward. Shin Chuan gazed at Imo Xingqian with a peculiar expression. Young master, you can't possibly be developing feelings for that man, can you? Your current behavior resembles that of someone pursuing a romantic interest. Imo Xingqian retorted with annoyance. Get lost. I have no interest in finding a girlfriend. No woman can compare to a luxury car. Star Group, President's Office. Xiao Qingya gazed at Chen Lan across the table and inquired, So, have you managed to reach the Desert Group? How did they explain their previous failure to honor the appointment? Chen Lan replied. The representatives from the Desert Group stated that the actions of their vice president, Imo Xingqian, were solely his personal decisions, and they were not informed. They expressed their sincere apologies regarding the previous incident and reiterated their desire to continue our collaboration. Xiao Qingya did not harbor any expectations that the privileged Imo Xingqian would come to apologize to her, thus she did not take their response to heart. She pressed further. Did they mention when we might reconvene? Chen Lan spoke in a hushed tone. No? The staff there said that their vice president left on an electric bike as soon as he arrived at work and has yet to return. With a resounding thud, Xiao Qingya slammed her palm down on the desk before her. Humph. This Imo Xingqian is utterly outrageous. This is a multi-billion collaboration. And he has the audacity to leave us hanging as if this were mere child's play. Noticing Chen Lan's startled silence, Xiao Qingya waved her hand dismissively. All right. You may leave for now. As Xiao Qingya leaned back in her office chair, her eyes closed in contemplation, her phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, her earlier annoyance was swiftly replaced with joy. Wei Wei, you finally decided to call me. I was beginning to think you had some romantic escapade during your travels and were whisked away by some handsome stranger. The caller was none other than her dearest friend, Chu Wei Wei, from Jiangcheng. Haha. Good afternoon, my dear Qingya. Have you missed me these past few days? Wei Wei's playful voice resonated through the phone. Xiao Qingya responded with a hint of disdain. Humph, you've abandoned me and Tang Tang. Why would I miss you? Chu Wei Wei laughed, rest assured. Even if I were to abandon you, I would never forsake Tang Tang. She is my goddaughter. Xiao Qingya retorted. Well, She is my biological daughter. Rather than argue further, Chu Weiwei abruptly declared, Qingya, I'm craving those signature dishes from the Jiangqing Hotel. You know what I mean? Xiao Qingya scoffed, what do I know? You're not even in Jiangqing. What can you possibly do? Suddenly, she seemed to realize something and asked in surprise, have you returned to Jiangqing? Chu Weiwei replied candidly, not yet. Today's tickets were sold out, so I booked one for tomorrow. Upon hearing that Chu Weiwei would be back the next day, Xiao Qingya cheerfully declared, let us meet at the Jiangqing Hotel tomorrow night. No exceptions. This time, I'll allow you a bit more freedom. As a token of gratitude for being such a wonderful matchmaker, unbeknownst to Chu Weiwei, Xiao Qingya had already registered her marriage, and she curiously asked, what matchmaker? What are you talking about? At that moment, a knock echoed from outside Xiao Qingya's office. She called out towards the door, enough of the pretense. I don't have time for theatrics. We'll discuss this tomorrow. I have work to attend to. Chapter 50, Our Matchmaker, Chu Weiwei, do you not know her? Come in. After ending the call, Xiao Qingya shouted towards the entrance. Qin Lan soon pushed the door open and stepped inside. Xiao Qingya inquired, what is the matter? Is there something going on? Chen Lan smiled as she reported, Xiao Zong, we received a call from the Desert Group. Their vice president, Mo Xingchen, has invited you to dinner the night after tomorrow. He wishes to discuss our collaboration and extend an apology for last night's events. Xiao Qingya nodded. Very well. Inform them that it will be at 8 o'clock the night after tomorrow. Should that rascal Mo Xingchen dare to stand me up again, we shall cease all discussions regarding the partnership. Understood. I shall convey your sentiments immediately, Chen Lan replied before exiting the office. With her dearest friend returning the next day and the collaboration with the Desert Group nearing completion, Xiao Qingya's spirits lifted significantly. After completing a day's work, she instructed the driver to drop her off at the entrance of her community, then drove home herself. Upon opening the door, an enticing aroma enveloped her senses. Clearly, Xia Tian was preparing a meal. In a rare moment of cheerfulness, Xiao Qingya greeted her. It smells wonderful. What are you cooking? Without turning around, Xia Tian, while adding spices to the pot, replied with a smile, braised pork ribs. After changing her shoes, Xiao Qingya languidly settled onto the sofa. A quick glance around revealed that Tang Tang was absent, prompting her to curiously ask, where is Tang Tang? Xia Tian responded. She found my cooking too noisy and retreated to her room to play. She casually inquired, so, did Tang Tang behave today? Xia Tian shook her head, not at all. I took her out for a stroll this morning. Since returning, she has been playing quietly at home. Mommy, hug. Perhaps having heard Xiao Qingya's voice, Tang Tang sprinted out of her room on her little legs. Upon entering the living room and spotting Xiao Qingya, she immediately opened her arms and leaped towards her. Xiao Qingya crouched down and embraced Tang Tang. Were you well behaved today, Tang Tang? Did you upset your father? Tang Tang quickly shook her head. No. I was very good today. Both Auntie and Uncle praised me for being sensible. Auntie? What Auntie? Xiao Qingya asked, puzzled. Xia Tian turned around and explained with a smile. Earlier today, I took Tang Tang to visit one of my sisters. Xiao Qingya, somewhat astonished, asked, I thought your records indicated you were an orphan. How could there be a sister? Is she perhaps a cousin? Xia Tian shook her head. Yuru is not my biological sister, nor is she a cousin. 3 years ago, during my most challenging times, she took me in and has cared for me like a brother ever since. Thus, I have always regarded her as my elder sister. Perhaps due to her elevated mood, Xiao Qingya, in a slightly gossiping tone, asked, you consider her your sister? What about her? You two are not blood-related. Why does she treat you so well? This sister of yours, she doesn't harbor feelings for you, does she? Xia Tian shot her a glare and retorted, what nonsense are you imagining? We are not in the kind of relationship you were thinking of. The reason why Yuru treats me kindly is that she has a younger brother who went missing. According to her, her brother is about my age. She seems to regard me as a substitute for her brother, which is why she takes such special care of me. Xiao Qingya remarked. I never imagined you had such an experience. No wonder your resume only lists work from the last 3 years. What were you doing before you met that sister? Xia Tian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I wasn't doing anything, just wandering around the streets all day. Xiao Qingya responded, a street wanderer? Xia Tian shook his head. To be precise, a vagabond would be more accurate. Upon hearing the term vagabond, Xiao Qingya's expression immediately shifted, becoming complex as if recalling something. However, she quickly regained her composure. And after a moment, she chuckled and shook her head, muttering softly, "Impossible. The world isn't that coincidental." Xia Tian, engrossed in cooking, remained oblivious to Xiao Qingya's change in demeanor and her mutterings. Soon, Xia Tian served a simple meal of 4 dishes and a soup at the dining table. After serving Tang Tang and Xiao Qingya, he finally filled a bowl for himself and sat down. Enjoying the delicious meal, Xiao Qingya quickly emerged from her earlier disappointment. She glanced at Xia Tian opposite her and softly asked, "Do you have time tomorrow evening?" "Yes." "Why do you ask? Do you have plans for tomorrow night?" "If it's work-related, don't worry. I will take good care of Tang Tang," Xia Tian replied without hesitation. Xiao Qingya shook her head. "It's not about work. A very good friend of mine is returning from a trip tomorrow. We plan to dine together at Jiangqing restaurant, and I thought if you were free, you could join us. Of course, I don't intend to introduce you to my friend. I just feel that I haven't seen Wei Wei in several days, and we'll surely have much to talk about. If you come along, you can help me keep an eye on Tang Tang." Upon hearing it was merely to accompany her friend for a meal, Xia Tian was about to agree. "Sure, it's just going out to eat," he began, but suddenly fell silent. The name Wei Wei struck a familiar chord, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Curiously, he inquired, "Did you mention this Wei Wei to me before? Why does this name sound so familiar?" Xiao Qingya looked at Xia Tian, puzzled. "Wei Wei, my good friend Chu Wei Wei. We met through her. Have you forgotten her so soon?" Is she the one who introduced you to someone? Isn't she traveling? How can she be back so soon?" Upon realizing that Xiao Qingya's close friend, who had introduced her to someone, was indeed Chu Wei Wei, Xia Tian was taken aback and stood up from his chair. Just this morning, he had been discussing with Sister Pang what to do if his impersonation was discovered. The tricks she had taught him were yet to be put into action. And now this Chu Wei Wei had returned. What shall I do? If Chu Wei Wei sees me, she will undoubtedly realize that I am an imposter. Will they believe my explanation? Might they simply cast me aside? Chapter 51. Enough of the charade. Speak up. What exactly are you concealing from me? It's merely a dinner outing. Why are you making such a fuss? Observing Xia Tian's exaggerated reaction, Xiao Qingya expressed her discontent. Xia Tian thought to himself, "Your words sound pleasant. Just a meal. Is this truly just about dining? If I attend this dinner, it's highly likely that I will find myself packing my bags and leaving in no time." For a moment, Xia Tian could not devise a suitable strategy and decided to buy some time. He sought to negotiate a delay, hoping to carve out additional time for himself to ponder a solution. He gazed at Xiao Qingya, his expression troubled, and said, "I just remembered that I have something to attend to tomorrow evening. Perhaps I should skip the dinner, and you can take Tang Tang with you instead." Xiao Qingya regarded him with suspicion. "Are you hiding something from me? Just moments ago, you were ready to agree, yet upon hearing Wei Wei's name, you suddenly have urgent matters to tend to? Furthermore, you aren't working and spend your days at home with Tang Tang. What could possibly require your attention?" Xia Tian hastily clarified, "You are overthinking it. I genuinely have something to attend to. If I weren't bound by prior commitments, I would eagerly accompany you to Jiangcheng Hotel for a meal. It is, after all, the most prestigious hotel in Jiangcheng, and if I could, I would never forsake such an opportunity." Seeing Xia Tian's earnest demeanor, Xiao Qingya's doubts were somewhat alleviated. However, she was not a naive girl easily swayed by a few words. She fixed her gaze on Xia Tian's eyes, pressing on, "Do you truly have something to do? Tell me, what is it that is so urgent and coincidentally requires your presence tomorrow?" Upon hearing this question, Xia Tian's eyes began to dart about restlessly. He had been solely focused on how to postpone the dinner, without considering any actual obligation that necessitated his attendance tomorrow. Noticing Xia Tian's sudden silence, Xiao Qingya's suspicions deepened. She set down her chopsticks and, with a teasing expression, asked, "Stop the act. Tell me what you are hiding. Why are you so resistant to dining with Wei Wei?" Xia Tian promptly shook his head in denial. "You are truly overthinking this. Everything I said is the truth. I do not wish to avoid accompanying you to dinner with Chu Wei Wei. I simply cannot make it tomorrow. How about this? You inform Chu Wei Wei that we won't be available and ask her to reschedule for the night after. I am free then, and will certainly join you. However, Xiao Qingya was not easily deceived and was unimpressed by his excuse. She replied coldly, "Spare me the nonsense. The dinner with Wei Wei was arranged this afternoon. Just tell me what event prevents you from dining with us tomorrow." In the midst of summer's uncertainties, he suddenly caught sight of Tang Tang, who was engrossed in her meal. An ingenious excuse sprang to his mind. "Since you wish to know, I shall disclose it without hesitation. You are aware that prior to my arrival at your home, I had cared for numerous children. Tomorrow marks the birthday of one such child, and I promised him I would celebrate with him on that day. How could I possibly postpone such a commitment?" Upon hearing this explanation, Xiao Qingya's doubts were significantly alleviated. She found his excuse plausible and believed it to be true. Although he was merely a caregiver, he not only excelled in culinary skills, but also had a remarkable knack for charming children. It was understandable that the children he had previously cared for had formed strong attachments to him. After all, she had a living example at home. In just a few days, Tang Tang had become nearly as close to him as she was to her own mother. Thus, she had no reason to doubt that those children he had nurtured for months would indeed grow fond of such a charming uncle who could cook delicious meals and play with them. It was only natural that the children would feel a sense of loss upon his departure, and it was entirely reasonable for him to promise to visit on their birthdays to soothe their emotions. Initially, Xia Tian anticipated that his excuse would provoke further scrutiny and questioning from Xiao Qingya. He had even contemplated which child could corroborate his story and how to communicate with their parents without arousing her suspicion. To his surprise, upon hearing his response, Xiao Qingya remained remarkably calm. Even her gaze towards him had reverted to its former tranquility. What was this? Had he effortlessly passed this trial? Just moments ago, this woman had seemed so astute and formidable. How had she transformed into someone so easily appeased in the blink of an eye? As Xia Tian pondered these thoughts, Xiao Qingya spoke up, her tone laced with mild reproach. "Since you agreed to celebrate the birthday of the child you previously cared for, you could have simply stated it. There was no need for subterfuge. I am not unreasonable and would not prevent you from going." Xia Tian awkwardly defended himself. "Well, it's just that Tang Tang is here, and I feared she would be upset to learn I was celebrating another child's birthday." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Tang set down her chopsticks. "Daddy, you can go without worry. I'm not the kind of petty girl who would mind you celebrating another child's birthday. As long as you can be with me on my birthday, that's all that matters." Tang Tang displayed a maturity beyond her years, showcasing her magnanimity. Xia Tian smiled. "Yes, our Tang Tang is the most understanding. I promise to bring you the most special birthday gift when your day arrives, all right?" Tang Tang nodded earnestly. "Yes. No matter what you give me, as long as it is from you, I will love it." Observing this father-daughter duo reenacting their affectionate bond before her, Xiao Qingya waved her hand in mild disdain. "All right, let's hasten to our meal. Otherwise, the dishes will grow cold." Upon hearing Xiao Qingya's words, Xia Tian felt a profound sense of relief. He was aware that he had successfully evaded the impending dilemma for now. Yet, there was little to celebrate. He needed to devise a solution within the next 2 days. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that Chu Weiwei would not whimsically decide to visit Xiao Qingya's residence. Chapter 52. A plan to address Chu Weiwei. Although he had temporarily sidestepped the issue with Chu Weiwei, Xia Tian remained troubled. After dinner, he spent a brief moment playing with Tang Tang before using the pretense of wanting an early rest to lull the little one back to her room for sleep. After narrating a bedtime story and successfully coaxing Xiao Qingya and her daughter to slumber, he found himself restless, unable to drift off. He contemplated the situation for quite a while, yet could not conceive a strategy to navigate this predicament. In desperation, he resolved to seek external assistance and called Sister Xia Yuru, to inquire about potential solutions. He treaded lightly out of his room, peeking into Xiao Qingya's chamber to confirm she remained asleep, before finally stepping outside. Although he possessed great confidence in his system-granted skill of soothing slumber, knowing there were no exceptional circumstances, Xiao Qingya would most likely remain undisturbed until morning. Nevertheless, feeling uneasy, Xia Tian ventured downstairs before dialing Xia Yuru's number. "Hello. Shouldn't you be enjoying a warm evening with your wife and child? How is it that you find time to call me?" Xia Yuru teased upon seeing Xia Tian's name on her phone. Xia Tian was not in the mood for banter. He responded with a wry smile. "Sister Yuru, please spare me the jokes. You know my situation all too well. Who knows how long I can stay in this household? There is no wife and child warmth for me. Detecting a hint of distress in his tone, Xiaoyu inquired, "What troubles you? You sound rather off. Have you encountered a problem?" Xia Tian replied, "It's you, sister." Even before I spoke, you had already surmised I was in trouble. I am currently facing a predicament, and if things go awry, I may lose the wife and child I just married. I'm at my wit's end and thought to reach out to you for any advice you might have. Surprised by the gravity of his words, Xiaoyu asked, "What is the situation? When you visited this morning, everything seemed fine. How could things have deteriorated so drastically in just one afternoon?" Xia Tian lamented. "It's all because of her friend, Chu Weiwei. She had already left for a trip before I even met her. I initially thought she would be away for at least a month, or at the very least, for 10 days to a fortnight. But for some unknown reason, she has decided to return. During dinner, Tang Tang's mother informed me that she is coming back tomorrow and wants me to accompany her to Jiancheng restaurant." Xiaoyu was not well acquainted with the name Chu Weiwei. However, from Xia Tian's discourse, she could surmise Chu Weiwei's identity. "Is the Chu Weiwei you mentioned the one who previously introduced suitors to Tang Tang's mother?" Xia Tian affirmed, "Indeed, that is her. If it were anyone else, would I be this distressed?" The person who was originally supposed to go on a blind date with Tang Tang's mother was introduced by her. Therefore, she must be familiar with that man. If she were to see me, my true identity would be immediately revealed. Xiaoyu inquired with concern, "How did you respond? Did you agree?" Xia Tian lamented, "How could I dare to agree? I told her that one of the children I used to care for has a birthday tomorrow. When I left, I promised that child I would celebrate with him, so I cannot join her for dinner tomorrow night." Xiaoyu frowned. "Dragging this out is not a long-term solution. You can make excuses this time, but what about next time? What if Chu Weiwei comes directly to your home? How will you evade her?" Xia Tian expressed his frustration. "I understand all that you are saying, but I am left with no other options. Sister, please help me think of a way to resolve this matter." After a prolonged silence on the other end of the line, just as Xia Tian wondered if the signal had faltered or if she had accidentally hung up, Xiaoyu finally spoke again. "Xia Tian, you cannot conceal this matter any longer. Although I have never met your current wife, from your descriptions and my observations of Tang Tang, I believe she is quite reasonable. Why not be forthright with her? Don't wait for Chu Weiwei to expose your identity. Take the initiative to tell her yourself. This situation is merely a misunderstanding. If you sincerely apologize and clarify the whole story, I believe there is still a chance for her to forgive you." After a moment of hesitation, Xia Tian pressed further. "Sister Yuru, if I confess to her now, what do you think are the chances that she will forgive me?" Xiaoyu did not offer empty reassurances. She replied earnestly, "Based on your descriptions, your relationship is currently quite ordinary, at best akin to that of casual friends. However, her daughter seems to quite like you as a father. Overall, I would estimate your chances to be around 50%. Of course, this also depends on how her friend Chu Weiwei feels about the situation, since she is the one orchestrating this marriage. Her stance is crucial to Tang Tang's mother's decision. If she supports your relationship, your chances of being forgiven could rise to 60 or 70%. But if she believes you have ulterior motives, then your chances might dwindle to 20 or 30%. Xia Tian nodded, "Understood. I will find an opportunity to confess to Tang Tang's mother. But before that, I must find a way to meet Chu Weiwei. The variables on her end are too unpredictable. I must secure her support. Even if she does not support me, I cannot allow her to cause trouble." Xiaoyu replied, "Indeed. You may have your own ideas, but allow me to offer a word of advice. This matter must be addressed swiftly, for time is not on your side." After ending the call, Xia Tian did not head straight home. Instead, he lit a cigarette and sat by the roadside, pondering how to establish contact with Chu Weiwei. It was clear that going through Shaoqingyou was not an option. Perhaps he could try approaching Tang Tang? Since Chu Weiwei was her godmother, their relationship must be quite close. He considered inviting her out under the pretense of Tang Tang. However, that seemed ill-advised as well. If he were to use Tang Tang's name, it would effectively reveal his intentions. Should Chu Weiwei refuse to cooperate, he would find himself with no room for negotiation. Just as Xia Tian was feeling despondent, his phone screen suddenly lit up. Glancing at it, he noticed a WeChat message. Upon seeing who had sent it, his eyes brightened immediately. "Emo Xingqian, Brother Tian, Do you have some time in the next few days? The toy store I visited today is having a promotion and giving away additional toys. I don't have any children at home. If you're free, let us arrange a time for me to deliver the toys to Tang Tang. Xia Tian refrained from elaborating too much on WeChat, simply asking, "Are you free tomorrow? I'd like to treat you to a meal to thank you for the gifts you've sent Tang Tang." Seeing Xia Tian's message, Emotion was so excited that he leapt up. Haha, I knew it. To deal with a daughter devotee, one must find an avenue through her child. After a hearty laugh, he quickly replied, "Yes, I'm available. Brother Tian, when do you want to meet, for lunch or dinner?" Xia Tian was eager to finalize the plan without delay, responding, "Let us have lunch. I'll send you the location tomorrow morning." The following day, Xiao Qingya rose bright and early, around 6 o'clock. However, when she entered the living room, she was momentarily taken aback. The familiar figure bustling about in the kitchen was absent. She initially thought Xia Tian had woken up early to prepare breakfast and was out for a stroll. With curiosity, she approached the kitchen to see what he had made that morning. However, when she lifted the pot lid, she discovered it was completely empty. Only then did it dawn on her that Xia Tian had not risen early. He had not risen at all. She felt no particular emotion regarding this. Although Xia Tian had previously been a full-time housekeeper, he was now her legally recognized husband and Tang Tang's father, no longer merely a caretaker. Therefore, despite Xia Tian engaging in similar tasks as before, she had never regarded him as just a housekeeper in her heart. She truly considered him a member of the family. And even if they were merely cohabiting, he was still an integral part of their household. Xiao Qingyao approached Xia Tian's door and gently knocked twice. She approached not to urge Xia Tian to rise and prepare breakfast, but rather because she found it peculiar for someone as disciplined as him to oversleep. Concerned, she wished to ascertain his condition, fearing he might be unwell. Waiting at the door for a moment, she was met with silence from within. With no other option, she increased her knocking forcefully on Xia Tian's door. This time, the louder rapping finally roused him from his slumber. Glancing at his phone, he realized it was nearly 7 o'clock. He sprang up from the bed, hurriedly dressing while calling out to Xiao Qingya outside, "Please wait a moment. I'll be out shortly once I get dressed." Xia Tian typically enjoyed a restful night, naturally waking by 6 each morning. Thus he never had the habit of setting an alarm. However, after returning to his room the previous night, his mind was a whirlwind, and he had lain in bed until past 3 before finally dozing off. Consequently, it was only natural that he overslept that morning. Once dressed, Xia Tian rushed to the door without even washing up. Upon seeing Xiao Qingyao waiting, he apologized, "I'm sorry. I stayed up a bit late last night and ended up oversleeping. I'll prepare breakfast for you and Tang Tang right away. You can trust that I cook quickly, and I want to make you late for work." Clearly, Xia Tian still assumed Xiao Qingya was merely reminding him of his responsibilities. However, she stepped aside, blocking his path. Noticing his puzzled expression, she gently replied, "What's the rush? You just woke up. Haven't you washed your face yet?" Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Xia Tian sheepishly responded, "It's fine. I can wash my hands in the kitchen. As for washing my face and brushing my teeth, I can do that after I put the rice on." Xiao Qingya shook her head. "No need for that. It feels too rushed. You should take your time to freshen up. I have nothing to do, so I'll go downstairs and buy something for us to eat." Seeing that Xia Tian seemed about to protest, Xiao Qingya continued, "Tang Tang particularly enjoys the buns from a nearby shop. Since you've been here, I haven't bought any for her in a few days. I'll just grab some for her." Although Xia Tian suspected her reasoning was somewhat fabricated, he nodded in agreement. "All right, I appreciate your effort." With that, he obediently returned to his room to wash up. Recognizing her kindness, he decided to keep it in his heart rather than vocalize every thought. Just as Xia Tian finished washing up, Tang Tang came running to find him. Apparently, the little one had woken up and, upon discovering the absence of anyone by her side, ventured out on her own. Upon seeing the empty living room, she curiously inquired, "Daddy, where's Mommy?" Xia Tian smiled and replied, "Your mother went to buy us breakfast. She mentioned a bun shop nearby that you especially love, and she went to get some for you." Tang Tang blinked her big eyes, somewhat bewildered. "What buns? I don't even know what bun shops are around here." Summer gently reminded, "Just because you are unaware, it does not mean your mother is as well." There exists a delicacy known as what your mother believes you adore. When she returns with the purchases, make sure to indulge a bit. Do not let her heartfelt intentions go to waste. Tang Tang, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, I shall do my best. As long as the breakfast mother brings back isn't particularly unpalatable, I will certainly eat a bit more. As the two were conversing, Xiaoqing entered, carrying an exquisitely packaged bag. Summer, taken aback, exclaimed, Oh, from which establishment did you procure this breakfast? The packaging appears quite upscale. Upon hearing Summer's words, Xiaoqing's heart skipped a beat. She had no knowledge of any fine breakfast spots nearby. This was something she had asked Shenlan to bring her. However, in her haste on the return, she had forgotten to discard the packaging. After placing the breakfast on the table, she casually explained, Well, aren't most shops like this now? They pay significant attention to packaging. After all, a better wrapping can indeed fetch a higher price. Indeed, Summer agreed. Especially those takeout places. Their flavors may not be remarkable, yet their packaging is often garishly extravagant. Summer did not harbor suspicions, primarily because his inquiry was casual. His mind was preoccupied with how to discuss his matters with Mo Xingchen and seek his assistance. During the meal, Xiaoqing noticed the dark circles under Summer's eyes and, with a hint of concern, inquired, You seem a bit unwell. Are you feeling ill? Should I call Dr. Wang to come and check on you? Summer quickly shook his head. No need. I am in good health. I merely overindulged in tea before bed last night, leading to a bit of insomnia. Xiaoqing shot him a disapproving glance, saying, Drinking tea before bed? No wonder you can't sleep. Her slightly reproachful gaze left Summer momentarily stunned. Not due to its dazzling charm, but rather because it was the first time he had witnessed her display such a youthful demeanor. Leaving him somewhat astonished, a sense of her persona crumbling. Xiaoqing quickly sensed the peculiar way Summer was looking at her. It was not the fervent gaze of a man admiring a woman, but rather one akin to observing a curious creature. Annoyed, she remarked, What do you mean by that? Why are you looking at me like that? After Xiaoqing left for work, Summer sent Tang Tang to play in the living room while he set an alarm for 10 o'clock and retreated to his room for a nap. There was no alternative. He had slept very little the previous night, and now his eyelids were heavy. Normally, this would not pose a significant issue. He could simply nap during Tang Tang's afternoon rest. However, today was different. He had plans to dine with Mo Xingchen at noon to discuss how to address the situation with Chu Weiwei. Without a clear mind, articulating thoughts and engaging in a logical discourse would be exceedingly difficult, let alone brainstorming solutions together. Tang Tang proved to be quite understanding. Upon learning that her father had spent an entire sleepless night crafting a story for her, she readily agreed not to disturb him. At 10 o'clock in the morning, as the alarm clock chimed, Xiaotian promptly rose from his bed. After a brief wash and tidy up, he stepped out of his room. Dad, why are you out? Tang Tang, who was playing with toy cars in the living room, curiously inquired upon seeing him. Xiaotian shook his head. No, it's not that. Dad has already rested well. It's almost noon. I'm taking you out for lunch. Tang Tang tilted her small head, puzzled. Why do we need to eat out? Isn't it fine to eat at home? She believed her father's cooking was far superior to anything one could find outside. Xiaotian chuckled, ruffling her hair, You little sweet talker. But it's true. Tang Tang's words hold weight. The food outside is indeed not as good as what Dad makes. Tang Tang earnestly replied. Yes, that is true. Xiaotian smiled. All right. Dad believes you. However, we still must go out today, as I have already made plans to treat someone to lunch. Upon hearing this, Tang Tang immediately pressed, Dad, who are you inviting for lunch? Is it Andy? The little one only remembered Xia Yu. Hence she thought of her first. Xiaotian shook his head. No, it's not your Aunt Yu. It's a friend of mine, and you know him too. Curiosity intensified in Tang Tang's eyes. I know him? Is it the uncle who brought me toys yesterday? Xiaotian nodded. Our Tang Tang is quite clever. Guessing it so quickly. Dad wants to invite that uncle for lunch to thank him for the many gifts he brought you yesterday. Moreover, that uncle mentioned he would bring you more gifts today. Upon hearing about more gifts, Tang Tang's attitude brightened immediately. Great. I want to see that uncle from yesterday. I loved everything he gave me. Xiaotian laughed. All right, go wash your hands, and we shall set off. Though they were going out to eat, Xiaotian had yet to decide on a restaurant. Thus, after leaving the house, he rode his bicycle with Tang Tang, meandering around the neighborhood. It was not that he feared spending money at well-known upscale restaurants. Rather, he wanted to ensure Tang Tang had someone to play with, as she tended to become sleepy after a hearty meal. His intention was to dine nearby for convenience after the meal. After a brief exploration, Xia Tian selected a reasonably decorated mid-range restaurant. After snapping a photo of the restaurant's sign, he sent a location to Mo Xingchen. Xia Tian, I'm with the child, so it's not convenient to go far. Let us have lunch here. Not long after sending the message, Mo Xingchen replied. Mo Xingchen, no problem. Tian Gu, you decide. I'm not picky. I'm fine with anywhere. Xia Tian. All right, let us meet at 11:30 sharp. Having finalized the location, Xia Tian did not simply wait idly at the restaurant. Instead, he ventured out with Tang Tang. When he returned around 11 o'clock, he was astonished to find Mo Xingchen already present, seated in the hall, awaiting his arrival. Xia Tian, taken aback, inquired, When did you arrive? Did we not agree on 11:30? It is barely 11:10. Why are you here so early? Mo Xingchen chuckled. I just got here not long ago. My driver had to take a leave, so I asked him to drop me off early to attend to his own matters. Xia Tian merely cast a glance at the table and recognized that Mo Xingchen was not being truthful. He had undoubtedly been there for at least half an hour. The tea in the kettle had long ceased to steam. It seemed that Mo Xingchen had arrived right after finishing a phone call. Apologetically, Xia Tian said, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you had come this early. I didn't intend for you to wait here for so long. Mo Xingchen, unconcerned, replied, Oh, come on, Tiangu. What are you saying? We are friends, aren't we? Such things are quite normal among friends. There is no need to be so formal. Hearing this, Xia Tian smiled as well. Indeed, you are right. We are friends. Mo Xingchen beamed with delight at the reiteration of their friendship. For there was a palpable sincerity in Xia Tian's words that contrasted sharply with the insincere remarks made the previous day merely to appease a young girl. This indicated that he had genuinely accepted Mo Xingchen as a friend. Regardless of the nature of their relationship, at least they had established a friendship. And it was not in vain that he had arrived an hour early. As for the relationship being somewhat ordinary, he was not anxious about that. As the saying goes, first, you call her sister, then little sister, and finally, sweetheart. Alas, that phrase seemed somewhat out of place here. Mo Xingchen, not forgetting the significant presence of Tang Tang, after greeting Xia Tian, turned to her with a smile and asked, Tang Tang, do you remember Uncle Mo? Tang Tang sweetly replied, Hello, Uncle Mo. I was thinking about you this morning. Though he was intentionally trying to win Xia Tian's favor, he could not help but burst into laughter at Tang Tang's words. Oh my, Tang Tang actually missed her uncle. It was worth all the effort I put into selecting gifts for you. As he spoke, he turned to retrieve a rectangular gift box from behind him. Thank you, Uncle Mo. You are truly the best, Tang Tang exclaimed joyfully as she received the gift. Hearing her praise brought even more joy to Mo Xingchen. However, after a couple of chuckles, his amusement faded as he noticed Xia Tian regarding him with an inexplicable, mournful gaze that sent shivers down his spine. Although he was curious about Xia Tian's three-wheeled vehicle and intrigued by the man himself, he was not one to be easily swayed. He had his own principles. Mo Xingchen timidly asked, Tiangu, why are you looking at me like that? I would like to clarify that, although I am single, I have an appreciation for women. Xia Tian shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, What nonsense are you imagining? Do I seem like I lean that way? I merely envy your good fortune. My daughter has never complimented my looks. Yet today, she praised you first. Chapter 55. I wish for your assistance in winning over a woman. Although Xia Tian's tone was rather brusque, upon hearing his response, Mo Xingchen let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. Thankfully, this fellow is not that kind of person. Otherwise, he might truly feel discouraged. While he was undeniably envious of Xia Tian's three-wheeled vehicle, his virtue was evidently of far greater importance. Additionally, he gained a new understanding of Xia Tian's fatherly devotion. After all, the little one merely lauded him for his looks. And given the recent circumstances, it was clear that the child said that to cheer him up after receiving his gift. To his astonishment, that fellow seemed to care so much. And the sorrowful glimmer in his eyes made it seem as though he believed he had been abandoned. As Mo Xingchen pondered how to soothe Xia Tian's feelings, Tang Tang chimed in. Daddy, what's wrong? Are you upset because I complimented Uncle Mo's looks? Naturally, Xia Tian would not acknowledge such feelings in front of Tang Tang, as it would portray him as petty. He forced a smile and replied, not at all. How could Daddy be unhappy? I was just chatting with Uncle Mo, having a bit of fun. Seemingly sensing her father's insincerity, Tang Tang moved closer and planted a kiss on his cheek. With a cheerful grin, she said, Daddy, please don't be sad. In my heart, you are the most handsome man in the world. Ha ha. Daddy is not unhappy, and in his heart, Tang Tang is the most intelligent, beautiful, and adorable treasure in the universe. Upon hearing Tang Tang's words, the previously gloomy Xia Tian instantly lit up with joy. Observing the pair of father and daughter exchanging compliments before him, Mo Xingchen felt a wave of incredulity. What is this situation? They haven't even been served their dishes yet, and I already feel somewhat satiated. This was merely an inconspicuous interlude, and soon enough, Xia Tian and Mo Xingchen resumed their pleasant conversation. One sought assistance, while the other aimed to ingratiate himself. Thus, the atmosphere remained harmonious. Before long, their ordered dishes arrived. Xia Tian glanced at the array of food on the table and did not rush to pick up his chopsticks, instead turning to Mo Xingchen and inquiring, shall we drink? Upon hearing this question, Mo Xingchen's heart leaped with joy. He understood that if it were merely a simple meal, it would indicate that Xia Tian truly wished to thank him for the gift given to his daughter. However, now that Xia Tian had taken the initiative to ask if he drank, it signified a substantial advancement in their relationship. He refrained from answering Xia Tian's question directly and instead countered, Brother Tian, do you drink? Xia Tian nodded yes. Let us enjoy a drink. After all, there is nothing pressing. Furthermore, when two men engage in conversation, it often feels as though something is amiss without the accompaniment of a drink. Upon hearing Xia Tian express his intention to partake, Mo Xingchen immediately nodded in agreement, exclaiming that it was indeed splendid, for he had shared the same sentiment. He had been concerned that Xia Tian might abstain, as drinking alone would lack the charm of camaraderie. Xia Tian chuckled, assuring him that since he was hosting the meal, it would be illogical for him to refrain from drinking while his guest indulged. After placing the order via his phone, the waiter promptly arrived with a bottle of liquor. Baijiu? Mo Xingchen inquired, somewhat astonished. Xia Tian nodded affirmatively, indeed. What is the matter? Do you not drink baijiu? If you're not accustomed to it, we can switch to something else. Do you prefer beer or red wine? Mo Xingchen shook his head. I have no qualms. I often enjoy baijiu with friends. I'm merely concerned that you and Tang Tang arrived by car. If we indulge in baijiu, will it not compromise your safety on the way back? Xia Tian reassured him. Fear not. My vehicle is equipped with an autonomous driving system, so our safety is assured regardless of how much we consume. Autonomous driving? You fitted that three-wheeled vehicle with such a system? Is it reliable? Mo Xingchen expressed his surprise along with a healthy dose of skepticism. Xia Tian confidently replied, At least from my perspective, it is far more dependable than driving myself. Do you recall our first encounter? Mo Xingchen nodded affirmatively. Of course, I remember. I was stuck in traffic when your vehicle sped past me at no less than 100 kilometers per hour. I was utterly astonished, both by the speed of a three-wheeler and by the audacity of the driver to navigate so swiftly through such congestion. Listening to Mo Xingchen recount his impressions, Xia Tian laughed heartily. Ha! After meeting me, do you think I resemble the madman you envisioned? Mo Xingchen shook his head earnestly. Not at all. I had assumed you were merely a young dandy. To be honest, the contrast you presented was quite striking. Had I not seen your daughter disembark from that vehicle, I might have thought you were merely someone else stepping in to take the blame. Xia Tian elucidated. It is entirely understandable for you to have such a misconception, as the individual driving at that moment was indeed not me. What? How is that possible? If an adult were concealed within that vehicle, I would have surely noticed. Mo Xingchen exclaimed in disbelief. Xia Tian chuckled. You've misunderstood. I did not imply that there was another person in the car. I meant to convey that the vehicle was under the control of the autonomous driving system at that time. Really? Is the technology for autonomous driving that advanced now? I must give it a try someday. Mo Xingchen exclaimed, astonished that such extreme maneuvers were attributable to the autonomous system inadvertently uttering a curse. Oh, my apologies. I became overly excited and forgot there's a child nearby. He quickly added, noticing Tang Tang regarding him with disapproval, prompting him to awkwardly offer an explanation. In the summer, he did not mind the issue of his swearing. Instead, he earnestly advised, I strongly suggest you abandon this idea. After all, not all tricycles in this world are the same, nor are there autonomous driving systems. Upon hearing this, Mo Xingchen instantly understood. It was not that the current autonomous driving systems were superior, but rather that the system in Xia Tian's vehicle was exceptional. His curiosity about Xia Tian's tricycle intensified. With a hint of anticipation, he asked, Brother Tian, as you know, my driver is on leave. After we finish our meal, could you possibly give me a ride home? I would love to experience your remarkably extraordinary tricycle. Initially, he intended to propose such a request only after they had grown closer. But his eagerness could no longer be contained, even knowing the likelihood of rejection. No problem. However, before that, I need you to do me a favor. Xia Tian was not at all surprised by Mo Xingchen's request and readily agreed, simultaneously presenting his own condition. Upon hearing this response, Mo Xingchen was overjoyed. Brother Tian, are you really agreeing? Haha, that's wonderful. Just tell me what you need help with. I will certainly do my best. Xia Tian set down his chopsticks, leaned closer to Mo Xingchen, and whispered, I would like you to help me with a woman. Chapter 56. The woman you mentioned, I believe I might know her. In fact, as soon as Xia Tian expressed his need for assistance, Mo Xingchen began contemplating what kind of help Xia Tian could possibly require. The first thing he dismissed was any business-related matters. Xia Tian's attire, demeanor, and overall presence clearly suggested he was not the type to engage in business dealings. Moreover, it seemed that Xia Tian was unaware of his own standing. Thus, the probability of him seeking Mo Xingchen's help for securing orders or negotiating partnerships was virtually non-existent. He then ruled out financial assistance, recalling that when he inquired whether Xia Tian was selling the tricycle, Xia Tian had refused without even discussing a price, indicating that his financial circumstances were likely sound. While the exact amount was uncertain, it was evident that he did not need to worry about money. However, no matter how hard he tried to think, he could not fathom that Xia Tian would make such a request. With a perplexed expression, he looked at Xia Tian and said, Brother Tian, have you taken a liking to some girl outside? Actually, as your younger brother, I would advise you. While it is often said that a flower at home is not as fragrant as one in the wild, many women outside are not sincere. I think you should reconsider. Even if you disregard your bond with your sister-in-law, for the sake of Tang Tang, your niece, you should contemplate whether you ought to pull back from the brink. You must understand, if one day your infidelity were to be exposed, the most innocent and affected would be the child. Xia Tian gazed at Mo Xingchen, who sat across from him, somewhat astonished, and remarked, I never expected these words would come from your lips. I had thought you were the kind of dandy who flits through a garden of flowers without a care. Mo Xingchen shook his head, stating, You have misjudged this matter. My friend, although I am well-versed in indulgence and merriment, there is one thing I steadfastly avoid, women. My family enforces strict values, and I have been raised with the belief in a lifelong commitment to one partner. Therefore, until I contemplate marriage, I refrain from courting women outside. But enough about me. Let us turn the conversation to you, Tian Ge. What is your situation? Xia Tian responded with a bitter smile. You misunderstand. I have not set my sights on any woman. In truth, I seek your assistance concerning my wife as close friend. Upon hearing this, Mo Xingchen's eyes widened in astonishment, and he shook his head vigorously as if to dispel the notion. No. This is far worse. If you were to pursue a woman outside, perhaps there might be a glimmer of hope if the truth surfaced. However, if you were to successfully court your wife's friend, the only outcome awaiting you would be divorce. I refuse to partake in this matter. I would not want my involvement to transform that delightful girl, Tang Eng, into a child from a single-parent family. Xia Tian shot him a disgruntled glance. Can you let me finish my explanation? Moreover, is there no room for trust between individuals? Do I appear to you as the type who would abandon wife and child? Mo Xingchen chuckled awkwardly. Ahem. It is difficult to ascertain such matters, as scoundrels do not typically emblazon their intentions upon their foreheads. Xia Tian, uninterested in quarreling further, continued, "All right, listen carefully and refrain from interruption. Here is the situation. There is a misunderstanding between my wife and me, which she is currently unaware of. I am seeking an opportunity to confess. But the complication lies in the fact that her friend is aware of the situation. Thus, I ponder whether we might devise a strategy for her friend to keep this matter under wraps for a time." After listening to Xia Tian's account, Imo Xingqian began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. He pondered for a moment before earnestly inquiring, "What is the nature of your wife's relationship with this friend?" Xia Tian rolled his eyes. "She is her close friend. What do you think their relationship is?" Imo Xingqian replied with a grin, "Well, friendships vary. Otherwise, how would we have the saying, 'Beware of fire, theft, and close friends'?" Xia Tian shook his head. "Their bond is not superficial. Her feelings for her friend rank just below her affection for our daughter." Imo Xingqian teased, "Tian Ge, it seems your standing in the household is rather precarious. As the legitimate husband, you are overshadowed by a mere friend." Xia Tian sighed. "Our family dynamics are rather intricate. You wouldn't understand." Recognizing Xia Tian's serious demeanor, Imo Xingqian pressed on, "Do you have any information about your wife's friend?" "None at all. I am not well acquainted with her friend, so how could I possess any details?" Xia Tian replied candidly. Imo Xingqian sighed, This complicates matters. However, it is not insurmountable. You must know her surname, her given name, or her residence." Xia Tian replied, "I only know her name is Chu Weiwei. Beyond that, I truly have no further information." Imo Xingqian expressed his frustration, stating, "Brother Tian, are you not making things difficult for me? How can I assist you when you know nothing?" Xia Tian, with an innocent demeanor, replied, "But there is still a name." Imo Xingqian chuckled, "Do you have any idea how many permanent residents there are in Jiacheng, not to mention the transient population? A name like Chu Weiwei is bound to belong to many. If you weren't in such a hurry, it would be one thing, but now, time is simply not on our side." At that moment, Tang Tang, who had just finished her meal, looked up and asked, "Daddy, are you talking to Uncle Imo about my godmother?" Xia Tian quickly shook his head in denial, saying, "No, we were just chatting casually. You must have misheard." Tang Tang nodded. "Oh, that's all right then. I was going to say that I know all about my godmother." Upon hearing Tang Tang's words, Imo Xingqian instantly perked up. With a bright smile, he eagerly inquired, "Tang Tang, do you know how old your godmother is this year, where she lives, and what her profession is?" Instead of answering, Tang Tang looked at him with suspicion. "Why are you inquiring about my godmother?" Caught off guard by her question, Imo Xingqian found himself momentarily speechless. Xia Tian swiftly interjected, "Oh, it's like this. Your Uncle Imo doesn't have a girlfriend yet, and your father thought about introducing your godmother to him." Turning to Imo Xingqian, Tang Tang asked, "Is that so, Uncle Imo?" Seeing Imo Xingqian hesitate to respond, Xia Tian desperately signaled to him, even discreetly kicking him under the table. Reluctantly, Imo Xingqian finally nodded and affirmed, "Yes. I heard from your father that your godmother is beautiful and exceptionally talented. So, before our first meeting, I wanted to learn more about her." Tang Tang appeared to accept their explanation, nodding, "All right then, since you are so handsome and often buy me toys, I shall grant you the opportunity to pursue my godmother. Listen closely. My godmother's name is Chu Weiwei. She is 23 years old, graduated from Shanghai Finance Academy, stands 165 centimeters tall, weighs 48 kilograms, and resides in the Villa District." At first, Imo Xingqian seemed indifferent as Tang Tang spoke, but as the details multiplied, his expression began to shift. With a peculiar look, he asked, "Tang Tang, tell me the truth. Is what you just said really about your godmother?" Tang Tang nodded yes. "How about that? Isn't my godmother impressive? I'll tell you, she is incredibly beautiful, second only to my mother. Once you meet her, you will surely fall in love with her." Xia Tian noticed Imo Xingqian's unsettling expression and curiously asked, "What's wrong? Have you taken a liking to this girl?" He added with a light-hearted tone, "Don't worry. As long as you help me navigate this predicament, I'll take care of your affairs in the future." Imo Xingqian shot him a glance and retorted, "Nonsense. The woman you were speaking of, I believe I know her." Chapter 57. Trust me, a strong woman is the most alluring. "Is it true? You're not pulling my leg, are you?" Summer inquired with skepticism. It wasn't he that he doubted Mo Xingqian. Rather, the coincidence was simply too remarkable. He had casually met someone on the street, and it just so happened that this individual had considerable collaboration with his wife's company and even knew her close friend. If he weren't certain that their encounter was purely accidental, he might suspect that this fellow was intentionally trying to get close to him. Mo Xingqian noticed Summer's disbelief and asked with a smile, "Is your wife's friend on a trip at the moment?" Summer nodded. "Indeed, she is." "You really do know her, huh?" Mo Xingqian sighed. "She actually ran away to travel just to avoid me. So, do I know her or not?" Summer, curious, asked, "What did you do to her that made her so afraid of you?" Mo Xingqian quickly denied, "Don't place all the blame on me. This matter has nothing to do with me. It was our families who arranged for us to meet for a blind date. The moment she heard about it, she packed her bags and fled. If we're being strict about it, I'm the one who got stood up. I'm the real victim here." Upon hearing Mo Xingqian's words, Summer's eyes instantly lit up. "So, this Chu Weiwei really dislikes you?" Mo Xingqian shook his head. "Dislike is not the right term. We hardly know each other, and we've had little interaction. To be precise, she is quite resistant to her parents meddling in her marriage." Summer chuckled. "Huh? That's quite different. You are the blind date arranged by her family, and since she resists her family's plans for her marriage, isn't that just her resisting you?" Seeing Summer's gleeful expression, Mo Xingqian couldn't help but pout. "Brother Tian, are you not anxious at all? My relationship with her is tenuous. She would rather avoid me altogether, and you're here reveling in it?" Summer, with a carefree demeanor, replied, "Why shouldn't I be happy? She dislikes you, not me." Mo Xingqian sighed. "It's all the same, isn't it? With her currently avoiding me, it's incredibly difficult to even ask her out, let alone help you plead your case and have her keep this from your wife." Summer laughed. "Ha, don't worry. I already have a plan in mind. You just need to cooperate with the execution." "What plan? What role do I play in your scheme? And what I need to do?" Mo Xingqian inquired with interest. Summer glanced at the still-sitting Tang Tang. "Tang Tang, are you feeling bored here? Why don't you go play with the other children over there for a bit? I'll come to pick you up when I finish chatting with Uncle Mo, okay?" Tang Tang nodded in agreement and ran off to play. Upon reaching the group of children, Tang Tang murmured softly, "What is the big deal? It's just a case of mistaking someone during a blind date. Why not just say so? After all, Mommy doesn't even know the original person supposed to go on the date. Why complicate things like this?" It seems that relying on father to win over mother is an impossible endeavor. Perhaps it would be wiser to consult Aunt Yuru upon returning home for a strategy. However, Uncle Mo is rather commendable. If father could pair him with godmother, that might also yield a favorable outcome. Xia Tian and Xiao Qingya remain unaware that. From the very beginning, Tang Tang knew that Xia Tian was not the suitor introduced to her mother by Chu Weiwei. That night, while Xiao Qingya was in the restroom, Tang Tang had insisted on showing Chu Weiwei the photograph of the person her mother was to meet. Upon Xiao Qingya's return, Tang Tang had intended to share it with her, yet Xiao Qingya displayed little interest and did not even glance at it. As Tang Tang walked away, Mo Xingqian immediately inquired, "Tian Gu, what exactly are you planning to do? Please, tell me." Xia Tian did not respond directly, but instead asked with keen interest, "What are your thoughts on this girl, Chu Weiwei?" Mo Xingqian, caught off guard, replied with confusion, "Huh? What do you mean by what?" Xia Tian retorted impatiently, "Of course. I mean her qualities, such as her appearance, figure, and character." After a moment of contemplation, Mo Xingqian earnestly replied, "She's decent enough. Her figure and looks both exceed 90 points, and her character is acceptable. Otherwise, our family patriarch wouldn't have arranged a match for us." Upon hearing Mo Xingqian's response, Xia Tian's smile grew even more radiant. "Brother, why not make a sacrifice and pursue Chu Weiwei? Once she becomes your girlfriend, everything will go your way, and my predicament will naturally be resolved." Mo Xingqian's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? You want me to chase after Chu Weiwei?" "Absolutely not. While she may have a decent figure, looks, and character, she is not my type. I prefer gentle, soft-spoken girls. But Chu Weiwei is as boisterous as they come, she is nothing like the word gentle." Though Mo Xingqian had made his refusal clear, Xia Tian showed no sign of surrender. He continued to persuade, Don't set your standards so rigidly. The fact that your family sees potential in Chu Weiwei indicates that she possesses remarkable qualities and is quite compatible with you. Besides, you've already stated that you hardly know her. How can you be certain that you are incompatible? Perhaps after spending some time together, you might discover that she is indeed quite wonderful. As for her demeanor, I believe you would be well suited to a girlfriend like her. You enjoy having fun. If you were to find a gentle, home-loving girl, when would you ever have the time to go out and enjoy yourself? If you go out without her, she would certainly be in tears upon your return. But with someone like Chu Weiwei, who carries herself like a tomboy, she would understand what a man like you appreciates and would not hinder your outings with friends. In fact, when you find yourself alone, she might even join you for a round of drinks. Just imagine, at night, you are husband and wife, and by day, you are like brothers. Such a marital bond is undoubtedly marked by unparalleled stability and harmony. Under the persistent persuasion of Xia Tian, Mo Xingqian's mindset gradually transformed, unbeknownst to him. He surprisingly began to find merit in Xia Tian's words, contemplating that having a girlfriend like that could indeed be rather intriguing. With a hint of hesitation, he inquired, is that truly feasible? Observing the shift in his attitude, Xia Tian immediately patted his chest in assurance, exclaiming, "Rest assured, you can trust me completely. We are like brothers. Despite having different fathers and mothers, I would never lead you astray. Once you two are together, you will realize that a strong woman is far more appealing than a delicate beauty. Not only will she not require your assistance in opening jars, but she can also change light bulbs and unclog toilets. Such a relief." Chapter 58, Pursuing a Girl? It was Tang Tang's mother who initiated the conversation about our marriage. Wait. Hold on, Tiangu. Merely persuading me here is futile. The crux of the matter is that this decision is not solely mine to make. No matter how compelling our discussion is, if Chu Weiwei does not agree, it is all for naught. Lost in the beautiful future that Xia Tian had envisioned. Mo Xingqian suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing the flaw in their conversation. Xia Tian, unfazed, chuckled. What does her consent matter? As long as you are willing to pursue her, that is all that counts. Mo Xingqian's expression turned peculiar. Tiangu, be honest with me. All the praise you just showered upon Chu Weiwei, was it merely to coax me into pursuing her, so that she might feel compelled to leave Jiangcheng once more? Not wishing to be pursued by me? Caught off guard by the astuteness of this observation, Xia Tian awkwardly shook his head. No. How could you think such a thing? I'm not that kind of person. The reason I encourage you to be with her is that I genuinely believe she is quite suitable for you. This is entirely for your happiness, devoid of any selfish motives. Seeing the unnatural expression on Xia Tian's face, Mo Xingqian quickly understood everything. He waved his hand dismissively. Enough, you needn't say more. I can agree to pretend to pursue Chu Weiwei and do my utmost to keep her occupied for you, but you must agree to one condition. Xia Tian eagerly inquired. What condition? With a glimmer in his eyes, Mo Xingqian replied, once I help you navigate through this predicament, you must lend me that three-wheeled vehicle outside for a while. That might be rather difficult. Xia Tian responded, somewhat embarrassed. He genuinely felt a twinge of guilt, considering the significant sacrifice made on his behalf, even compromising his own appearance. Yet, when the favor was requested in return, he found himself unable to comply. Thinking Xia Tian feared he might not return the vehicle, Mo Xingqian promptly assured him, Tiangu, you need not worry. I, Mo Xingqian, am a man of my word. I will only borrow the vehicle for a few days and will certainly return it. Xia Tian shook his head. Perhaps you should propose a different condition. I truly cannot agree to this one. After some contemplation, Mo Xingqian made a concession. How about this? You let me borrow it for a month, and I will return it to you after that. Surely that is acceptable? Xia Tian replied, it is not a matter of time. I genuinely cannot lend it to you. Mo Xingqian gritted his teeth and said, a week, that should be acceptable, right? Summer replied with a bittersweet smile. Don't even mention a week. Not even a day is feasible. Upon hearing Summer's words, Mo Xingqian felt as if he had been toyed with. He had already made so many concessions. Yet the other party was unwilling to lend him even a week. Sensing the signs of Mo Xingqian's frustration, Summer hastily reassured him, Brother Xingqian, please don't rush. Sit down and allow me to explain slowly. It's not that I'm stingy, it's just that this car is particular about its driver. Only I can operate it. No matter who else has the keys, it's simply one T start. Seeing the earnestness in Summer's expression, Imo Shinchin hesitantly inquired, "Is that true? You're not deceiving me, are you?" Summer casually pulled out the keys from his pocket and tossed them onto the table in front of Imo Shinchin. "If you don't believe me, you can try starting the car when you leave, and then you'll know whether I'm lying." "All right, but these are your keys. If the car starts and I drive it away, you must let me borrow it for a month. No backing out," Imo Shinchin declared without hesitation, promptly placing the keys into his handbag. Summer chuckled, "As long as you can drive it away, not only will I let you borrow it for a month, but I'd even be willing to give it to you." At Summer's words, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Imo Shinchin's eyes, although it quickly vanished. He realized that since Summer was so confident, he must have complete assurance. After diverting the conversation from the car, the two soon shifted their focus to Chu Weiwei. "Brother Tian, what exactly should I do? I've never pursued a girl before and have no idea where to start." Summer spoke with unwavering confidence. "Don't worry. You have me as your strategist. It'll definitely be a safe bet." Imo Shinchin nodded. "Yes, just by looking at Tang Tang. It's clear that sister-in-law must be incredibly beautiful. Brother Tian must excel in this area." Summer, feeling somewhat sheepish, replied, "Actually, I only have a bit of theoretical knowledge. I married Tang Tang's mother because she was the one who took the initiative. I merely agreed." As he spoke, Summer continued to bolster his own confidence. "There's no need to be nervous. I'm not lying. Everything I say is the truth. Although we aren't a conventional couple, we did indeed get married because she proposed first." However, to Imo Shinchin, these words sounded like the loudest boast. "Listen, this is what true capability looks like. Brother Tian's skill is remarkable. Not only did he find a beautiful wife, but she even proposed to him. A woman proposing to a man is a sure sign of profound love." Imo Shinchin gave Summer a thumbs up, eyes filled with admiration. "Brother Tian, you're truly impressive. Once the misunderstanding with sister-in-law is cleared up, you must introduce her to me. I'm very curious about what kind of woman could win your heart." Summer chuckled awkwardly. Let us wait for a while. She just got promoted and is quite busy with work. He certainly wouldn't foolishly arrange for the two of them to meet now." The misunderstandings surrounding the blind date were already enough to give him a headache. If Xiao Qingyao were to discover that Imo Shinchin's previous absence from their dinner was due to his own reasons, he could only imagine how she would retaliate against him. After a brief conversation, Imo Shinchin found himself increasingly restless. After all, the car of his dreams was sitting right there, the keys securely nestled in his bag. To claim he had no desire to take it for a spin would be utterly disingenuous. "Tiange, have you finished eating? Shall we head out?" Xia Tian nodded. "I'm full. If you're done, then let us go." "Great. Tiange, you go pick up Tang Tang. I'll head to the car first." With that, Imo Shinchin vanished in a flash. Xia Tian chuckled and shook his head, not concerned. After all, without him, that guy would be able to start the car at all. After picking up Tang Tang, Xia Tian strolled towards the store entrance, cradling her in his arms. Upon reaching the parking area, he spotted Imo Shinchin circling around the three-wheeled vehicle, keys in hand. With a teasing smile, Xia Tian remarked, "What is going on? Didn't you say you drive the car to the entrance to wait for us? Why are you just pacing around it?" Chapter 59. Are you crazy? Adrift at 380 kilometers per hour? Before Xia Tian arrived, Imo Shinchin had already walked around the three-wheeler several times. He had been searching for quite a while, but had yet to find a place to insert the key into the door. As for the buttons on the car key, he had pressed them all, yet no matter how he tried, the three-wheeled vehicle remained unresponsive. Upon seeing Xia Tian approaching with Tang Tang, he hurriedly handed the car keys to him. "Tiange, you give it a try. I've never operated one of these three-wheelers before and have no idea how to open the door." Xia Tian accepted the keys with a smile and, under Imo Shinchin's watchful gaze, gently pressed the unlock button. Click. As he did so, the door immediately emitted a sound of unlocking. Witnessing how effortlessly Xia Tian unlocked the door, Imo Shinchin couldn't help but grumble, "Is it really that simple?" Xia Tian replied with a grin, "What did you expect? It's just unlocking a door. How complicated can it be?" Imo Shinchin, still puzzled, questioned, "But I pressed that unlock button earlier too. Why didn't it respond at all?" Xia Tian responded, because the right person wasn't operating it. Didn't I mention before our meal that this vehicle can only be driven by me? Mo Xingqian, astonished, asked, "Were you serious when you said that?" Xia Tian chuckled. "Why would I lie about something so easily verifiable? Do you really think I have any reason to deceive you?" Unwilling to concede, Mo Xingqian insisted. "I still find it hard to believe. Lock the door again and hand me the keys. I want to try once more." Without further explanation, Xia Tian casually pressed the lock button. Once the door was secured, he returned the keys to Mo Xingqian. Receiving the keys, Mo Xingqian hesitated not a moment before pressing the unlock button again. Yet, when he did so, the car remained utterly unresponsive, just as it had when he was alone. He pressed the button several times in succession, yet the vehicle remained unresponsive. With no other option, he reluctantly returned the key to Xia Tian. "Perhaps you should try. I truly cannot unlock it." After Xia Tian unlocked the car, he placed Tang Tang in the back seat. He then turned to Mo Xingqian and asked, "Will you sit in the back with Tang Tang or in the front with me?" Mo Xingqian did not respond verbally. Instead, he opened the car door and took the driver's seat. Seeing his determination, Xia Tian understood that he was not yet ready to give up. Without uttering a word, he compliantly moved to the passenger side, opened the door, and took his seat. Once inside, Xia Tian handed the car key to Mo Xingqian, saying, "Here. The key is yours now. If you can't start it yourself, don't claim that I didn't give you a chance." Mo Xingqian nodded confidently, "Rest assured. I refuse to believe that now that I'm in the car with the key, it won't start." Xia Tian remained silent, watching as Mo Xingqian fumbled with the key inside the vehicle. After a brief search, Mo Xingqian inserted the key into the ignition and turned it. However, the key was nearly twisted in half, yet the car showed no signs of life. He turned to Xia Tian and asked, "Brother Tian, is the key supposed to be inserted here?" Xia Tian confirmed, "Indeed, but it must be inserted by me, otherwise it won't work." Mo Xingqian, skeptical of this claim, withdrew the key and handed it to Xia Tian. "You give it a try." Xia Tian took the key and inserted it into the ignition with ease. What unfolded next left Mo Xingqian questioning his very existence. The vehicle, which had previously remained unresponsive no matter how he fiddled with it, sprang to life the moment Xia Tian turned the key halfway. The various displays inside the car illuminated instantly. Xia Tian pointed at the glowing screens. "So, do you believe me now?" Mo Xingqian, still unconvinced, retorted, "Humph. The car has successfully started now. Surely I can drive it?" He added defiantly, "If worse comes to worst, I simply want to lock the doors or turn off the key in the future." Xia Tian chuckled. "Well, why not give it a try and see for yourself?" Mo Xingqian released the handbrake and cautiously began to press the accelerator. Yet, much to his dismay, the vehicle remained motionless, just as before. After a moment of hesitation, he recalled a conversation from his last visit to a specialty shop where the owner had mentioned that modern tricycles were equipped with safety locks. To drive the vehicle after starting it, one needed to engage the brake first. With this revelation in mind, he pressed the brake firmly. To alleviate his doubts, he also pressed the foot brake. Throughout this process, Xia Tian remained silent. Since Mo Xingqian was skeptical, he allowed him to exhaust all efforts. Eventually, he would have nothing left to say. Once he finished with the brakes, Mo Xingqian turned the accelerator again. However, there was no change. The vehicle remained as still as ever. Ultimately, he despaired at the realization that he could neither drive the vehicle away nor control the lights or horn. "Brother Tian, who on earth modified your vehicle? This anti-theft system is astonishing. Even with the keys in hand, one cannot drive away." Mo Xingqian lamented in frustration. Xia Tian chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Don't ask me. I am equally in the dark. When this car came into my possession, it was already like this." Mo Xingqian assumed he was reluctant to divulge more and did not press further. After they switched seats, Xia Tian turned to inquire, "Xingqian, where do you reside?" With a weary tone, Mo Xingqian replied, "Zilin Villa District, number 88. Engage autopilot. Navigate to Zilin Villa District, number 88. After witnessing the formidable capabilities of the autopilot system, Xia Tian now seldom drove himself. Not only was it a hassle, but he also worried about potentially taking a wrong turn. Estimating arrival in 10 minutes. "Please remain seated and secure," the car announced. Xia Tian quickly urged Mo Xingqian, "Hurry, Fasten your seatbelt. We are about to set off. As Imo Xingchen secured his seatbelt, he curiously asked, "Is this the autopilot system you mentioned? However, it seems your system struggles with arithmetic. My home is not close. And driving there will take at least 25 minutes. 10 minutes is impossible." Xia Tian laughed. "Well, whether your arithmetic is faulty or my car's, you'll find out shortly." No sooner had he spoken, the car started. It maneuvered smoothly out of the parking space and, upon reaching the main road, shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Upon seeing the speedometer display 280 kilometers per hour, Imo Xingchen initially thought it was malfunctioning. However, when he looked up and witnessed various objects racing towards them, he realized the speedometer was indeed accurate. When he glanced down again, the speed had surged to 350 kilometers per hour. "Brother Tian, look quickly. Is there something wrong with your car? This speed seems excessive," he exclaimed, his voice trembling. "If we don't slow down in time during the turn, we might." Before he could finish, the vehicle executed a stylish drift around a corner. Imo Xingchen was no longer merely anxious. He was genuinely frightened. He had just witnessed the three-wheeled vehicle drift at an astonishing 380 kilometers per hour without any deceleration. During the drift, he thought he might meet his grandfather prematurely. After the drift concluded, Imo Xingchen's voice quivered as he pleaded, "Brother Tian, you must take control. Your car has gone insane." Chapter 60. Because it is a little bird, it soars high. Observing Imo Xingchen's terrified expression, Xia Tian remained remarkably composed, saying, "It's merely basic operation, do not panic." Seeing Xia Tian's relaxed demeanor eased Imo Xingchen's heart slightly. "Brother Tian, you can't be jesting. Our car is almost airborne. And this is still considered basic?" In the summer, Xia Tian cast a glance at him, remarking, "Look at your lack of ambition. My daughter, sitting in the back. Isn't even bothered, yet you seem utterly terrified." Imo Xingchen turned to observe that Tang Tang was, indeed, completely at ease, engrossed in fiddling with the new toy he had just gifted her. He scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, "Tian Gu, to be honest, I'm not in such a hurry to get home. There is no need for you to drive at full speed. We could take our time returning." Xia Tian chuckled. "Rest assured, am I the type who disregards safe driving? This is merely the car's standard speed. If I were to push it to its limits, we'd be exceeding 500 kilometers per hour. Given the conditions in the city, I certainly wouldn't drive that fast." Imo Xingchen lamented, "At 500 kilometers. We could practically take flight, couldn't we? Besides, your current speed is hardly slow. It surpasses that of a high-speed train." Xia Tian expressed surprise. "Oh? How do you know that a car could take off at 500 kilometers? Have you ever driven at such a speed?" Imo Xingchen shook his head. No. I value my life too much for that. Even if I had the courage, I wouldn't find a car capable of such velocity." After speaking, he realized something was amiss in Xia Tian's remarks. "Tian Gu, what did you mean by that? Have you really driven over 500 kilometers?" Xia Tian nodded. "Indeed. I tried it once in the wilderness, but it wasn't particularly thrilling. Once the speed exceeds 500 kilometers, it automatically switches to a low-altitude flight mode, which lacks the exhilarating sensation of driving on the ground." "Flight mode? Tian Gu, are you referring to the same flight mode I'm thinking of?" Imo Xingchen was astonished, his jaw nearly dropping at the thought of such an inconspicuous three-wheeled vehicle actually being able to fly. "Precisely, it's quite literal. So, would you like to experience it?" Imo Xingchen quickly shook his head. Perhaps not. I've only just acclimated to your car's speed. If you were to engage the flight mode now, I fear I might not withstand it and would faint." Xia Tian scoffed. With such little courage, you dare to covet my vehicle." What should have been a 20-minute journey was completed in merely 8 minutes, 2 minutes faster than the 10 minutes Xia Tian had previously mentioned. Xia Tian pointed to the largest and most luxurious villa in the entire estate and asked, "Is this the place?" Imo Xingchen nodded. "Indeed, this is my home. You are always welcome to visit whenever you have a chance, Tian Gu." Xia Tian smiled and nodded. "All right, I will come by if the opportunity arises. Now, you should get out. I'll head back." As he opened the car door, Imo Xingchen turned back once again with an awkward smile. "Tian Gu, would you like to come in for a bit?" Xia Tian declined politely. "Let us save it for another day. Tang Tang is likely getting sleepy." and I need to take her home for a nap. After saying this, Xia Tian waited for Mo Xingqian to exit the vehicle. However, to his surprise, after more than 2 minutes of waiting in the car, Mo Xingqian remained seated, showing no intention of getting out. Xia Tian, puzzled, inquired, "What's the matter with you? Why haven't you gotten out of the car yet? You wouldn't tell me that you can't enter your own home, would you?" Mo Xingqian chuckled bitterly. "Tian Ge, I'm afraid it's impossible for you to visit my house today." "Why is that?" Xia Tian asked, puzzled. Mo Xingqian, a bit embarrassed, replied, "Ahem. My legs have gone weak, and I currently possess no strength whatsoever. I fear I must trouble you to assist me home." Xia Tian looked at him, somewhat speechless, yet eventually exited the vehicle and helped Mo Xingqian into his home. After declining Mo Xingqian's kind invitation for tea, Xia Tian stepped outside, accompanied by Tang Tang, to return home. As Xiao Qingyao was scheduled to take Tang Tang out for dinner with Chu Weiwei that evening, Xia Tian had not prepared dinner. Moreover, it was entirely out of the question for him to dine at home. He had concocted an excuse to decline tonight's dinner invitation, as he was attending the birthday celebration of a child he had previously looked after. If Xiao Qingyao were to return and discover that he had dined at home, it would surely reveal his secret. Perhaps due to her dinner plans with Chu Weiwei, Xiao Qingyao returned home exceptionally early that evening, arriving just as the clock struck 6. "You're home quite early today." Xia Tian greeted her cheerfully as he noticed her changing shoes at the entrance. Xiao Qingyao nodded yes. "I returned an hour early since I have dinner plans with Weiwei tonight." "Mom, you're back." As soon as Xiao Qingyao finished changing, Tang Tang dropped her toy and leaped into her embrace. After lifting Tang Tang, Xiao Qingyao smiled and asked, "Was Tang Tang well behaved at home today?" Tang Tang immediately nodded. "I was the best. Even Uncle Mo praised me for being sensible." "Uncle Mo? Which Uncle Mo? Did you go out today?" Although her question was directed at Tang Tang, it was evident to Xia Tian that she was inquiring about him. He quickly clarified, "Oh, the Uncle Mo Tang Tang mentioned is a friend of mine. He helped me out recently, so I treated him to lunch today." Xiao Qingyao nodded, not pressing further. As long as she was assured that he was not of questionable character, their relationship did not warrant excessive interference in one another's privacy. After handing Tang Tang over to Xia Tian, Xiao Qingyao retreated to her room to change clothes. When she emerged again, Xia Tian casually asked, "Will it be convenient for you to take Tang Tang out for dinner tonight? If not, she can accompany me. It's no trouble to have another little one along." Xiao Qingyao shook her head politely. "Let us skip that. Weiwei has missed Tang Tang after not seeing her for a few days. This afternoon, she specifically called to remind me to bring Tang Tang over tonight." Noticing Xia Tian following her outside, Xiao Qingyao hesitated for a moment before asking, "Where is the child's birthday celebration being held? Do you need me to drop you off?" Xia Tian replied, "No need. I can drive myself there." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyao recalled that he had mentioned acquiring a vehicle. Curiously, she asked, "Is your car parked downstairs? May I take a look at it?" Summer generously declared, "No problem." Under Summer's guidance, a few individuals swiftly arrived at the location where he had parked his tricycle. Witnessing Summer skillfully retrieve the key and unlock the door before taking a seat inside, Xiao Qingyao was taken aback and exclaimed, Is this the vehicle you mentioned to me?" Summer nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I just purchased it. Why do you find my vehicle embarrassing?" Xiao Qingyao shook her head with a peculiar expression. "It's not that, but this vehicle seems to lack the high-end qualities you previously mentioned." She was genuinely skeptical of how many of the statements made by this individual were grounded in truth. How could he possibly mislead her about owning a high-end mode of transportation when it was merely a small tricycle? Unfazed, Summer pointed to a small bird depicted on the front of the vehicle and asked, "Do you see that?" Xiao Qingyao, somewhat puzzled, responded, "Yes, it's a little electric vehicle." "What's the issue?" Summer leaned over and pointed to a small line of text below, saying, "Look here." Xiao Qingyao scrutinized the text, which read, "Because it's a little bird, it's high-end." Chapter 61. Godmother, you've left me breathless. Xiao Qingyao, both amused and exasperated, pointed at the slogan. "So this is the source of your so-called high-end?" Summer nodded with utmost seriousness. "Precisely. This is a little bird, isn't that high-end enough?" Xiao Qingyao retorted. "Then tell me, where is the high-end aspect? One cannot simply claim high-end status based on a tagline." Summer, intrigued, inquired, "Let me ask you, How do animals like tigers, leopards, and horses usually travel? Although perplexed by Summer's sudden question, Xiao Qingya replied honestly, of course, they run. Summer continued, so, they all run on the ground, correct? Xiao Qingya nodded. That's obvious. If they aren't running on the ground, can they fly in the sky? Summer posed another question. And how do little birds typically travel? Before Xiao Qingya could respond, Tang Tang eagerly interjected, I know. Birds fly. Summer chuckled, exactly. Even Tang Tang knows that birds soar through the sky. Thus, while vehicles like Land Rovers, Jaguars, and BMWs run on the ground, our little bird is destined to soar among the clouds. Compared to those grounded vehicles, can this not be considered high-end? At that moment, Xiao Qingya finally comprehended the rationale behind Summer's earlier inquiries. With a scowl, she declared, in the future, when Tang Tang starts school, you are not to assist her with her language studies. As for the other subjects, we will see how it goes. After leaving that statement, Xiao Qingya chose not to engage further with Summer, instead turning to embrace Tang Tang and making her way back to her parked vehicle. Watching Xiao Qingya's retreating figure, Summer smirked. Frankly, my vehicle has 3 wheels, but in terms of performance, comfort, safety, and other aspects, it outperforms those so-called high-end cars. If that doesn't qualify as high-end, then what does? Without waiting for Xiao Qingya to disappear from sight, Summer simply drove off. He had no intention of waiting for Xiao Qingya to leave before sneaking back. The risks were simply too great. If Xiao Qingya accidentally forgot something at home and returned to find him still there, it would spell disaster for him. After exiting the residential community, Xia Tian aimlessly drove around, opting for a moderate speed to blend in with the other electric vehicles. Just as he began to tire and contemplated stopping at a roadside eatery for a meal and a brief respite, his phone suddenly rang. To his surprise, it was that fellow, Imo Xingqian. He answered the call with a chuckle, saying, How long has it been since I left your place? Why are you calling me again? Are you still feeling weak and need me to help you to the restroom? Imo Xingqian awkwardly replied, Tian Ge, please don't tease me. I remembered that you mentioned earlier today that your wife would be dining with Chu Weiwei this evening. I thought since you'd be home alone, I'd see if you wanted to join me for a drink. Sure, sounds good. Just send me your location, and I'll come find you. With nothing pressing to attend to, Xia Tian readily accepted Imo Xingqian's invitation. Upon hearing Xia Tian's agreement, Imo Xingqian exclaimed, Hee. Tian Ge. There's no need for me to send you the address. You already know where I live, so just come over. My driver is on leave, and you can give me a ride. Xia Tian immediately recognized that his friend was eager to showcase his car again. However, he didn't mind. He told him to wait and hung up the phone. 20 minutes later, Xia Tian arrived once more at the entrance of the Zillion Villa district where Imo Xingqian resided. Without Imo Xingqian to guide him, he couldn't enter, so after messaging his friend, he settled in to wait in his car. Tian Ge. Why didn't you let me know you were coming? It's so embarrassing to keep you waiting here. Imo Xingqian panted as he rushed over. Xia Tian smiled and replied, It's no trouble. I'm not in a hurry, so waiting a bit is fine. Tian Ge. Do you prefer a lively atmosphere or something more tranquil? If you enjoy the former, I can invite a few more friends to join us. If you prefer a quieter setting, I can find a peaceful place for just the 2 of us. Imo Xingqian inquired as he settled into the passenger seat. Xia Tian responded, Let us go for something quieter. I'm not in the mood to socialize since the matter with Chu Weiwei remains unresolved. I agreed to go out for drinks mainly because I had nowhere to go and just wanted to sit somewhere. Imo Xingqian nodded. All right then, navigate to Chuanya Road. There's a nice quiet bar nearby with a great ambience and excellent drinks. Meanwhile, as Xia Tian and Imo Xingqian were heading to the bar, Xiao Qingya had already arrived at the Jiangqing Hotel with Tang Tang. Good day. May I ask if you have a reservation? As soon as Xiao Qingya entered the hotel, a smiling host approached her. I'm a friend of Miss Chu. Certainly, please follow me. Greetings. Miss Chu is waiting for you in the private room. I shall not intrude. As Xiao Qingya reached the door of the room, it swung open from within. In the next instant, Chu Weiwei enveloped Xiao Qingya in a warm embrace. Oh my dear Qingya, you have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, I would have succumbed to the temptation of indulging myself. Meanwhile, Tang Tang, caught in the middle, voiced her discontent. Chapter 62. Chu Weiwei. Who is this Summer you speak of? Upon hearing Tang Tang's complaint, Chu Weiwei hurriedly released her hold on Xiao Qingya, a sheepish expression crossing her face. Ah, my apologies, Tang Tang. I did not mean to. She then turned to embrace Tang Tang. Come here. It's been days since I've seen you, and I've missed you dearly. Godmother, you can no longer call my mother wife, Tang Tang declared earnestly while wrapping her arms around Chu Weiwei's neck. With curiosity, Chu Weiwei inquired, why not? I have always addressed her that way. And your mother has never objected. Why should you, little rascal? Tang Tang explained, in the past, my mother was single and you could call her whatever you liked. But now, things have changed. My mother has married my father, and only he is allowed to call her wife. What? Your mother is married? Chu Weiwei responded incredulously. Tang Tang nodded affirmatively, yes. Mother has found a father who is handsome, capable, and an excellent cook. Despite Tang Tang's confirmation, Chu Weiwei struggled to believe it. She turned to Xiao Qingya and asked, Qingya, is what Tang Tang said true? Have you truly married? Xiao Qingya replied calmly, indeed, a couple of days ago. I did acquire a marriage certificate. After receiving confirmation from Xiao Qingya, Chu Weiwei stood up in shock. What on earth is happening? I was only gone for a few days. How could so much transpire? Tell me honestly, who is the one you married? Is he from a prominent family in Jiancheng? Or perhaps a promising young talent in some field? You ought to have informed me about such a significant event. Do you not consider me your closest friend anymore? Upon hearing Chu Weiwei's rapid-fire questions, Xiao Qingya helplessly responded, oh dear. It's my marriage, not yours. Why are you so agitated? It's merely a formality of obtaining a certificate, nothing to be overly concerned about. Chu Weiwei immediately retorted, what do you mean merely a certificate? This is marriage. A monumental milestone in life. Tell me, who is this scoundrel who has swept you away? I am curious to see what manner of person possesses such charm to make you willingly marry him. Xiao Qingya chuckled, there is no scamming involved. Did I not mention this to you before you left? Considering Tang Tang will soon be entering kindergarten, I decided to marry someone to provide her with a healthier environment for growth. Moreover, the choice was someone you recommended. So why now are you questioning me? It was only at this moment that Chu Weiwei recalled that before her trip, Xiao Qingya had indeed mentioned this matter to her. At that time, she had even entrusted her to find a suitable candidate. However, the moment she stepped out, she completely forgot about it. With an odd expression, she inquired, so, you truly married the person I recommended to you? Xiao Qingya nodded yes. What is the matter? Wasn't he your recommendation? Does he have any issues? Chu Weiwei shook her head. Not at all. I simply believe he is not worthy of you. To be honest, when you first mentioned this to me, I thought you were joking. Even if it wasn't a jest, I assumed it was merely a fleeting one to play a role and amuse Tang Tang. I never imagined you were genuinely preparing to register for marriage. Had I known your intentions, I would have introduced you to someone with better qualifications and greater excellence. Xiao Qingya smiled. I actually think it is quite good. At that time, I was the one who told you to look for someone more ordinary. This way, the other person can confidently help me take care of Tang Tang. If I had chosen someone too remarkable, they might be busier than I am. And how would they help care for Tang Tang then? In that case, what difference would it make whether I married or not? Chu Weiwei did not believe that this was Xiao Qingya's true sentiment. After all, which girl does not wish for her partner to be a paragon admired by all? With a serious expression, she said, Qingya, you have not been married to that man for long. Neither you nor Tang Tang should have developed any dependency on him yet. If there are any issues, it is still not too late to reconsider. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Qingya interrupted, shaking her head, no need. Although he is merely an ordinary person, I believe his situation fits ours quite well. Additionally, Tang Tang likes him very much, and he is fond of children as well. I trust he will be a competent father, and that is sufficient for me. Hearing that Chu Weiwei was attempting to persuade her mother to divorce her father, Tang Tang immediately became upset. I don't want mommy and daddy to separate. I like my daddy just the way he is. And I don't want anyone else to be my daddy. Humph. Godmother, you are a bad woman. Tang Tang doesn't like you anymore. As she spoke, Tang Tang struggled to escape from Chu Weiwei's embrace. Chu Weiwei was utterly taken aback by Tang Tang's reaction. She had thought she had only been gone for a few days. Even if Xiao Qingya had married that man, their relationship should still be quite unfamiliar. Logically, She should have no reservations about advising them to part ways, yet unexpectedly, the little girl who usually clung to her had turned against her, releasing Tang Tang. Chu Weiwei looked at Xiao Qingye with astonishment and asked, "Qingye, just how many praises have you sung about that man in front of Tang Tang? It's only been a few days, and she is already rejecting me as her godmother for his sake." Xiao Qingye chuckled and shook her head. "You have truly wronged me. I have never uttered a single commendation about him in front of Tang Tang. How could this be possible? In just a few short days. Had it not been for your instigation, how could Tang Tang have grown so close to him?" Chu Weiwei harbored no belief in Xiao Qingye's words. She understood Tang Tang's nature. Although not shy, she seldom befriended strangers. Without Xiao Qingye's assistance, how could she so readily accept a stranger as her father and defend him so fervently? With a resigned sigh, Xiao Qingye remarked, "Do not say you do not believe me. At times, even I find it incomprehensible." From the very first meeting with Xia Tian, Tang Tang displayed an unusual fondness for him, and he, in turn, was quite taken with her. Lately at home, it feels as if they are the true father and daughter, while I am merely the stepmother who joined their lives midway. Upon hearing Xiao Qingye's account, Chu Weiwei's eyes widened in astonishment. After a moment, she chuckled, "Perhaps this is fate. It seems destined by the heavens for you to become a family." Xiao Qingye replied, "Perhaps, but I do not yearn for fate or destiny. I merely hope he continues to treat Tang Tang well, ensuring her happiness as she grows. And that would be enough for me." Just as she was about to continue, the trembling figure seemed to suddenly recall something. With a look of bewilderment, she inquired, "Wait. You just mentioned that when Tang Tang first met Xia Tian, she was very close to him. Who exactly is this Xia Tian you speak of?"